freak out. I got the thunder and lightning energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. No, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship, you to lift me up and take me places. So darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down.
I gave my love like you asked me to.
and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen like this before. Never seen nothing like seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I worked too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now because they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm selling these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They all for the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name.
Oh. 今年变那么瘦，
角度啊，
角度啊，
不是啊，就那个热胀冷缩啊。
跟这样说，那现在夏天你会胖吗？第一次登陆职业，你有什么感觉？
希望可以赶快打比赛。
你会紧张吗？
还好。
他这样下巴的阴影。
最近都不能再吃宵夜了，我怕。
内许听说你这次在 PCS 有新的职位，
我现在就是新小编啦，大家好，后勤教练编啊，以后其实我就是后勤教练编。
到底在拍什么？我有肖像权。
还请说出毕业率3个优点。
来不及啦，讲不出来啦，气啦！
你觉得今年我们会第几？第一啊。
我都看人家打了。
啊，以新人姿态出道，你觉得哪个 AD 比你强？
不是，我真的不知道有谁。
好啦，你这样说就是有谁没有？
所以他没有放在眼里。你要留胡子哦？
干，
好帅哦！
有啊。
你想对其他动作做什么？
屁股洗好啊。
屁股下。那你觉得猫还是你的心魔吗？
我不太是啊，
不太是，不是你的对手。
不好说。预算
你是变胖了？
变胖很多幸福肥。
好大头，在偷拍。
你觉得 PSG 的对八是谁
有吧？
？U 吧。PSG 的对八是谁？
啊，没有对吧？
刚有些人有给答案，
不是我啦。
不是你哦。
对啊，不是。
那你觉得谁？
可能是下路位某蛙吧。
你下一个头发要染什么颜色？
有人帮我出钱，我就染。
啊，这个头谁帮你出的？
张文丽。
你们两个觉得谁是对吧？你有什么话想说？
没有，
你是吗？
我不是乱讲。
不能乱拍的，
再弄一次，再弄一次，
不能乱拍的啦。
片头拍摄选谁？
你说为什么是选我？
对啊，
那其他4个没什么用啊。
第一次拍有什么感觉？
挺开心的。
挺开心的，很热，很冷。再不讲话。那你为什么今天是你来看？
因为他们选最老的。
那应该是小安。
哦，对，小安
你是选最帅的。
最帅的小安嘛。
哎，你怎么没有走？没有在走？
我是要捧飞的。
哦。好，3位中路准备好吗？你们觉得谁最强？好，你们觉得谁最烂？
直接比方案。
你们觉得谁会去 MSI？你怎么看？
你是故意的。
故意的。为什么你要改名叫优宝？
很可爱啊，
你本来就很可爱啊。
再更可爱啊。
打到肩膀了。他真的说姐姐送你礼物。
哎，有寄钱过，就是可能红包会寄个什么数字666，
那几百万你会收吗？
哎，那一定收。
check, cause I'm building too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah. Oh, I've been falling, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah. Oh, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town. Tell me when you, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy with you, know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life, man? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So darling, yeah. Oh, I've been falling, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah. Oh, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town. Tell me when you, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down.
I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart it weeps for the love you shed. I gave my Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. All I ask from you is time together. You gave his What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free.
Take stock, lean back, take a view of the city. I'm sure you're with me. Are you getting down, 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 down? Take back the distraction, find some beauty. We don't have to. We're slowing down, down, down. You wanna be somebody, while you're scared of everybody. Do you wanna be somebody? Are you feeling out of body? Time keeps moving on. Are you running away? Are you running away? Time keeps moving on. Do you wanna be somebody? Do you wanna be somebody? Take a view of the city. I'm sure you're with me. Are you getting down, down, down? We're going to daylight. We're going to see. We're turning souls into houses. Do you wanna be somebody? Are you scared of everybody? Do you wanna be somebody? Are you feeling out of body? Time keeps moving on. Are you running away? Are you running away? Time keeps moving on. Do you wanna be somebody? You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't ring a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. Hey,
It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Bring it back, bring it back, oh, bring it back, back to me. Living on the edge, somewhere in the in between. I'm in full circle. Just when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Whoa, bring it back to me. Whoa, crashing like a wave, looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface. And when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's jumping in. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I will pick you right here by the whole squad while champagne flying. Rocking all over the room. Feel the waves coming in. Oh, feel the waves coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's jumping in. Oh, your fairy tales never look like.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another night on the PCS. It's day 3 of week 1 for the PCS Spring Split 2023. I am Amalg. I'm joined here tonight by the lovely Shock OCE, looking handsome as ever, I must say. But yesterday we did have, a good series of games, and I think the storylines behind the teams are really starting to take place as we approach the end of this first week. And yeah, really just getting to sort of know the teams a bit better.
Yeah, I think as well as getting to know the teams, getting to know the meta, what the PCS likes to play. I feel like the meta at the moment, it isn't the most diverse thing. We see a lot of just kind of like bot lane trades, and it feels like the top lane meta is a bit stagnant, but I still think that there is quite a lot of diversity in how teams kind of approach it, right? There's teams that just decide, okay, we don't want to play versus the Cassandra at all. There's some that have been experimenting with counters. We've seen some weird stuff. We've seen the Gnar, we saw an AP Jax, although it wasn't into Cassandra, so yeah, lots of weird stuff going up there.
Yeah, it does feel like even though the meta is sort of like a bit rigid right now, teams are still sort of finding ways that suit their team and give themselves sort of creative moments to adapt on the fly, especially considering that when picks are so predictable, it gives you sort of like that certainty of knowing that this is going to happen. What can we play into this? What can we sort of change around what we do? I think the AP Jax we saw was like a really good example of that. It's not something we've really ever seen. Like for me, I've never seen the AP Jax, but it turned out really well.
Yeah, I think also a lot of the teams, obviously everyone's going to be proficient on the most meta champs, stuff like Ryze, but you see some of those kind of more fringe meta picks coming out. Like yesterday we had Nestie's Talia, for example, just really showing his expertise on the champion and just how a pick like that can have such a huge impact on the game.
Yeah, definitely. We do actually only have 2 teams, I think, coming into the top 2 so far. We've got Deep Coast Gaming 2-0 as well as Impunity, and that is going to be our final matchup for tonight. So definitely one I'm really looking forward to. How about you?
Yeah, I think you have to say that's the match of the day. I'm also pretty excited for this one here because Beyond Gaming as well as PSG, I believe, they're both pretty storied orgs and they have high expectations for this split. So now one of these teams is going to come out of week 1 2-1. Other one's going to come out 1-2.
Yeah, definitely a lot of different ways that this can go. And I feel like, I don't know, what's a team that has sort of surprised you? You know, it can be positive surprise, negative surprise, anything that hasn't really gone as you expected so far.
I'd say Hellpigs definitely surprised me. I wasn't really expecting, well, I didn't really know what to expect them from to begin with, but I think, at least from the outside, when you look at PCS, you're thinking, you know, Flying Oyster, Beyond Gaming, PSG Talent. Those are like the three you're thinking of. So Hellpigs kind of, even though the games haven't been, you know, particularly clean, I feel like at this point, they have come out with a lot of personality and a lot of aggression, which I really like to see. And I also think yesterday, a really big surprising thing was CFO going from day one having no kills at all to yesterday, something like 30 kills in 24 minutes, just completely flipping the script.
Definitely a lot. I'm glad that they were able to come back from that because, you know, CTBC Flying Oyster is a team that did win the Summer Split last year, and it's a team that a lot of people were sort of pegging to be the front runner for winning the split. So day one against Beyond Gaming, it was a bit of a disaster for them, but it's glad. I'm glad to see that they have sort of started to come back. Although, to be fair, it is against one of the weaker teams right now. Their win was against S9W, and S9W themselves, they have showed signs of life in both of their games. I feel like, especially when you look at the draft, they've definitely been courageous enough to pick some different things that we haven't seen quite so much.
Yeah, I think I agree. They've been very bold with their picks. I think it hasn't really paid off yet, and I think it could just be the kind of thing of like, you know, maybe this surprises teams in scrims and it works really well, but you've kind of shown everything you have and it doesn't work that great on stage, or it could just be, you know, you're not playing quite at the level of your opponents. As we said before, I think they are one of the weaker teams, at least individually in the competition, so they're going to have to find a way to make up for that.
Yeah, definitely. I think speaking of individual skill, one of the players overall that has stood out to me a lot has been Mission.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think Mission MVP form at the moment. Now, having a look at yesterday's results, we saw J-Team taking out Duish Team, Frank Esports over PSG Talent, Impunity and Deep Cross both picking up wins and moving to 2-0, and then CFO Flying Oyster, they take out the last match of the day.
Yeah, and it has really been pretty back and forth. I think a lot of these games, I feel like day 2 went a lot more like we expected compared to day 1. Day 1 had a couple of upsets. But if we take a look at the standings now, we can see, of course, Deep Cross Gaming and Impunity Esports both sitting at 2-0, and a wide variety of teams sitting at 1-1, CTBC, Flying Oyster, Frank Esports, Hellpigs, Beyond Gaming, PSG Talent, and J-Team. So still, you know, a lot of ways this sort of ladder can develop as we finish off day 3 today. Today's matches, you know, Megaback Beyond Gaming coming against PSG Talent. Also a pretty good match. Both of these teams are obviously sitting at 1-1. So as you said earlier, you know, one of them is going to be climbing to that sort of 2-win benchmark. Another interesting one is going to be the second one, CM9 WPE versus Duish Team. Both of them are 0-2. So really, you know, there's a lot riding on them for this one, right? Because you don't really want to be that team that is the only one to finish the first week out a win.
Yeah, 100%. I think after that match, there's going to be a clear, you know, 0-3. And also at the end of the day, when we have our final match between Impunity and Deep Cross, we will have our clear first place. So the standings, they're going to shake out quite a bit today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how everything turns out. And I think that, like, a lot of these games today, it's kind of hard for me to predict who's going to be the winner.
Taking a look at Megabank Beyond's gaming roster, Lakai, Kongyu, 1116, Feng, and Kino. Yesterday, I think both these teams lost yesterday, actually, but they did have a very dominant win on day 1 against CFO. CFO actually got 0 kills in that game, as we said before, so Megabank Beyond Gaming, they're going to be feeling pretty good about that finals rematch from last split.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have said this before, but I will say it again. This is a team that, you know, a lot of people were surprised as we went into the season because they picked up a few rookies, like from academy teams and so on. So really, there weren't many expectations for them coming into the season. Maybe that was actually a good thing because they really just showed no fear going into their first game of the week against CFO. They did drop that second day game, but you know, plenty of time to claw one back.
Indeed. We'll have to see which sides they take. I think the side win rate is starting to get back to normal. I think yesterday might have been red side 1-3, blue side 1-2. The other side, PSG Talon, Azi, Husha, Ubao, Wako, and Woody. Another pretty scary lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Husha and Waco, definitely two standouts for me. You know, coming off of pretty successful splits last season. But, you know, ultimately, they weren't able to take out that trophy. So, going to be looking for it again. And, you know, getting at least a 2-1 start into this week is going to be pretty good for them if they want to achieve that.
And both of these teams yesterday, they really struggled to kind of get going in the game. They had very rough early games and never really managed to claw it back. So I hope that for both of them here, they can look to kind of find stuff that can allow some sort of chaos into the game. I think there's lots of champions in their meta that stuff like Maokai and Ashe, they typically get banned, the elites as well, that can kind of inject that chaos into an otherwise stagnant game. And I think at the moment when there's so many kind of just like, you know, enchanter supports running around, it is important to have something to actually make stuff happen, because otherwise, kind of like we saw yesterday where they're just popping Shirelias and running back and forth away from each other, it was a bit like playing ping pong.
Yeah, it is, it definitely makes for an interesting spectator experience, I feel like, because it really just makes those, you know, those small errors and mistakes and slip-ups so much more important, right? Because it feels like when they're sort of doing it back and forth, it's not about finding kills. It's more about setting up for the next team fight around an objective, right? Trying to burn what summoners you can, what items you can, and also just trying to reach the breakpoints to make you as powerful as possible for that next fight.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think without having lots of engage tools from something like, you know, the Nautilus or Leona that you might be more used to, it just ends up a lot of the time where you're kind of just like poking back and forth, and I think that's one reason why Yuumi has been so strong. So we have BYG on the blue side up against PSG on the red side. Lucian, Maokai, and Elise are the first bans.
Yeah, so far nothing too surprising.
The Lucian ban's a little surprising, because that means PSG, will they ban the other one? Will they ban away the Zeri? Or will they just give it to BYG? Ryze is banned. So a little scared of blind pick Ryze. I actually like red side banning Ryze because I feel like it gets you just a bit more value out of the red side, kind of like third counter pick or the fifth counter pick. Really interested to see what happens with this bot lane trade though.
Yeah, something interesting with BRG is that both of the games have been on red side so far. This is their first game on blue, and in both of the other games they opted for Sivir Yuumi bot lane. So banning out the Yuumi here as well as the Lucian.
Yeah,
I wonder what they're actually going to be going for.
I wonder if maybe they'll look to first pick Zeri and then just take away the Lulu, knowing that there's no enchanter that can be traded. I think if you're PSG, you should probably ban Zeri, unless something else you can take away. Okay, actually the Kassadin. So if you're BYG, do you just take the Zeri, or do you decide, okay, you don't mind playing into Zeri Lulu and you look to play something like, you know, the Kalista? Okay, the Varus actually locked in.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Varus. I think that's a good sort of, I guess, like a bit of a sidestep from the current meta that we've seen. Outside of, you know, the Lucian 9 with the Zeri, Lulu, and Yuumi. Potentially an Ezreal hover here for PSG. I'm not too sure about this one. I mean, it does have the range.
Okay. Will they actually lock this in? Ooh, the Ashe is still open. Gonna be taken. Now, Ashe at this point can still be support or ADC. I think it's very important to take that away and deny Varus Ashe. I think that's one of the strongest following combos at the moment.
It is at 100% win rate so far, so...
Now, do you take your priority jungler here? Ooh, actually gonna be the Ashe Heimerdinger, looks like.
Okay. Yeah, we have seen this, I think, once before. Not from PSG, but from another team, so... Good to see that it's in the pocket of another team as well.
Okay, so definitely a different draft from what you're used to, but I like it. I think there's a lot of pick potential from both teams already. Now, BYG, this is when you might see some of Carrier's kind of picks coming in, you know? The ADC supports were originally being picked to counter Heimerdinger. Ooh, but actually flipping the script, hovering Leona at the moment.
Leona, that's something we really haven't seen much of at all. I mean, I feel like the only other sort of tanky engaged champion we have seen so far was the Nautilus being picked for Kaiwing yesterday. So the Leona actually is going to be locked in with the Varus.
Yeah, this is really exciting. I think you maybe just pick up some kind of jungler that can pressure here, maybe a Vi or a Wukong. This is really interesting though. I think this is going to be one of the more exciting drafts we've seen so far. A Jax blind pick, which is... I don't even
Potentially
know.
dangerous. That's odd. I guess PSG... I'm not too sure. Yeah, that's
very
I wonder
strange.
what they're going to try and answer back with here.
Yesterday, the Gragas was picked into the Jax. Oh, actually, okay, so the Sylas, I think this will just be a blind Sylas mid. You have the potential to ban more mid laners away, and Kassadin and Ryze, they're both already gone, which are, you know, some of Sylas's premier answers at the moment.
On the flip side, though, what do you think Beyond Gaming are going to go for here? Because PSG have opted to drop their top pick down to 4 and 5, which means that they do have a chance to answer back with some bans and make that Jax matchup a little bit more favorable, potentially.
Yeah, I wonder, do you ban for this blind top? Because I feel like if you're willing to just blind pick Jax, you're pretty confident most of the matchups anyway. There's a lot of things that could be done here. There's a lot of junglers that are still up that could maybe be banned away. Galio is banned, which I find to be sort of interesting. I think most people tend to like Sylas into Galio, but I think perhaps one of the reasons is that if you're playing something like Varus Leona, you really want something that can look down towards bot lane, something like the Talia or Galio, kind of impact that bot lane. BYG. Will they ban for the Jax, or will they just... I feel like you kind of can't ban junglers almost, because there just aren't going to be any left for you. Okay, so actually bans the Renekton. Interesting. Now, Sejuani is still up for both teams. Could be something that they look to prioritize. The Vi and the Wukong all open as well. I wonder if you'll go for the Talia ban here. It is fairly decent versus Sylas, and I think it also does pair well with that pushing bot lane. Maybe a LeBlanc could be good too. What will it be? I think it's definitely a second mid ban. Actually, the Vi, okay, not a second mid ban. So that maybe suggests that they're going to take either Sedge or Wukong out of this and just kind of trade, give the other one over, but obviously not willing to trade for the Vi. Now, what would the second top counter be? Actually, I have no clue what you ban here. I don't think you need to ban Gragas. There's already a lot of AP on that team. Would be very surprised to see it picked up. Maybe just another strong...
Sante is still up, so it seems like BYG are happy to pick the Jax into it, which we have seen picked a few times as a counter pick, so it does kind of make sense.
If you're PSG, I think if you want to take a priority jungler now, you can, but it might be better to just counter, okay. I was gonna say, it might be better to counter last, but the Sedge would be pretty good with the Sylas. And also, I feel like denying the Sedge away from the Jax and Leona is pretty important. Okay, I like it. Now, BYG, you pick your choice of jungler. I feel like Wukong is the last meta. I guess Wukong and Viego are the two meta junglers left, but we might see something else come out. And then what will our mid lane answer be to Sylas? I think Talia would go pretty crazy here. Or we could see something more aggressive maybe. Kali. The Kali's gonna be locked in. Oh, not gonna be locked in. The Viego's locked in, okay. What will the last pick be here? Definitely needs some AP. Could still be a Kali. I feel like having something that can kill Sedge though would be nice.
Yeah, I am personally more of a fan of the Talia because you do have a lot of setup already with the Varus and the Leona to try and find those picks. Kali might be a little bit harder to pull off.
Okay. Actually, the Syndra. Okay, interesting. I feel like it's definitely good into Sylas, but I think it is kind of scary to play versus a comp with so much potential to pick you. You know, you've got the Sedjar, the Ashar, and you've really got to be on your toes to dodge those. I wonder if you'll actually opt into taking Cleanse this game, because I feel like you kind of can't versus Sylas. At the same time, having no Cleanse versus Sedge and Ashe does feel pretty bad. Last pick. Do you just opt for the Cassante anyway?
I don't think it should be the Mord. They already have a lot of AP on the top side. Actually, nah. So Cassante actually not going to be picked or banned at all.
Yeah, wow. This is definitely the weirdest draft that we've seen so far. I mean, I like it. I think this is going to be way more exciting than a lot of the games we've seen so far, just with that kind of Zeri trade for Lucian. But yeah, this is really good. I think both teams have a lot of potential to make stuff happen. I think we're going to see a lot of kills. Could be famous last words and we end up with a snooze fest, but I am hoping for something very exciting.
I'm really liking it so far as well. You know, we've finally got a bit more variety in the draft that we've seen previously. I think this is probably, yeah, one of the most diverse games we've had so far in terms of the champion picks. And both bot lanes, see, the BYG bot lane have only played Sivir and Yuumi, as I mentioned earlier. But for the PSG talent side, they've only played Lucian Nami, so both bot lanes on a new matchup. In terms of stage games, I don't really know how that bot lane matchup goes because Keno obviously does have more options to go aggressive, but it might be difficult with the range and sort of area control from the Ashe and the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, I think it pretty much all comes down actually to the mid and jungle, funnily enough, because I think that whoever has control of that bot river are the ones that are going to be able to either set up ganks on a bot lane or just allow the Heimerdinger Ashe lane to push. And I would expect Syndra and Viego to be able to get priority over Sylas and Sedge, at least pre-6. I think post-6, the 2-2 is definitely a lot closer, but pre-6, I would expect that to happen. Now, if we see some kind of cheese gank put towards mid, you remember, I think it was in a Sylas versus Ryze game yesterday, where the Sylas gets a gank at level 3 and then can suddenly kind of just like skip that poor laning phase. I think that would be really good.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely would open up Ubao to making more plays across the map. I think is this the first time we've seen the Gnar versus Jax top matchup as well?
I think so, yeah. We've seen a lot of Gnar and Cassante, but no Gnar versus Jax yet.
yeah, I don't see it having too much action, but potentially Likai, can get a little bit more rowdy in the top lane compared to the other ones we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that it's probably pretty, I feel like it's going to be kind of whatever. I feel like most team or both teams here are going to just focus everything towards bot side. It's kind of too volatile to ignore. I think the kind of top matchup may come into effect when it starts, being Herald time. And Gnar, I think, will definitely be stronger in those early skirmishes, at least in the Herald 5v5. But Jax, you have to see him winning the side lane, at least later on.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also interested to see, in terms of builds, what we're going to get out of the Jax and the Varus, because they both have options, 80 AP for the Jax and on hit or normal ADC, as opposed to, I guess, like the 80 CDR lethality builds we've seen on Varus. So there is still quite a lot of flexibility around there for BYG as well.
Yeah, I think the Jax, even if you go AP, I think you have to build something like the Bork or something here just to have the lifesteal in order to, sustain up from Gnar. Could be wrong though. We'll actually see what he goes for. On the Varus side of things, I think you can go poke Varus here. There's not a ton of sustain from the enemy team. And you do kind of have champs that can kill tanks for you. You've got that VA or you've got a Cinder and a Jax. So there is damage there. I think you could make an argument for both though.
Yeah, I mean, but overall, this is a really good one to start the night off with,
Yeah.
I'm
no
Shirelias. No Shirelias
That's
this game.
very true. I'm glad to see that gone. Nah, I want to see how the Ashe arrows do, because I feel like sometimes Ashe is just like throwing R on 30-second cooldowns, hitting every single one. It's just super impactful. And sometimes, when you start to lose control of the map, when you're getting your vision pushed back, you can't quite regain it. It's actually quite hard to get arrows that, even if they hit, you can't actually follow up on them a lot of the time. So Ashe went ahead, feels very, very impressive. Went behind though, perhaps not so.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the Ashe ult, I think across both teams, they have so many options for, starting fights and actually getting some hard engage onto the enemy team. So there should, in theory, be a lot more action this game, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I think both teams do want to skirmish, and I think there's so many pick tools across the board. Like on the blue side here, what have you got? You got the Varus ult, you got Leona engage, Cinder stun,
A lot.
You've really got a lot. And then obviously on the other side, we've got both the Ashe and Heimerdinger engage, Sedge engage, Silas as well, and even the Gnar ult. So it's not like these other games where it's just like, we pop Shirelias, run at each other, and then we Lulu ult and walk away. This is going to be a game of people getting stuck in with the boys. Do you want to predict how many kills?
How many kills?
Yeah.
Like in the game total?
Yeah, in total.
Ooh, I'm gonna
Or maybe
say...
kills per minute. If
Oh, that's too hard. That's too much maths.
Kills total.
I'm bad at maths. The 30... Oh, I gotta do like a weird number.
Holy.
32. Yeah, I reckon it's gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be. I'm just not sure we'll reach that same level of... I'll predict a bit lower. I'm gonna say 24. I think there will be a lot of
rookie
kills.
numbers.
I don't think it's gonna be as crazy as you think. But hey, I'm hoping we see 30, 40, 50 kills.
60 kills.
60 kills?
Maybe even 70
At that
kills.
point, we're watching Team Deathmatch. We're not watching League of Legends anymore.
I mean, it's still fun to watch though, right? Because I feel like one thing that has sort of really impressed me as personally a bit of a new entrant to the PCS is the team fighting that both teams have been able to pull off. Like, it feels like the communication and just overall coordination is really on another level compared to what we've been able to see in the LCO in our domestic league.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. The team fighting execution is very, very crisp. So that could partially be that just all the teams are playing on LAN here, I think, bar one. So, LCO is still played online, which does have an impact, right? Players do have ping and are perhaps on, below average setups. So that's always nice to have that kind of low ping. But yeah, like you said, just really impressive team fighting mechanics, and you kind of hit on the coordination there. I think I have to agree with that as well. It's a lot of going in, going out, really kind of playing it slow when you need to, and then, really put your foot on the pedal when you need to as well.
Yeah, for sure. But finally, we have been able to load into the Rift Beyond Gaming versus PSG Talon. It's going to be a good one. They're already looking for an invade level 1. They have been spotted out already by Ubel.
Ooh. Okay, so they actually get the ward onto the blue buff. Interesting.
PSG Talon not really responding too much. We have got Ashe sort of wandering around BYG's blue buff. He might potentially go for... Oh, just the ward and he's going to back off.
Both ADCs do have cleanse, I think wisely so. Syndra, however, does not. I feel like it is kind of hard to go cleanse as Syndra. You're just going to have to be positioning pretty well instead. has the area in the Scorch, so definitely playing for strong early game here.
Yeah, really looking to put the nails to Ubao. On the flip side, the Ubao has opted for the Doran's Shield start, which is, I feel like, not something we see too often on Silas, but it definitely makes sense considering the matchup.
Yeah, I think you can feel pretty safe starting Doran's Shield as Silas into most matchups these days, just because, oh, hold that thought, Lakai. She's looking for something at level 1,
He's
but
going
has
in so
3
deep.
members around him. I'm not sure. He has a counter-strike, but can he walk out without taking any damage whatsoever? Maybe he can.
He's actually going to get away with that. That's
wow.
cheeky.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of damage on the way out.
Actually, not too much. He gets a
Being guided
grasp
by
proc for his
Nah.
troubles too. Pops
Yeah.
a few autos, but ultimately disrupts Husha's jungle pathing by a little bit, I guess. And he does have the info that Sejuani has started Raptors too.
Yeah, now take a look at the bot path. Viego actually solo started red. Could look for something kind of early here, but there's a ward on BYG's blue. So PSG, they are going to know that Viego is in the area bot side. Probably will not end up being able to find anything.
Yeah, ward also for PSG on the Raptors as well. So they're going to spot out Kongyu, taking those down as well. And yeah, it feels like both teams have a lot of info on the opposing team's junglers.
I feel like it was kind of interesting that BYG's bot lane leashed because I feel like, or sorry, didn't leash because I think that you can't get priority by starting in lane anyway.
Yeah.
So I think you could have leached Viego here if you're not looking for some kind of, cheese 3-camp bot gank. But now, BYG, they could be in a little bit of trouble on the bot side here. Sedge will be in the area to kind of just facilitate Woody and Wako continuing to push this lane, and they know Kongyu will be on the top side.
Throws the grenade down. Kino, the Zenith Blade does go wide. But BYG already getting pushed in quite a decent amount, as you would expect from the Asher Timer Dinger.
Okay, 1116 actually places the ward onto the top side. Perhaps not keeping track of where Sejuani is at the moment. Will Husha look for something bot here? They know, or they should know, that Kongyu can't be in the area. At the same time, I feel like diving a Leona is very difficult. You probably just keep allowing them to push. Actually, dropping some vision, I think, is very, very nice.
Yeah, that water's going to come in very handy when Kongyu does make his return for those respawned camps. Husha going to grab the Rift... No, not the Rift Scuttle. Oh yeah, it is the Rift Scuttle. Rift Scuttler?
Rift
What's the
Scuttler.
formal name for it?
I think it's the Rift Scuttler, and the other one's the Rift Herald, right?
Yeah.
Or Scuttle Crab, maybe?
Oh wow, Woody trading in really heavily onto Fang. He's out of potions now as well. He's just popped his last one.
Yeah, lots of damage traded over. I actually think this is a bit better for BYG. They do have a much stronger all-in. They kind of benefit from those health bars dropping a bit lower. Kongyu is in the area mid, but I don't think too much is going to happen. Probably just trying to make sure this wave goes in without too much, although could perhaps use 1116's mid priority for something here.
Oh, both
Yeah,
junglers
actually
looking for the
going for a
Raptors.
Raptor contest. I think BYG, they should be a little stronger in this mid jungle 2v2 early if they can use Syndra's priority.
It looks
I
like they're
think-
kind of sharing the Raptors.
Oh yeah, so actually going to take it away. Just really good job here to take away these Raptors. With the mid priority, there's not a whole lot you can do. I think if you're PSG, Husha and Ubao really just want to make sure they hit level 6 without falling too far behind, and then they can start looking for those mid jungle 2v2s.
Yeah, Kongyu pulling slightly ahead over Husha. And I think, that Raptor steal is pretty good, although Husha did smite pretty early on that one. I feel like he could have done that a little bit better, but ultimately going to go the way of Kongyu.
Oh, and we have a
But
pause.
the first pause of the night. We love that.
Well, there's a few biscuits in the inventories, by the way.
There's a
that
lot of
haven't
biscuits.
been eaten up yet.
And they're hungry.
Maybe it's almost Christmas time, put out the biscuits and milk. You ever do that?
I never did that myself. I
Really?
feel like it's too much admin, I found out at a very young age that Santa Claus wasn't real. I'm sorry to the
Whoa,
viewers
whoa,
who...
whoa.
I'm sorry,
You
guys.
could not just say that on podcast. Okay, but anyway, talking about the game, so not a lot has happened so far, and I think a lot of the Rift here is just kind of waiting for level 6, right? There's a lot of key ultimates, and before that, it's going to be a little maybe lower on the chaos side, but I think after we see level 6 across the board, a lot of stuff is going to start happening.
Definitely. I have been told that there is a player microphone issue, so nothing too serious. Hopefully it'll get sorted out soon. Yeah. Mic issue. That's interesting. Aren't all players in the studio?
Yeah, but you still talk through mics, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
you have
but,
white noise in your ears and stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I
Yeah.
mean,
It feels
happens.
actually pretty hard to hear when you've got the white noise
it
headphones.
does. Yeah, the white noise, that freaked me out the first time I heard it. For people who don't know, it's basically just What? How do you describe it? Like
static,
staticky
yeah.
noise, but it's actually like very loud, and so
Yeah,
they
it
play
is really
that.
loud.
Yeah, they play that on stage to make sure you can't hear like anything else, like the audience and stuff. And it can be pretty distracting. Thankfully, we are going to get back into the game. Not too long of a pause this time. But overall, if we take stock, PSG pulling ahead in the bot lane, but actually BYG managing to keep up relatively close in terms of CS. But they are going to have to probably copper base soon. Kongyu is in the area to try and help and dissuade any kind of dive. 1116 also moving down river slightly, but
Yeah, he drops a pink in the river, which is going to buy them a little bit of time here as PSG have to kind of reclaim control of the river. Now, actually going to start up the dragon. I think this should go over. PSG's bot lane is getting a lot of priority. You kind of expect that from the double ranged matchup. Typically, they're getting priority, but are at risk of getting ganked.
oh, there are pings going down. It does look like Beyond Gaming do want to try and do something.
They do have the mid priority from 116. Will they look to contest this? I feel
Wow.
like they maybe can before PSG hits those crucial level 6 moments.
Yeah, Beyond Gaming actually
Yeah,
able
okay,
to
so they actually
dissuade
force
that.
it off. I like it. So I think PSG, they have like a small window there where they could have done it, but the reality is without the mid priority, it is difficult. If you've only got priority on one of the lanes, it is just a lot harder. Ubao gets cancelled by 116's Syndra E here.
Yeah,
Nice
is
little
that
combo.
the Q-Max on the Silas? You would do that into the range
Yeah.
matchup, right?
I would think so.
But overall, I think that little dragon scuffle did benefit BYG quite a lot. You know, there's a lot of wasted time on the side of PSG. The Beyond Gaming bot lane actually going to do a quick second base and grab a little bit extra before coming back. And also, you know, Kongyu able to pull ahead a little bit more in terms of camps.
Yeah, small, very small cold lead at the moment.
But it
Mostly
is a
in the
lead.
jungle.
It's a lead.
A lead is a lead. Okay, they're actually starting. BYG is starting to move their vision into the top side, so perhaps Rift Herald will be the next objective played for. We'll have to see whether or not bot lanes rotate up for this, or if they decide to just be a bit more greedy. Both supports are in the area around mid. Could actually see something break out here. Ubao is walking up to the wave. The stun goes wide, but this could bait him into trading.
Kongyu is in the area, but it looks like the junglers are going to be meeting up again in the topside jungle.
Okay, Kongyu actually finds Husha on half HP, and you have the mid priority as well as Leona around.
Yeah, Leona has been pulled up, but is going to start walking back down now. I think it's really
Yeah.
dangerous to leave the Varus alone like that.
Yeah, I think.
Into the Ash Heimdinger, so it does make sense.
Oh, actually,
116.
116 is up here, and I think Husha will end up going down. He can just follow up the R. Ooh, I think perhaps the combo wasn't the best, but Husha is actually going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good stun from 116, but Kongyu not able to follow up with
Yeah.
the stun on Viego.
A nice little reprieve for Ubao. He does actually manage to get a nice base there because he was
Yeah.
really struggling with the mid lane priority, and I think what Leona did there was really, really nice. You saw Kino come up, you know, kind of hover that mid lane, allow them to get priority, and then transition that priority into the red buff. Unfortunately, kind of overstayed their welcome, end up giving up the mid wave, and don't get the kill onto Husha. And actually invested Kongyu's flash into that. So it was
Yeah.
just a flash trade.
And Ubo actually, you know, slightly ahead in CS. Not just even, but ahead. That's pretty impressive for the Silas Syndra matchup. He has got the first strike as well, so only going to keep getting stronger from here.
Yeah, I think he was actually a little behind before the waves were given up by Syndra to go for those roams. So at the end of the day, it is a trade-off. Now, Rift Herald is up, and PSG, we have Woody pathing out of base towards it. Kino is in the area as well. I think we might end up with a 4v4. Salsal is just used for
Ooh,
poke,
that's
and
a- that's
actually,
a lot of
it's quite a
damage.
significant poke onto Kino.
He isn't
Kino
going
has
to
just
have...
hit 6.
Yeah, Ubo isn't going to have that available for the fight now, but I assume it was probably close to expiring anyway, so getting that extra poke damage on Kino, the main engage, is going to be super useful. PSG starting up the Rift Herald now.
And now Kino has ult here, and Woody does not. At the same time, though, PSG have Wako in the area while Fang continues to push bot. I think if you're BYG, you want to kind of slow this down, wait for the Ashe to move back to bot. Maybe the Herald will just be going over and they play for the Dragon instead.
Yeah, Beyond Gaming looking like they're going to concede it. Pretty good for Feng on an individual scale, you know, being able to farm pretty peacefully without getting harassed too much, getting the wave in as well. The Dragon, of course, going to be good to have that in your pocket as well.
Yep, so first Dragon of the game is going to go over to BYG. It's always an interesting trade. I think we said this yesterday about how it's like a conscious choice, right? It gives you better scaling, but you have to deal with the fact that the enemy team does have the Herald. I have to see if Husha can find a place to put this. I feel like maybe if you can get an Ashe ult on mid or something, you can get pretty significant gold with the Herald.
Yeah,
Guy's
definitely,
actually picking up plates.
definitely does feel like having the Rift Herald gives you that sort of power of agency, because if you make one successful play onto a lane, you can snowball that even more and gain an even bigger gold lead from that.
I have to say, our kill predictions aren't looking too hot right now.
Yeah, mine is looking very dire. But I feel like that can change very quickly.
It can. Woody should be hitting 6 fairly soon.
Kino actually hovering quite a lot. He hasn't been in lane all too much, and then I'm surprised that Feng hasn't really been punished for that.
Ubao here actually manages to pick up a 10-minute rower, which feels pretty good, but he doesn't have any boots. A lot of the times you see Silas just rush that tier 2 boots because it's really useful for skirmishing, obviously as a melee champion. And especially in this comp, you feel like you must go Mercs against Syndra, Leona, Varus, but will not have it. On the other hand, it's going to have a much faster rower as a result. Kino's in the area, just kind of sweeping out some of this vision. Going to allow 1116 to keep pressuring his lane opponent here. And Feng, there's a lot of members around him, but as long as he has cleanse, I think he's not in too much trouble. Although might get walked off this wave. Kongyu is on top side, so Feng needs to be very, very careful here. This is a split map situation.
Yeah, he is playing it safe and backing off to his tier 2, which is, I think, the smart move. Actually, he is not doing the same, but he is relatively close to his Mega, so might not be diveable for the side of BYG, but stun goes wide.
Goes wide. I think this is a bit ambitious from BYG. They're going to end up... It's going to cost them on the other side of the map, because even though there's no deaths, Archie is still managing to get CS.
Well, who's looking for damage? Ubao's here as well. I don't know if BYG are aware of this. Kino gets stunned up.
Next, they have the Leona ult as well. Kino is forced to flash. TP was actually used top by Lakai here, so they might actually re-engage. I feel like there's nothing that can be done here. Okay, this is Syndra's TP coming in. They actually back off of it.
Was looking potentially very dangerous for BYG, but the TP does come in from 116 to dissuade that dive. Definitely necessary there, otherwise it likely would have ended up in a double kill for PSG.
Yeah, I think this went slightly... I want to say that trade in particular went slightly better for PSG, but ultimately it was pretty even across the board. I do think it's slightly better to have denied Varus a little bit of gold and get plates onto the Ashe than it was top, because I think top, you didn't actually get any extra plates out of it, and Nar managed to farm pretty much the whole time there. Actually, trading back onto him, does have the leap.
Actually doing a really good job of kiting out there.
Gold difference is looking
It's swinging
up
back
and
and
down.
forth, but yeah. Beyond Gaming actually pulling slightly ahead for now. The Rift Herald hasn't quite been popped yet as far as I'm aware, so you have to keep that in mind as well.
I feel like it doesn't have that much left long run. I think it was picked up at around a little bit past 9 minutes. Yeah, not very long in the Herald. Husha probably should just drop it mid here. You have members in the area. At the same time, though, Kino is here and can maybe stop it. Kino does not have flash. They actually could look for something on him. Husha's going to get quite aggressive here. Kino, I think, might be caught out of position. Has the aftershock, and Leona is unkillable, but actually, okay, almost killable. Okay, goes down. The first blood goes over to Woody. I think Leona can buy so much time, especially with having the Merc treads there. So they are going to find a window to Herald mid. I don't think it's going to convert into that much. Probably just a couple plates here. I think gold on the Heimerdinger, though, is actually quite good. You know, a lot of the time you don't want to give gold to supports too much, but Heimer getting the Rylai's quicker makes a very big difference.
For sure. It provides so much utility, and on top of the Ashe slowing as well, it makes it really hard for BYG to play those, you know, those close skirmishes that are likely going to be happening. Waco has opted for the Ravenous Hydra build as well, which is interesting, I think, because it makes me wonder how these team fights are going to go later on. You know, you've got sort of a lot of range on the side of Ashe and Heimerdinger. It seems like they want to play sort of in their own area and playing a bit far back. But the rest of PSG have pretty big go buttons. And then without the Ashe DPS, it might be a bit difficult to actually find the damage to pick up kills in fights. Possibly,
yeah. We do have the Rylai's completed here by Woody. Actually going to deal quite a lot of damage to Kino here. Very annoying champion to play against. 1116 is pretty low on mana and does not have TP. Dragon's in 10 seconds, so I feel like if Syndra can't find a reset soon, they might actually be forced into giving it, or at least delaying it for some time. I think if you're PSG, you can honestly just start the Dragon here, knowing that there's no way Syndra can be here in time. Kongyu actually takes away the blue. It's very sad. Okay, so it actually is going to be a trade. Tony's looking towards top, consciously giving up this dragon. They know they've got a dragon already, so dragon win condition. It's not going to be relevant for a while. And if perhaps they can speed up this Jax snowball, it could definitely be worth it. On the other side though, Feng doesn't get the opportunity to farm bot, so goes mid instead. And it looks like it'll be Syndra that suffers the result of losing that bot farm. Now that's first tower that actually goes over to Lakai on the Jax. I think that's pretty useful.
Definitely giving him that small gold injection. And also you have to point out that Kongyu is doing a really good job of out-farming his jungle opponent.
Yeah, massively ahead.
Yeah, pretty much 50... Oh, I'm doing maths again. It's not good. 55 CS ahead.
Now this could be a fight here. We have all members in the area. An Ash arrow. Ooh, flash by Syndra.
It feels low.
Oh, gets ulted by Sedge. And I think Syndra is just going to instantly die here. She goes down. There's a lot of damage left for PSG, but RG does get caught out now. The Diego has the Gnar. Will he keep chasing? Silas is pretty strong here, but doesn't have any ults left to take.
Who's just still looking
Kai
for
actually
it?
managed to ninja the Herald in the midst of all that and gets out.
Wow, that was
I think that was pretty heavily misplayed by the Syndra. She ended up
way too
far up, and I also think her build is kind of from outer space. Does have a
From
crown.
outer space. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, I think the crown is not really going to help you here. Either you are out of position or you aren't, and I think having Liandry's against the Saz and the Sejuani is very, very useful, so I'm not really a fan of the Syndra build.
Yeah, I mean, it also just feels like it can just be so easily procced by Waco's volleys, and he's going to be throwing that non-stop already. Taking a look at the damage dealt to champions in that fight, pretty even across the board. Waco topping the damage charts for PSG, just narrowly ahead of Ubao. Whereas on the side of BYG, Feng and Kongyu doing a lot. Kongyu getting that reset really does, you know, turn the fight pretty well in their favor.
Yeah, I think the Syndra going down so early and being such a big part of their team, like they have no other AP threat, so it's pretty much all Syndra. And her going down too early definitely makes the fight hard. She did manage to get off a lot of her cooldowns before she died, but the thing with Syndra is she has like both a lot of burst and pretty good extended damage. So surviving definitely does help. As with most champions. You know, Dragon's in 3 minutes, but there are flashes down, so we might see something. Woody kind of playing with fire. Will he go last hit that ward? It's tempting.
Surely.
Okay, so they still have the Herald, but it's on Jax. Lakai is coming down, so they might look to Herald mid and break this here. Woody potentially out of position. The Syndra stun connects, and Leona ult follows up. Ooh, I don't think anything's really going to happen off that. Okay, so they do get Woody's flash. And now this tower is being sieged. We have Silas and Gnar maybe coming up. They're actually going to look to chase. The cleanse comes out of Feng onto the Ashe ult. Silas can maybe steal the Leona ult. Will he go for it? He
actually does get stunned up.
Keno still has flash. The Syndra stun connects. I think if Keno had hit that, he might have died. Kongyu kiting back. There's a lot of damage. Keno is forced to flash out.
BYG on the run.
Ashe poke really starts to add up. You know, there was an E thrown in there by Keno that I'm pretty sure if he'd hit, would have just instantly died. So pretty glad that he did not hit that.
Yeah, now PSG on the offensive. Gonna be able to take this mid tower. Oh, there's no minions though.
Yeah, can't take it quite yet. And this is actually a TP committed out of Lakai in order to keep this tower up. Now, no cleanse on the Varus. The Ashe ult is significantly shorter cooldown than cleanse, and also there are many other tools, you know, the Gnar, Sejar, that perhaps a no cleanse Varus can be punished.
Yeah, the Ravenous Hydra and Lucidity Boots for Waco means that his ult is actually already back up. That is really scary to think about. You have to assume he's got Ultimate Hunter as well. And yeah, Feng really going to have to watch himself for the next few minutes as the Dragon comes up, as well as the Baron buff. Potentially going to be a lot of fighting in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, not having cleanse for the Dragon fight, I feel like, is kind of a big deal. The gold still remains in touching distance for both teams.
Luckily, Feng, you know, he is on the AD lethality build, so he is able to play from range pretty effectively. He just does have to be wary of the angles that he can be attacked by, and really make sure he's keeping track of that.
Now their ping's going down onto RG's Gnar. Will they actually look to punish him at all before this fight starts? Doesn't look like it. So just going back to controlling the river, 45 seconds on the Dragon right now. Woody, crucially, is the only member PSG missing flash. Lakai actually has a nice flank here. He's going to go onto Waku, but Waku has cleanse. Sejao comes onto the Jax. Jax actually getting a lot of damage down. It looks like Woody is punished for having no flash.
Keno's taking no damage.
Now Lakai getting kited out. Yeah, so the no flash Heimerdinger was punished pretty heavily there. It was a really nice angle from Lakai as well.
Yeah.
To kind of distract the whole team. I'm not sure what happened to Woody. I think he got Syndra stunned or Leona altered in there somewhere.
Definitely a lot going on in these fights, but Woody gonna fall, and Waco losing his cleanse as well, which is gonna be, you know, equally as bad. Obviously, the Varus ult isn't on as short of a cooldown, but BYG do have a lot of tools to make engages of their own.
Hey,
You're gonna be
BYG.
looking for something. Stun goes wide.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to get onto them when you're missing that Varus ult and the Leona ult. Woody is actually here in time, and BYG, they might have maybe overstayed their welcome. They haven't reset. Lakai is recalling and does not have TP.
Ooh,
PSG might be able to get a bit of control back.
Waco is sitting on half HP, but he can still play from range, and without the Varus and Leona, as you said, it becomes pretty easy for him to play. Dragon gonna be picked up by PSG, it looks like, but BYG, they're looking for a fight here.
Yeah, I think they just want to play for the fight after. Woody still does not have his flash. Will they actually go for it? I'm not sure they can. I think you might just have to back off. The Syndra stun connects.
Ooh.
Varus ult hits onto Silas. Ooh, very nice. Sonya's coming out of from Ubao. Ashe ult does connect, but will there be any follow-up? It doesn't look like it. I feel like this is just a standoff, and they will probably just disengage. In the meantime, PSG is losing a lot of minions on the mid wave. They're going to have trouble getting back around. So while the Dragon goes over, the gold slightly better for BYG.
Yeah, Ubel does pick up the Leona ult again. We'll see if he tries to look for it here. I feel like they do actually have the advantage here. 3 minutes of BYG too far up. Stun just misses on
Ooh, the chain
1116.
connects onto 1116, and Kino, I think, is actually going to go down here. Will they push for more? I think they can.
And she's close to Mega.
Chasing, he's going to get it soon, but maybe there just isn't anything else. There's still a few tools available. Syndra stun particularly. Okay, so 1116 did lose Flash here and does not have cleanse. With the Ashe ult coming up soon, Syndra is very, very vulnerable.
Ubel
Ubao does get caught out on the side and does not have Zhonya's. I think he actually might have going down. Does not quite go down. The Ashe ult comes through and actually hits Syndra. Kongyu flashes over him. 1116 gets hit by it, but there's no follow-up. Husha just kiting out.
Wow, just barely
Very
not
low
enough
health
damage
bars.
to get any kills there from both sides, but PSG are going to pick up a tower as well as the Dragon from earlier for their troubles, so overall, probably a net positive for them. It does seem like even though, you know, even though both teams don't have this rally that we talked about earlier, still a lot of, you know, I guess hesitancy, even though they have a lot of engage tools. I feels like no one is really stepping out of line enough to be able to capitalize on that in most of these situations.
Yeah, I feel like Ashe is very hard to chase into. Obviously, just like keep spamming out the W, and same with Syndra. So even though there are a lot more engage options in this game than we've seen previously, there's also a fair amount of disengage. So it's still quite difficult, I think, to chase beyond your first pick.
Haha, beyond, I like that.
That was unintentional, everyone. I'm sorry. Now, 1116 does not have flash. Does have his crown, though. Done his use, so potentially a little vulnerable. There are people in the area.
Ooh, Waco has actually finished his Muramana now as well, so going to be very strong with those relentless volleys coming out one by one. And Kino is yet to hit his mythic item as well, so you have to feel like PSG, if a fight were to happen here, they are at an advantage.
Actually a 2-level lead here in the mid lane. Ubao scaling up quite nicely. Does have the extra level from Rod of Ages. PSG, they have a lot of control of this river. I think with Heimer, you actually do it reasonably fast, even though you don't have the huge damage coming out of Ashe. So, like, it could be just Ashe arrows thrown out here. I don't think it's going to lead to too much, but the cooldown is low enough that you can kind of commit it and not really be expecting too much to come of it.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Beyond Gaming. It does feel like the pattern that they're looking for in these fights is going to be getting Kongyu that reset and sort of letting him wreak havoc on the team fight, but PSG, they have so many tools to sort of disengage and
TP
dissuade.
comes in. Sejol goes out. I think
Lots of
Kino
CC.
manages to flash. Okay, but he is CC. Kino is just going to go down here.
That's a big pick. They might look for Baron here.
You can start it, but you are missing a couple of your turning tools. There's no Sedge ult. There's no Ashe ult. Okay, the Sans
Ubao's
actually
going
turns in.
Kongyu's dropped very low here. It's going to be hard to see him contesting this fight.
Okay,
1116 is
Ubao
basing.
does not have any engage tools, so steals one of the enemy team. Lakai is actually going to look for something, but I feel like he can't. He just gets
Oh, he's coming
kited
in
too
really
hard.
far by himself.
Yeah, I think this wasn't the best play from Lakai. There's just way too much CC. We'd probably be better off trading something in the side lane.
Oh,
But
Feng
actually,
going
an
in-
aggressive flash comes out from Feng and takes down Aji.
That's a huge pick from Fing. I don't think
Yeah, I
think
think that
PSG can
stops
do
the
it.
Baron. Okay, but they're actually
Oh,
going
the
to
arrow.
work very, very close. The arrow goes slightly wide.
Fing does have the cleanse available anyway, but good to save that for the next fight. Dragon is up in 1 minute now. It looks like PSG.
Ooh.
Oh,
I actually can't
cleanse.
believe that connected, and a lot of respect coming out from Feng to
Yeah.
instantly cleanse there.
I feel like he probably didn't need to do that. He had a lot of his teammates backing him up there.
Yeah,
Actually
I think I agree.
panicking a little bit. And that is definitely going to hurt for this next Dragon fight coming up.
Yeah, so-
Despite the fact that BYG were able to dissuade PSG from taking that Baron in the end.
Yeah, I think this Baron or this Dragon is going to be pretty explosive. There are a lot of summoners missing on BYG. They're missing 4 flashes as well as the cleanse. And with all of PSG's engage tools, I have to feel like they're pretty confident to fight this.
Yeah, PSG, it does feel like all they need to do is prevent that first person from dying. And as long as Konyu doesn't get that reset, it's hard to see them being able to win a fight. Silas has picked up the Zhonyas now.
Yeah, 1116 does not have the Void Staff, and a lot of magic resist coming in for PSG. It's going to be very difficult for Syndra to deal damage in this fight. At the same time, has a little bit of true damage on the W, if she has the stacks. PSG, they have early control, and they know the BYG are missing a lot of sums. If they can pull the trigger early, they can potentially pick pretty much anyone here.
BYG, they're moving towards the Baron instead, forcing PSG
Hey.
to come back up and make sure they're actually not starting it.
Yeah, I like it. At the same time, I don't think you can commit too hard because the engage tools, they can kind of just chase you up the river with it. And I'm not sure I like this from BYG. They've given up all the control over the mid-wave, and they're spotted out. I feel like they kind of just get
Hard. They have
herded
to
out
back
of this
off.
area now. Yeah, I don't really like the full commit from BYG. I like moving towards the Baron, try and get PSG away from the Dragon, at least for a while. But now they kind of just get chased off and there's no trade, not even a couple jungle camps or a top wave. They're actually moving back towards bot side, but Kino remains in the top bush. Very interesting here.
Yeah, Waco looking like he's going to start at the Dragon, and the rest of them are following, but BYG, they're looking back on the Baron again. I think they're really just
Ooh.
trying to pull PSG away, but I don't know if it's going to work a second time. It
Yeah,
actually
I think
is.
they are.
Oh, they're pinging Husha to keep finishing the Dragon as well. This is really smart from PSG, knowing that BYG, they don't actually have the
Ooh.
capacity to be
Husha
able to
was-
finish the Baron.
Husha was spotted on that ward, so BYG, I think they're going to get quite aggressive on this. Yeah, it
Kino's
looks like
far up.
Husha has had to stop the Baron. Kino taking a lot of damage for free. That's really not how you want to
Oh, the
start the
arrow!
fight. Huge Ash arrow comes in. Kino does get the aftershock off, but just goes instantly down. I think BYG, they kind of got
huge.
baited a little bit. Sedge showed on the blue trinket,
Yeah,
but then
really-
she just stopped and came back up.
Really well placed arrow there from Waco. Picking up their kill on Kino means that they can actually look at potentially signing this Baron as well, or at least forcing a fight, which is I think what they really want here.
Yeah, I think PSG, they're in a really good spot here. Oh, actually, big chunk onto Konyu before the fight starts, and that's really important. Kongyu's going to have a very hard time getting towards this Baron. Stun is missed from 1116. It might actually be engaged
Oh.
on. Sejong comes through. Lakai does take a fair amount of damage, so Varusol
Husha.
trades back.
Husha forced the flash there on the back end of that as well, but they're still going to be on the Baron.
I
6k
think they just,
HP.
yeah, I think they just pick it up. There's nothing really left here. I think Kino, he's been having a really rough game, constantly caught out. Obviously, it's kind of the life of a melee support. Ult comes in, and Cinder's stun does not have cleanse.
Uber
The chain
might
connects,
actually
and
better find
she's going to
this.
go down.
Wow, we have 1116 getting picked up on the back end of that as well. Means that PSG are going to be able to pick up the Ocean Drake as well.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the third Dragon too. Assuming they do end up going to pick it up.
PSG just kind of got everything they wanted here. They managed to give the Baron without giving over a Dragon, and they got a couple kills on top of it.
Yeah, I think that 1116 death time is like a really big part of that actually, because it means that PSG just has so much more freedom now with the Baron buff in hand to really wreak havoc all across the map. You can see Ubel starting to push up the top lane as well and forcing Likai to come and respond around about the outer turret. And a lot of gold to spend as well for PSG too.
Force of Nature was completed by Sejuani, so pretty much already unkillable for Syndra, but now even more so. It's going to be very difficult for her to get chunked out at this stage of the game. Now PSG, I think they probably will look to take this drag pretty early before pushing with their dragons. I think dragon is a realistic win condition for them. This will be their third. Getting some control for now.
Ubel's actually shifted back down to the bottom lane too. And it looks like PSG, they're actually not too rushed to just do this Dragon, which I think is a good idea. They should focus on getting their wave set up first, so that they can get a lot of pushes out using the Baron buff. But actually are going to do the Dragon instead. This is, I don't really like this. This is a lot of wasted time now with the Baron buff. It's probably like almost half depleted now.
Yeah, I feel like there's maybe a more efficient way to have done this, but I do like just picking up the Dragon anyway. They actually look for an engage
Well, the arrow
here.
hits- ooh,
Konyu, I think, might
so
be caught out of
close.
position. They still have the Sejar. Will it be thrown down? It looks like it will not. They're just going to wait and get in these Baron waves. don't need to feel too rushed.
Uber might be caught out here.
Caught out. He takes a lot of damage, but
getting chased
actually
down.
Kongi was kind of fully committing to this.
Oh,
He's
stun.
forced to Zhonya's, but I think he's in a bad position. Ubao is forced to flash out. Is chased by Lakai on the Jax.
the vehicle
He's getting
over
very,
the
very low and goes down to Syndra. Will they chase this? I think they can. They can kind of look to slow chase this. A lot of damage coming out.
Oh, Likai.
Yeah, Likai with a really good flank can maybe look to get onto Ashe here. Syndra is dealing a lot of damage
Kongi's
to the
low.
Sedge. Oh, but the turnaround actually just ends up Ashe dealing a lot of damage there. I think the problem was that Syndra and Varus here, Fang and 1116 ended up 2 split and then couldn't really deal damage.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play initially from BOG to be able to find that kill onto Ubao, but I think chasing through the jungle was a really bad idea. You know, chasing into an Ashe and a Heimerdinger with next to no vision.
And now, sieging. Okay, gonna back off. They don't have Silas. They did have 2 dead though. Wako, he's been having a great game so far.
Has picked up the Imperial Mandate as well. And ultimately, PSG going to be having a 4k gold lead from their Baron power play. And that pretty much is the gold lead you see in general. So a lot of, you know, despite the fact that they only picked up that mid tower and the dragon, still, you know, a lot of gold going their way overall.
Yeah, I think it's actually really problematic that Syndra's built like this, because if Varus is going for the poke build, it's obviously going to struggle to deal with these front lane tanks. And that's when you'd expect the Syndra with something like, you know, the Liandry's Saris, the Liandry's Void, to be able to deal with that. But instead, going for Crown Shadow Flame, really just not what you need. You're not going to be able to hit the squishies here, and I don't feel like the Crown's ever saved him. It's just kind of delayed his death.
Yeah, and the worst part of it is that BOG are really reliant on, you know, Kongi finding those resets, and without enough damage to even get that first kill, you know, we saw when BOG were able to pick up that kill on Ubao, you know, they actually started to win that fight, and that's what they need again if they want to have a chance in these 5v5s, but, you know, that lack of damage from Syndra is really going to hurt them.
These waves are being pushed in. PSG, they have a lot of control of this bot side, and then Dragon is in 2.5 minutes. There's a lot of sums up, so maybe we'll see some burn, but I don't think there will be any kills given over, at least in the meantime. I think if you're PSG here, you pretty much just need to play slow and bring BYG out of their base towards this 4th dragon. I think if you get the Ocean Soul, feels really, really good here. There's no healing cut just yet on the side of BYG, as well as having a fair amount of poke. The Ocean Drag, very good against these.
Definitely do agree on that. Baron buff coming up again in 1 minute and 30. You can see PSG already starting to gain a little bit of control on the top side and drop a few wards.
Rabadon's is actually completed for Ubao reasonably early. He's going to have it in time for this 4th dragon fight.
Waco leading the player gold right now at 12.6k. You can really see that, you know, coming into effect. He's doing so much poke damage and hasn't died yet. It's just so difficult for BOG to be able to find that initial gauge onto him when he's playing so well with his range.
Yeah, I think having both ADCs having the cleanse, it kind of gives you that one little bit of extra line of defense for all these ults and CC coming out. Now it looks like it is going to be a 4v4 contest maybe on the mid wave. Kino actually might be caught out of position again. The Ashe ult misses, but perhaps the damage is done. Not too much damage onto Kino. Ult used. I think they will be back up in time for the dragon. They're actually going to use this time in order to take a little bit of Baron control.
Overall, communication a little bit slow on the side of PSG. Ashe ult coming just that little bit too late. It could have been a really huge pick for PSG, although it is important to mention that none of the objectives are actually up quite yet.
I think if Kino had gone down, it might have meant Baron, because would still be dead at this point, and obviously much harder to control vision with your support dead. Kino is actually 0-5, making up a lot of these deaths here for his team. Not the best performance.
Not great.
Now will we see another re-engage here that Kino is walking up and does not have flash, and he is kind of that, he's the one that's going to get hit by all this. He's the one that has to face check. The arrow does go wide.
Kino's really far up.
Okay,
Doesn't
Kino,
find the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, okay, the Syndra stun goes wide too. The Leona ult, Ubao might look for it onto the Syndra, actually just chunks Kino out with it instead. Yeah, going down to half health, it's going to make engaging much more difficult. And walking into Heimerdinger turrets doesn't feel the best. Now, Dragon is up. A lot of poke coming out from Wako. Okay, the chain actually connects and is in the middle of the fight. Really good Zhonya's manages to dodge. Oh, actually nice Naro, but it's flashed out. Varus is still alive and Syndra goes down. Oh,
Wake hits the
he
arrow.
actually looks to re-engage. Woody is taking a lot of damage here on the side, but
Wake
is
is
he going to go
1v1.
down? Lakai, he manages to kite out now. Ooh, it actually turned the Viego around. I thought he was going to keep going with it. It was kind of difficult to tell what was going on in this fight. There was a lot of split fights here, but I think PSG, they come out on top with a 1-for-2, and I think they will be able to pick up the Ocean Drag. Oh, actually cancels the base onto Kongyu. And TP coming in, if Kongyu ends up going down, could be Baron. He's still playing in the Viego Shroud.
Oh, PSG actually finding it hard to get into the pit and attack this dragon.
I think you just start it. If BYG come to contest, even if they get the drag, you can just kill them and look to Baron straight after.
Yeah, Kongyu's on a flank, but he's, you know,
I think they're giving
never mind.
too much respect. Okay, the Ash
arrow.
comes through and it does hit onto Lakai. Lakai is taking a lot of damage, has the counter strike. Actually, lots of damage being traded here from the
Oh,
Varus.
BYG cutting out really well here.
Ooh, very, very low health bars across the board.
Oh,
Lakai goes
Lakai.
in, but flashes come out.
He's
Ubao,
too
the
deep.
chain's going to connect. Is he going to go down? He does.
Oh, the reset.
Vango actually gets the reset. Argy here, though, is on full HP, and I think he can just chase him down. Kongyu goes over the wall, but you feel like Nara should be able to chase. But there's actually Kino and 1116 are back on the map here. And I feel like Dragon might not actually end up going down.
Kongyu's on the run as well. Oh, it does connect the stun.
Wow, all three ults were used onto him, and actually, and the
Wish I just
flash.
find it.
Pretty much got as much as he could there, but does still end up going down. And with the jungler's death being so late, I think PSG might be able to go from this to Baron, if they really want to.
Yeah, you can see BOG really not interested in this dragon anymore. Looking to get as much vision cleared out on the top side as possible, but actually going to miss out that one ward around about the blue buff. It's going to be pretty dangerous. You know, it is a flank TP ward, though both TPs have already been expended for the side of PSG. And actually it's expired just now, so ignore me.
Resets come through. PSG looking to play it safe here, just want to regain that topside control. They have the soul. They know they don't need to do anything risky. If they just continue to play the game slowly and methodically, are going to find themselves picking up a win.
Yeah.
Fang is missing both sums, by the way. Yeah, let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, so I think the engage was kited out pretty well from BYG.
Fang pops the cleanse.
Fang was putting a lot of damage out, and Ash kind of struggling to get any damage beyond the front line. But I think the re-engage from Lakai maybe wasn't it. If he just backed off, then he gets kited out. Ubao, he went back in. And even though the Viego gets the reset, the problem is Azzy comes back with full HP and can just start chasing them down.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, Fang isn't in any position to return any DPS. And would have actually been pretty good for BOG there. You know, they were kiting that fight out quite well, doing a lot of damage. But as you said, that re-engage from Likai, potentially pretty unnecessary considering that 1116 and Kena were on their way back.
Okay, Ashal is fished for again, but does miss. He's got a very short cooldown though. The Leona was picked up by Ubao once again.
Ooh, solar
Kino.
flare.
Oh, it does kind of go wide. I think this is kind of PSG in a much better spot here. They can keep poking. A lot of the engage tools have been used already. They have the bush control. It's very, very difficult to face check this. But Kai actually takes a lot of damage.
Oh,
He's
Kai's
extremely
down.
low, and I think he just dies. Ubao might look to continue
Ashal
chasing it.
connects.
Oh, 116 gets hit by, and he does not have cleanse. I think he's just going to go down.
Oh,
Aji
no.
gets in with the Naro. Kino taken down as well. I think they might just be able to end off that. Only the Varus and the Viego alive. Not a lot of wave clear between them. Literally just the Varus ults.
Yeah, you have to imagine this is the game now for PSG with the Ocean Drake, you know, all full HP bars. I don't see a world where they don't end here, and really well played by them, you know, they're just playing very patiently in the side river bush and forcing BYG to come and check it, and ultimately it's Likai who's the first one who drops, and then the rest of them follow.
Can they hit this tower? I mean, Varus has a lot of damage, and there isn't a ton of threat left up
Oh,
onto
Kongyu.
him. Kongyu goes in and just instantly drops.
Fang
Fang,
is
I
looking in
don't think
trouble
he can
as
do much.
well.
He's trying his best, but it looks like PSG is going to take our first game of the day. 17, oh, actually 23 kills total. I think I said 24.
Oh, okay,
so-
you won this time, but PSG, they're the big winners for tonight, taking out the first game of day 3. And really well played by them, you know, whipping out the Ash Heimerdinger, and it looks like they really do know how to play it. All the way from laning phase, they were sort of dominating their lane, making sure the Fang was constantly under his turret. And in the late game as well, just really understanding their roles in the team fights, you know, like there were several fights where Woody on the Heimerdinger pretty much just like 1v3ing multiple people and just slowing them down and causing so much mayhem.
Yeah, I think I agree. I also think on the other side of things, BYG, they looked very, very lost this game in my opinion. I think the Syndra itemization was very off. I think a lot of the decisions made in the game were very strange. Like there was that time where you were kind of hard weak-siding your Varus to get ahead of your Jax, which does make sense, but the problem was that Nara is such a better kind of weak-side champ than Varus is. So what ended up happening is you were just losing stuff bot side and not getting anything top, which felt not very good.
That's definitely rough. Like, I mean, to be fair, Fing didn't end up that behind on the Varus, but it feels like he wasn't really, you know, fit enough to do anything significant in the game. You know, we did see a few Varus ults coming out from him, but ultimately there just isn't enough damage on the rest of the team to be able to follow up on that. You really want to get that, you know, the Syndra ult one-shot them, keep them CC chain, and make sure Viego gets that first reset. But yeah, just really struggling to find that in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, Kino as well. I think he had a lot of times where he was just caught out of position. A lot of the time, when you're playing an engaged support, it's very unlikely that if you get caught out of position that you actually die. But if you lose a lot of HP, it's actually a lot of effective health that you don't have on the engage. Obviously, with all the aftershock resistances, your small HP bar actually means quite a bit when you go for that engage. So if you lose, say, 30% of your health, suddenly you're missing, you know, much more than that in effective HP. And it makes those tanks that are normally very difficult to kill kind of, you know, quite killable.
Yeah, pretty easy to kill, yeah. And I think I really want to shout out Wako as well, you know. He was, I mean, I was going to say he was a silent hero, but he really was hitting so many of those key air shots, even like across the map, that one where he hit Kino around the Baron pit, that sort of gave them a lot of push in that moment. And I think overall, just understanding his pick very well and what his role was, you know, just keep your distance, make sure you're poking as much as possible, and throwing out those air shots off cooldown.
Yeah, I think a few of those might have even bent around people because somehow Syndra was getting hit by them every time.
That one was crazy.
And that's really what you want to hit with it, right? It's like you've got those two carries. One of them is a mobile and does not have cleanse and manages to hit, you know, very crucial ones onto them. Obviously with Ashe, you have a very low cooldown, so you can kind of just keep throwing it out. But the difference, I think, between, you know, good Ashes and great Ashes is, can you actually hit arrows onto those really high priority targets? And Wako, he certainly could.
It was a bit of a rough one on the other side for Kino on Leona. You know, he is sort of one of the main engage tools for them, but because, you know, he's often the one who has to soak up all the damage in the front, as you'd expect from the Leona, right? But it reached the point where PSG, they had so much sort of poke damage that he was actually getting chipped quite a lot before those fights. You know, often starting those fights half HP, maybe less than half HP, and that really doesn't bode well because it restricts the options going into the fight that's about to ensue.
Yeah, I do think that we're obviously being kind of harsher on Kino, but once you fall behind against that comp, it's very,
so
very
hard.
difficult to play a Leona into it. So I think his early deaths were, you know, could definitely be fixed, and I think that's like really where the focus needs to be. Once he's 0-4, 0-5, I think deaths beyond that point don't mean a whole lot. That's kind of just playing support at that point. You're expected to die, at least some of the time.
Yeah, it's really rough. I think, yeah, especially when you're behind and PSG are playing it so well, as you'll see in some of these highlights, it's just so hard to have an impact. Just so much going on in this fight especially, but this air shot from Wako picking off Kino as well. And you can see Woody as well, pretty much 1v1ing Likai and distracting him for the whole fight. And Kongu not able to find anything with the Viego ult either.
Yeah, huge damage coming out of Waco, just a lot of poke. You know, with the Ashe build, you get your W and your R down to such low cooldowns that you can kind of just keep spamming them out. And I think also here, we see that strong side Jax really just failing to have any impact. Obviously, it is hard when you're playing against a lot of range champions, but maybe then you should just be playing towards that split push, or if that's not the answer either, maybe just a blind pick Jax isn't the play.
Yeah, it did feel like he was definitely getting outclassed even from lane by the top lane now, but MVP is going to be going to Waco.
100% KP.
100%.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
crazy.
That's
I did
pretty
not
good.
realize that in the game. 100% KP and 29.7% damage of his team. Yeah, 100% KP. I feel like you don't see that very often, let alone from an ADC. Normally, if it's anyone, it's going to be the support or jungler, right? But surely a kill here and there kind of happens without you. But wow, 100%. What a monster.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the build that he went, right, with the Ravenous Hydra, the Mirror Mana, and then the Imperial Mandate, it does end up being pretty much like a support. It doesn't really feel like an ADC anymore. But, you know, despite that, he's role swapped pretty well.
Well, if the support does top damage like he did, then is it really a support? I'm not sure.
Definitely pretty problematic.
Yeah. Oh, I think Ashe is so broken. I really hate versing that champ right now. I think that the problem is the ult is so low cooldown and also so low committal. You know, if you throw out the ult and it just like, even if it misses, there's no punishment for it. And you can just keep doing it over and over.
Yeah, I mean, really well played from from their end. But we are going to be heading into our next match now. We've got S9W coming up against Stuart's team. Don't go anywhere.
Grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. First you did, crush the game. Always know what's a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you winning. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the PCS Spring Split. We've just come off of a really good game between BYG and the side of PSG Talon. Next up we do have S9W going up against Jewish Team. Now interestingly enough, both of these teams are 0-2 so far. So it makes for sort of an interesting dynamic to the match itself.
Yeah, so one of these teams here is going to pick up their first win, and I think despite the fact that both of them have losing records, they have had reasonably exciting draft. So I'm maybe looking for something kind of spicy. Hopefully it is as spicy or even more so than the last game draft. So I think, yeah, we got 23 kills in that first game, which is a lot more than we've seen in some of the other games. So I don't mind long games as long as they're action-packed.
Yeah, that one definitely did have a lot more excitement overall. We saw a lot more skirmishes. Both sides are really looking for that. And I think, yeah, just, no more Lucian Nami, no more Zeri Yumi, no more Cassante. Makes for a pretty good game. Who would have thought? Yeah,
Melk's become a hater, man. He does not like the meta at all.
I mean, it does feel like a lot of the drafts end up the same way. But CM9, they are a team that has sort of surprised us already with some, some unique picks they're pulling out. And I hope that they'll continue to do that in this game up against Jewish Team.
Yeah, now who do you think is the player to watch on this team? Because I would say Keras probably has had... He had those playmaking moments on the Thresh. They didn't actually lead into anything, but they had two really insane hooks, and it was kind of a shame that we didn't see any follow-up on that. And we did see the Kalista Thresh out of this team yesterday, so definitely something different, like you said, kind of not going for that Lucian Nami or the Zeri Lulu, that sort of trade.
Yeah. I mean, for context, they did pick Kalista Thresh into the Lucian Nami last time, and they had like a really early bot lane skirmish where Keras found like a miracle hook, using the dematerializer to sort of hook through the minion, but ultimately YJY wasn't able to proc his render time and actually gives over the kill, and that is sort of what that was the start of their demise for that game, right? And I feel like if they are able to pick up that first kill, it goes so much differently.
And on the other side, Jewish Team, the Kunai, WSL, Zhaotu, Pepero, and Enhua. This team, I remember it was Zhaotu's Kassadin, right, that ended up 6-1 and unfortunately lost. So I think that was kind of like a draft issue. But I do think this team, they have potential, right? I think they've had kind of a rough go of it so far, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out swinging and end up picking up this win.
Yeah, it definitely was rough. Yeah, for Zhaotu specifically, because he played the Kassadin into the Rise the first game. And, he did end up doing quite a lot of damage on his team, but it was one of those situations where, you pick Kassadin, your team forced you far behind, and then the game is lost before you can actually have enough of an impact. And then the next day, he played Rise, and didn't have too good of a game. He got ganked pretty early on, and that kind of just shut him down for the rest of the game. Yeah,
they really have had rough early games, like you said. There was kind of a disaster with the Rise versus Silas, and then in that very first game where they played Kassadin, WSL actually got invaded, and I think maybe solo killed or at least pushed out of the jungle like very early on. So I think Jewish Team, if they can get a much more stable early game, I could definitely see them coming out on top.
Yeah. In saying that though, S9W, the strength that they have shown us in their previous games has mainly been around their early games. So there's definitely a clear weakness for Jewish Team. They are collapsing relatively early on. So if S9W can really ramp up the heat in those first few levels, in those first few minutes, it's definitely going to be good signs for them.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to prioritize here, because you've shown your Kalista Thresh yesterday. Now, it could just be their answer to Lucian Nami, and maybe they're happy to give that over. At the same time, maybe you prioritize the Lucian Nami of your own. Look to take it away. So we are into the draft. S9W on the blue side up against DWT on the red side. Renekton, Cassante, Vi, and Caitlyn all taken away already. Glad to see Cassante gone. So there's a lot of power packs that are going to be open here with these early target bans.
Yeah, Vi, Caitlyn, the tilt over duo banned out for the side of Jewish Team.
So there's, okay, Elise is banned. Maokai might be taken away by Jewish Team here. I feel like giving over Maokai without the Elise trade does feel not that great. Yeah, I would expect to see Maokai as the last ban. Ashe is open too, though. Oh, actually, no, Relia. Okay, so leaving all the power picks up, I'm going to try trade 2 for 1. So if S9W take the Maokai, you can take the Ashe and something else of your choice. What will the first pick be here? Okay, actually, maybe S9W will take the Ashe away. Happy to play into the Maokai if that's the case.
Are they going to lock it in? I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I think Ashe is really OP. I'd like to say. Okay, so DWT, you have to feel like they're going to pick up the Maokai here. I think you'd be pretty uncomfortable giving over both Ashe and Maokai. So I think you take Maokai, and then I'm not too sure what you're going to pick after that. You can afford to pick Lucian here, I think, if you want. But at the same time, do you want Lucian into potentially the Varus and Ashe with much longer range? Definitely something you have to think about here. Ooh. Do we actually see the Silas? No, I don't think. Oh, I actually kind of like taking away the Varus. Yeah, okay, I actually think that's a pretty smart choice. So you break up the Ashe-Varus combo, and this probably puts Ashe more towards the ADC role, I would think. Sejuani would make sense. You kind of pick up the remaining priority jungler. Vi's banned, so is Elise. Maokai is taken. So will you go for the Sedge here? I think you do. Also, I think pretty good versus Varus, because obviously if Varus goes towards the poke build, you end up being very tanky into it. So actually, I really like S9W's draft so far. I actually like both drafts, so no complaints yet. I think you should probably pick up... Okay, if it's... I actually think you don't want to pick up your support here. I think you want to keep this Ashe flex alive. Maybe look towards a blind mid laner or a blind top. Ryze is still open. And could be a good blind, although it isn't that great with Sedge. Ooh,
the Jhin.
So it will actually be the Jhin. Now, potentially
really
it can be Jhin support, but most likely it will just be Jhin, AD, and the Ashe support. DWT. Insta-lock the Jax. So they can do Jax into 2 bans here. And I believe the bans we saw for Jax the previous game were Jace and Gnar? Oh no, Gnar ended up being picked. It was Jace and something else. I can't remember what it was. Fiora is banned away. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Renekton. Hey, so if you're S9W, I think you probably ban out supports here. Alternatively, maybe ban some of these like red side 5P mid laners like Kassadin. Kassadin could get a lot of value if S9W end up going for an AP mid here. Actually, the Nautilus, so taking away the supports.
That's a pretty good one, making sure that, you know, the ranged players in the bot lane have a little bit more safety. I wonder if they'll ban out another hook champion, maybe like the Threshold Leona, the Leona as well. Sorry about that.
DWT, will they ban the Jace or perhaps the Gnar? Depends on Ralhia's champ pool. Oh, actually the Yarn.
Wow.
Kind of
Okay.
interesting. I think maybe just denying that as a mid pick with the Sejuani. I feel like he probably wouldn't play it top into Jax, but definitely a strong mid 2v2. Taking that away kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it does feel kind of targeted. Like I would imagine that the Jax does pretty well into the Yone like in side lane later on. So it's interesting to see that one banned. Kassadin ban going to come out as the last ban for S9W.
Yeah, I think the Kassadin ban makes a lot of sense. If you're not playing an AD mid, and given that one was just banned, I think, yeah, you're going to have to blind an AP mid here and would have double AP mid jungle.
Ooh, the
Ooh,
Pike.
the Pike. I would love to see that locked in. Very aggressive.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the Thresh for, you know, a pretty strong lane in Varus Thresh, but Pike could work out as well. It is going to be locked in.
Exciting.
Exciting stuff.
Ooh, now if you're S9W, I think your mid pick here, it's going to mean a lot. You need something that can deal with these short range champions, as well as having some mobility, because there's a lot of pick potential coming out from Duo's team. 9W, what will the picks be? You have to take your answer into Jax, as well as your blind pick mid. Ryze is always open. Just something people might go for here.
Jace?
Will be the Jace. So Jace was not banned for the Jax, and I feel like...
Oh, Akali.
Now, this
Okay.
could actually be a Kali top. I think a Kali mid or top both can be good here. Obviously does synergize at least a little bit. Ooh, will we see a Yasuo?
That seems
I feel
like
like
a rough
we
one.
won't.
I don't think it should be the Yasuo. It would be a good mid-jungle duo with the Sejuani, but not really many knockups. Set being hovered now.
Yeah, potentially this can be a double flex, depending on what is last pick from Duo's
Yeah.
team. Okay,
Oh,
so it's
Ahri.
actually going to be the... Ooh.
Jace.
Okay,
Yeah, they're
so
really
this-
switching around a
yeah.
lot.
Alright, so Akali will end up being the blind pick mid, and Jace is picked into Jax here. Now, your last pick, I think Ryze should probably be the pick. Ryze is very good versus Akali, lots of priority, and can help you play towards that Pike and Varus. I'd be a pretty big fan of the Ryze here, or as long as you can get push and be tanky enough that Akali can't really threaten you. Lissandra could be an option as well, but I like the Ryze. I think
See
it
if
is
they end up
going to
changing it.
be... Yes, so it
Yes.
does get locked in. Okay, so 2 more very destructive comps. Lots of engage across the board. I think we're going to need a kill prediction, Amel.
Kill prediction. I don't know anymore. You go first.
Ooh, I think this one will be slightly lower than last game. I'm going to say 17.
Really? I would have thought it'd be higher.
Really?
I'm gonna go with
You're not going higher than
21.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just so much raw damage on the side of S9W. I do feel it might actually be the Jace mid into the Rise.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
It is kind of a double flex between the Jace and the Akali.
Yeah,
so...
we did see a Jace versus Rise before, but I feel like it's not the best. Although Jace does outrange Rise, like in those kind of later game team fights, but I feel like Rise does pretty well into Jace in the early game. So interesting, if they do end up actually committing to those lanes, I think it's going to mean that you probably get more priority mid at the cost of having you lack priority top, right?
Yeah.
Like the Akali would not get priority into the Rise. I think Jace can do it decently. So I think the mid priority probably is more important in this game than the top priority. So yeah, they actually commit to it, and I think that's a really smart adaptation out of S9W.
Yeah, I like it, because they already know that the bot lane on both sides is going to be quite volatile, right? You've got Inhwa going to be fishing for hooks pretty much off cooldown, whereas two range supports obviously, good for laning strength, but definitely very abusable if there is jungle pressure and mid pressure.
Yeah, I think in the current meta, having mid and jungle pressure, whoever can get into that bot river is just so important right now. And especially when you've got a Pyke in the game, if that champ can start getting kills either for himself or for his team, it can quickly snowball out of control. So I like S9W, they're going to make sure that mid jungle is strong in the early game. Not going to let anything happen here for Duish team.
Yeah, and I think key as well is that Inhwa actually does also have flexibility to roam around the map, and I think overall, S9W, they want to be moving around the map a lot, and I want to see that, in the first sort of 10-15 minutes is making plays on other lanes and really just trying to be creative and finding new angles.
Yeah, I think that's potentially one risk of putting your Jace mid here is that Jace is a lot more gankable than Akali. So Calumnia on the Jace does have to be a little careful of these roams. It's very risk versus reward, right? If you do manage to get the priority control mid, you can maybe shut down Rise from getting any of those early game plays off. At the same time, if you end up losing Flash or something, you could very easily get camped by the, Rise point and click gank setup. You've got the Maokai Flash W and the Pyke ganks as well. So a lot of action around the mid and bot side here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see how Xiaotu's going to go, because we did see him getting abused by Rise very early on in his last Rise game, where he was getting ganked pretty much at level 3, and then, subsequently getting shut down for quite a long time. And I think Inhwa really going to be looking to try and help support that.
Yeah, I think you do your best to kind of keep the like melee lane from really getting anything done. Like I think if you can just keep track of where Pyke is, I think that's like really important. A lot of the time I feel like you can't shut down what Pyke is doing, but you can either, punish on the other side of the map, or you can just kind of, just like keep things slow. And Pyke, if he doesn't accelerate, does kind of end up feeling not that impactful by the mid-late game. At the same time though, if he does get the acceleration off, it becomes a very difficult champ to deal with.
Yeah, it does feel like a test as to whether or not your team, I guess as a whole, is effectively keeping track of where he is and where he can be. Yeah, because like you said, if he isn't able to pull anything off with those early ganks, he doesn't really have as much of an impact as we go into like team fighting in the later stages of the game. So a lot of onus is going to be on him to see what he can do to help out his laners.
I think there's a couple of different ways to approach Pyke as well. Some teams will heavily gank the Pyke and try and snowball that lane. Other teams though will try and just like move the Pyke to other lanes. So we'll see, actually you have a 5-man scuffle in the bot side.
Yeah,
already.
SNW versus DWT tonight for our second game already. 5v5, but Ashe support is just going to fire off a volley.
Now, S9W, they are going to start bot lane with control of that bot bush, which is very important for these range matchups. Rise has actually opted for the Ghost rather than the TP, so it's definitely better for team fighting. But the important thing is you won't have TP for side lanes. So it definitely means you can't play any sort of 1-3-1. And if you're playing a 4-1, it's only going to be with Jax in the side lane, as opposed to, maybe having Rise in the side lane and being able to TP into the fight, which honestly I think is fine. Like you do have this hard split pusher in Jax. And the Ghost, the Ghost it's interesting.
Is something like taking Flash Cleanse and then Spellbook potentially a better option? Because, you have Fear with the Sejuani and a lot of sort of long-range CC that could easily lock him up.
Yeah, I think having Flash Cleanse, Spellbook definitely could work. Alternatively though, he might just go for something like Mercs and then have Unflinching in his runes, so there might be ways he can get a reasonable amount of tenacity. But not having Cleanse against Ashen Sedge...
It's always scary.
Yeah, it does feel a little bad. Both Jungler's actually Jungler's starting on opposite sides here. So WSL starts on bot side. Fia, on the other hand, will be pathing down. This will be interesting to see where WSL goes with this.
Yeah.
Will he actually end up going to the river before going to top side?
DWT do have a ward on them, so they know that he is going to be bot lane after he's finished clearing his camps. And yeah, I think it's a lot harder to punish DWT's bot lane than it is the other way around, right? Because Pyke can easily sort of sit in the bushes and get out fairly quickly without much.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to pick up kills. Actually, might look for the 3-camp bot side here. They do have the gank set up to make this work, and Fire is still a bit too far away. Okay, so actually just going to look for this. The flash is committed, and I think Jin is actually just going to go down here. YJY, the flash is already gone. First blood goes over to Pepper. Very nice. So they just didn't really respect the Maokai 3-camp bot side. It is sort of unexpected because you don't often see 3 camps from blue into bot gank. At the same time, though, with that much gank set up, it really just... yeah, they just press their buttons and he dies. In fact, it was only 1 flash invested. Enhua didn't even have to flash for that.
Yeah, now YJY flashless on the Jhin. He's going to have a much harder time in the next few minutes of the game. But really good play from DWT, you know? Even though it is a pretty uncommon jungle path, they use that to their advantage. And Enhua level 2 on the Pyke as well. Just super strong on following up on the Maokai route.
Yeah, and I think that kill is really, really important. Most of the time, in these double range lanes, you can really hard punish, at least in the early game before first base. But actually falling behind before first base, it feels really bad for S9W's bot lane. And DWT, we were saying what they needed was a stable early game. After those 2 games that they played, they kind of had disasters in the last couple days. So if they can actually get more than a stable early game and actually get out of the early game ahead, I'd feel very good about their chances to win.
Yeah, definitely already on the right track. DWT bot lane going to be taking a base here. S9W, I'm not too sure what they're trying to do with this wave. It's not going to freeze. It is going to slow push.
I think just trying to deny a couple extra creeps. But Kunai's actually opted for the cull.
Oh. Interesting.
WSL just behind Zhao 2, going to make sure he gets that reset. It's quite difficult to get your first reset without TP sometimes on Rise.
Oh,
the cannon is actually missed. That is a -1. And it does actually feel pretty bad for Rise because obviously getting towards that Rod of Ages as quick as you can is really big. And if you can go towards, you know, the tier and Catalyst really early, that also is really big. But here, we'll get the tier, Mana Crystal, and the boots. I think the mid wave is actually in a really bad spot from what I can tell off the mini-map. It looks like Clemnio just has it frozen on his side. Xiaotu might lose a lot of CS for this.
Yes, Xiaotu having to make the walk back to lane without TP available. And yeah, just a lot less flexibility when you don't have that summoner spell.
Yeah, I think you're always kind of expecting to pay the TP tax if you don't have it and end up losing a wave to your opponent at some point. But the trade-off is that you should have a much easier time team fighting with the Ghost.
And W keeping the bot lane pushed in. WSL is now on this side of the map. I assume he's going to go to Gromp and then look for another gank, but Fia is also in the area. In previous games, we did see Fia opt to give up a lot of camps sort of in return for keeping his laners safe, and it seems like he's following a similar trend in this game as well, making sure to stick close to the lanes.
WSL was spotted out on the ward. He is going to try regank the flashless Jhin here. Enhua can actually sweep out these wards. And Xiaotu at this point should be able to get quite a lot of priority over mid as the Rise. Once you hit level 6, you get more damage with your Q. You can definitely clear, especially cannon waves, a lot quicker. And WSL, he's going to take away a lot of the vision, which is going to make it very difficult for the double range bot lane to continue to push. Actually, they might have walked maybe a little too far up. They do have people in the area, but the hook actually misses.
Really
WSL
wide.
is taking a lot of damage on the way out. I think S9W might actually just be able to start up the dragon here. I think too much damage was put on the WSL in order to contest it.
Yep.
But actually, they returned back to their waves.
Respect from Carries for playing that so far up. It did look like he was going to be in trouble there, but I assume he was ready to react with the flash if the hook was going to actually threaten him. And he did have his teammates following up as well. A lot of confidence coming out from him.
Sedge actually crosses the top side, and they actually might look for a mid gank here. Okay, just going to help try and fix the priority. They don't want Rise being able to really do much here. Yeah, re-enters the top side. Now, there is a built wave here. Perhaps they could look bot with Rise. The hook actually hits. Karras does have barrier, though. Forced to flash away. I think they're going to set up for a 4-man bot gank here.
TP.
Here comes the Rise ult. I think Carries is definitely going to go down here, and
W's in
YJY
trouble.
also does not have any sum, so I think they're actually both going to go down here, and it's just really nice usage of that mid-jungle priority. And they get down there, and there isn't even any trade available. Via, he can't enter the topside jungle. Calumnia, he wasn't pushing. He actually walked down to try contest. Let's get a replay of this.
Look back at that. NY, he does E forward, looking for the hook on Carries, and Carries doesn't actually try and flash this. He tries to skill check it, but doesn't manage to dodge it in time, forced to flash away. Does still have the barrier available at this point, but the Realm Warp from Xiaotu is ready, and WCL has a blast cone as well. Meanwhile, Calumnia is nowhere in sight, and this means that S9W, even though they're under their tower, pretty much die pretty freely.
Yeah, I think this is extremely greedy from S9W. You saw the Duish team was building up that wave. You knew that Sejuani was on the other side of the map, and you also knew that you didn't have mid priority. So in that situation, you really just need to try your hardest not to take damage. So in the end, Keras, he gets chunked critically before the dive is going to come out, and then it's just too low. They instantly get taken out.
Yeah, and now as a result of this, NY, with the lead on Pepro, feels a lot more comfortable leaving him alone as he roams around the map. You can see him waiting in the mid side bush now as well. Potentially can also threaten top lane at some point. Relhia is really far up, and WSL is also in the area too, as well as Xiaotu. They're three-manning walking into the enemy jungle right now. Not going to find too much, but Rift Herald might be started here.
Yeah, so I think this will be the Rift Herald going over, given that they do have the support in the area. Xiaotu gets a nice trade onto Calumnia.
A lot of damage. It's going to be so hard from the contestants now if they want to.
Yeah, Rise, he can kind of just delete this wave. Even if Calumnia can get here, he is gonna pay for it. So they push it off. They push them off the Herald. They bring their bot lane up, but CS will be lost here.
Yeah, it seems like
at some
S9W
point.
is actually opting into this now. They've pulled up YJY and Carries from bot. They're on the mid wave, trying to get that one in so they can walk into the river, but Rift Herald has reset now.
Yeah, this could actually end up being a fight. If it does, I feel like Relhia's Akali would have a pretty big impact on this fight. They have a reasonable angle. I wonder if they'll actually try contest it. They have the mid wave as well.
keeping to the mid tower?
Yeah, I think S9W, I think they want to contest this. They have a flank on both sides. They have the Akali in the area. Although,
he
kind of just goes in a bit too early, and I feel like he just instantly goes down. There's still damage here. Calumnia flashes forward, but I really don't think that's it. It's just taken out by Lacuna. Relhia, can he do anything off the back? He can take down one. Oh, maybe goes for two. Does actually get two. Pretty well played from the back of it. I think Sejuani kind of just played that a bit too fast. You had the Jhin ult going. I think they could have just looked for a bit of chunk and kind of had Relhia play for the engage. But instead, they die a bit too early. Although that does kind of snowball top lane quite a bit.
Yeah, Larkanite actually TPs to the mid tower to start that fight, and an unfortunate result of that is that he misses the top wave. I think it was like around 2 waves that Relhia had stacked and crashed into his turret. But now he's getting sort of a return on that with the plates. And with the teamfight win overall, let's take a look back at how this unfolded. You can see Larkanai is in the back on the corner of the screen, and Enhwa going in quite early, gets locked up by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. WSL falls, and yeah, a lot of Jhin damage from off the screen. Pepro forced really far back. Relhia doesn't have the ultimate available, so isn't able to find too much, but actually gets 2 kills anyway. I'm surprised he was able to get away with so much.
Okay, another Ash Arrow actually hits onto Enhwa. He has his dash. Okay, I think he gets out. Pyke can actually sustain a fair amount of this damage back. Via, every time I look at him on my screen, he doesn't have any HP. I'm not sure how that happened.
S9W a pincer here.
Yeah, Lacuna. Oh, the big Maokai ult comes out. It's actually going to hit everyone. I'm not sure if he got the Herald there or not, but WSL, he's very low, and I think he might be taken down by Rel here. Very nice ult here, and Akali is extremely strong in this fight. Can she go for another? Might just be forced to ult out. And on the side, but shows on a pink. Actually does E out, and the Sedge ult comes out to Lacuna. He flashes forward. YJY, he's 1 HP. Does he go down? Just gets clipped by the Ash Arrow.
Really doing so much.
He's re-engaging. And the Pyke ult has started. He goes for 2. Can he get more? He goes for 3. No, can't quite get it. Wow, okay, maybe there are going to be more kills this game than the last one. What has been getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was a really scrappy fight, back and forth. I'm sure we'll get a replay soon, but S9W actually coming out on top of that. Relhia is sitting on 5 kills now at 11 minutes into the game. That is a very, very fit Akali.
Yeah, I think the Akali is a lot more impactful than the Jax at this point in the game. At the same time, though, the bot lane, YJY has fallen so far behind that he just doesn't really do anything. He's pretty much the support in this game now. So
it is hard to tell between the Jhin and the Ashe a lot of the time.
Yeah, Jhin is looking a little sad here. 0, 3, and 6. Okay, I feel like Calumnia does not have flash. I think he just goes down. The point and click Rise route, followed up. Get the kill over the Rise. Thank you, thank you.
Oh yeah, really not respecting that Pyke room enough. Does die yet again, and the Dragon is up, so your team looking like they're going to try and go for this. Let's take a quick look back at this Rift Herald fight. US team
Oh,
don't do
we will
much
not look
apparently.
at it.
They're just frozen in time.
Yeah, funny how that works.
Yeah, don't do time travel at home, kids. Doesn't work out.
Oh, we're up to 18 kills already. I think
18
records are
kills.
going to be smashed.
That is a lot. Yeah, can I shift my prediction from last game to this one?
Yeah, you might have to.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay. This is the first dragon as well, going over at 12 minutes. There's been 18 kills before our first dragon has gone down, so very different League of Legends than the games we've seen so far, and I have to say, I like it.
I am a fan.
Agile actually
Agile
hits
comes out.
WSL.
Kyrus is walking up
There is
so
lots
far.
of follow-up, but Kyrus, I think he might just end up going... Oh, he actually ends up going down, and NY manages to escape. The Jace QE comes down. I feel like everyone's on 1 HP here.
Even across the map, Larkanai and Relia both sitting very low. I think Relia
Relia-
was looking for a play, used the ultimate, same with Larkanai.
He does not have the flash, but he will have his E. I think Lakunai
He has to walk
has
off.
to leave. Rise might
Walk of
become
shame.
top. Does not have the Realm Warp.
I hope you get a look back at the replay, because that was a really interesting Rift Herald fight. Even the Dragon as well. S9W doing a lot of damage. Carries walking really far in a lot of these situations, but actually getting away with it.
Okay, now, next objective probably is going to be Rift Herald in 3 minutes. That being said, though, these teams, they don't seem to like objectives that much. They just like fighting. And
I like
right
fighting.
now, Via, I feel like it's hard to pick a Sejuani. At the same time, though, they have a lot of pick tools.
He does get spotted out. It's already turned into almost an ARM. 4v3 in the mid lane right now. They're just trying to wrestle for mid priority, but I'm not too sure what they're going to do with it now.
So
Walking.
the Herald goes down. I'm not sure much can really happen with this with so many people in the area. I'm not sure if it was just timing out. I think it was. Herald was taken a fair amount of time ago. But yeah, I don't think much is going to happen here. The Maokai is actually used. The Maokai is used to just root the Rift Herald, and it does literally no damage.
Doesn't
So
do anything. You hate to see that,
Yeah.
especially when plates are still, barely available to not get anything out of it.
does feel a little bad. I think we're actually going to go back to standard lane assignments here. It's been a while of running around the map, but we might see it kind of return to normalcy for a bit here. Rise, he's very ahead on the scaling already. He's feeling pretty good about himself.
Yeah, 3 stacks on the Rod of Ages. Xiao has been doing a good job overall in this game so far, pulling off a lot of roams with the priority he's been able to get, and the realm mobs have been really on point.
I'm still feeling really bad for YJY's item situation. Just look at him compared to Peppero's Varus. It's
rough.
looking struggle city down there. Yeah, has a bit of priority over mid, so they're going to start retaking this river control, but I don't think much will come of it. There's no objectives here for a while. So we go back to just relaxing and scaling.
Relaxing and scaling indeed.
Rel here. He's very strong on this top side. I feel like Jax will win eventually, but it's very far away. And Akali always going to have more teamfight impact than a Jax. Also, I feel like Jax has a really hard time actually getting stuff done into Akali. You can just buy so much time under the tower that, sure, even if you can't actually like kill him at some point, maybe at like the 4-item mark, it's like, can Jax really get a lot done into you? I don't really think so. And with that better team fighting, see the Akali counterpick is being put to good use.
Yeah, on the other side, DWT. The Pyke has, I'd say it's been able to find a lot of value so far. They have got 1k gold lead, likely as a result of getting that duplicate gold from the Pyke executes. But overall, still very much an even game so far.
Okay, YJY could actually be in
YJY.
trouble here. Is he gonna? Oh, he's actually gonna greed, and I think he's gonna be punished for it.
Oh, that,
Ah, yeah.
the
So he
TP
ends up
coming
bringing
in.
the flash. Okay, the ult actually goes on to Enwar, and I think Enwar will go down here. Pike ult does not manage to get him out. A shutdown actually goes to Rel here.
very
And I
low.
think you have to ult out here. Is actually just cleverly buying time. I think he's actually going to get to safety now. Can Larkanai be chased down? I think, okay, the flash is burned. I think that will be it.
Yeah, double TP's expanded from both top laners. But YJY starting that skirmish off really weirdly. He has the Gale Force and the Flash, and I think the heal available, but doesn't use any of them before getting hooked. And
Yeah.
if you use them after you get hooked, you're gonna die anyway.
Yeah, I feel like it's really difficult to ego the hook when it's that close to you. I feel like at that point it's just up to the Pyke. If he's gonna miss it or hit it, it's not really up to you anymore. So, yeah, I think very greedy there and ends up dying again. Not what you want out of this gen.
Definitely not. It is still gonna be able to provide a little bit of utility, especially paired with the Ashe. They've got a lot of range, but lacking a bit of damage. Then again, the Akali and Jace doing decently well.
Herald is up. will we see numbers committed to it or not? Relhi is in the area, so I feel like starting it could be a little scary. At the same time, you see Fear on bot side. Actually, could be Lakanai getting dived or pushed off the tower as a trade here. Alternatively, well, yeah, he might look. There's too many members in the area for him to really engage.
Yeah, it
Herald's
does.
picked up.
Does try to fish around for a bit, but nothing is going to come out of it. Calumnia picking up the bottom tower in response.
Dragon is up just now, but I feel like both teams might just kind of ignore Dragon. It's going to be the second Dragon at, you know, a fairly late time in the game. I think at this point you might just want to play for gold instead. That top tower, it is looking juicy. Another Asher comes through, does not connect.
Dragon going to be started up by S9W, Calumnia and Fear. They're doing it, and Duo's team don't seem to care. They're making a play on the top side instead. Enhua being dragged up to help alongside Xiaotu and... my mind is blank. WSL.
I feel like, yeah, you really don't mind giving over the Dragon as Duo's team here. In reality, it's their first Dragon, and they got it at 18 minutes, so the drag win condition, it's not that alive for either of these teams unless it goes really late. So instead, just trading away that top tower, and you still have the Herald if you want to try break mid, maybe after getting your side lane prior. Ryze actually hits 2 items, 18 minutes. Maokai also completed the Demonic Embrace, which starts dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and so far at this stage, bit of a lull period after a lot of heavy skirmishing in the first 10 minutes. Rift Herald, oh sorry, Baron rather, is going to be coming up again. 1 minute 20. But both teams don't really have that much Baron DPS. I guess Duo's team, they do have the Sunder on Jax and Ryze doing quite a lot, but ADCs not so much.
Now, Xiaotu is bot without TP. That kind of suggests that they might try and play for this bot side tier 1. You don't really need to be top side here. The Baron isn't up. There's also no tier 1 top tower remaining. So I think they might play for the mid bot priority and try and knock down these 2 tier 1s that are still left standing. You have the Herald and you have a fair amount of poke.
Enhua looking for a hook. Doesn't quite connect with Calumnia.
Duo's team, they need to be a bit careful because both side lanes are showing. Okay, Xiaotu actually is going to move up, so maybe they're going to try bring members here and break mid tower with Herald. I think it would be better just to play for side lanes, I feel like, and have mid lane respect.
Yeah, Xiaotu would have been uncontested in bot lane, and they do have, you know, sort of a bit of bot side jungle control, so he should be feeling relatively safe.
Yeah.
Looks like they are going to start walking back down now. Ashot connects, and really not quite going to be able to capitalize on that, but good hit.
Yeah, I think
Bullseye.
both Ryze and Jax aren't particularly useful in the ARAM, so I think it's much better if you can force people to come to you rather than you going to them. So I like this much more. Looks like they're going to get this tier 1. And maybe with people answering this next tower, might be able to actually knock down the tier 2 as well, which would be really good for Duo's team. The gold lead is starting to increase. Can they collapse mid and get something? 2 people will show bot here. Maybe they can get damage on the mid tower.
Oh, he's not hitting the eye. Why is he not? Okay,
we
got it. A bit worried there, but did manage to take it out before Rift Herald gets that second charge on the turret. Xiaotu going to steal away some Krogs for his troubles, and Rel here might be able to find Lakanai here.
Ooh.
Maybe the other way around, actually.
Okay, he has ult. Oh, there's a lot of members in the area. Has to ult early, but the Malcolm, oh my god, they commit double flashes. Oh, he's on his supply call, but he is just going to die. I'm not sure if he should invest flash at this point. It does buy time, but I think you are still going to go down. Oh,
very close to finding an edge kill on him.
Xiaotu perhaps caught out of position. He does pop the ghost and is able to kite this out. Has the phase rush as well. Wow, he's really, really fast.
Yeah, thankfully the deadly flourish from YJY does miss ever so slightly. But Duo's team pretty happy that they've been able to pick up Rel here on the side. They did commit a lot of summoners to that though. They did commit WSL's flash rather.
And we kind of saw Jax is starting to be able to fight Akali in that 1v1, but I still feel like he can't make a whole lot of headway in the side lane. Does get priority, but I don't think he can hit any towers. And in these team fights, isn't going to find the same impact. But if he can keep looking for 1v1s onto her, you know, force the ult out before she actually gets to a team fight, I think that's definitely the way to go. Dragon spawning in a minute 20.
Yeah, S9W once again committing 4 people to the mid lane. I wonder where they're going to start pathing. It seems like they're not really interested in trying to wrestle for bot control and instead hovering towards the topside river. But even then, I don't have that much vision set up.
Zhao 2, every time I see him, is farming these jungle camps. Is level 15 against Columbia's level 13 on the Jace.
Ooh.
Ult comes through, even if it hits, Cleanse was available. Oh, actually might. Ooh, almost hooked the Sedge over the wall, but didn't quite get it. Pepper, the ult comes out, but I don't think there's any follow-up on this.
Oh, Inhua might have another hook up his sleeve.
He's getting good poke. Yeah, actually
Wow.
really nice damage. And Lucknight comes in with the flash counter-strike. It looks like it's just going to be disengaged, though, and a lot of ultis used across the board. Jinol is still up if they want to look for a re-engage, and Relia actually has a really good flank with the sweeper.
Oh, this could be game-changing.
Yeah, I really like his position here.
The rest of the members of S9W are relatively low-ish HP.
Ooh.
That's a lot of poke.
Yeah, huge poke coming out of Pepro.
EWT, they might get a little bit too eager here. I don't think they know about... Oh, they do. Celtics check the bush.
Yeah, they find Rel here, and I don't think he can look to engage.
On the run
he
now.
might actually get chased down, but I think he'll be out. Ooh, actually goes into another bush.
Trying to see if he can maintain the flank, but DWT, they're doing a good job of forcing him all the way back so that he's no longer a threat and still wrestling for mid lane control.
Yeah,
Dragon
no.
is up.
I feel like the poke from Pepro is really starting to add up. The General comes through, but I don't think it's really going to mean anything. I think Zhao will just block it all and doesn't take a whole lot of damage. Actually dodges it as well. Now, Dragon is up. A lot of cooldowns have been burned. Crucially, you still have the Akali ult. I think this might just end up being given over. It's only the second drag though, so doesn't matter a whole lot.
Yeah, S9W looking to try and get that mid lane tower shoved in instead. I'm hoping that they walk into the top side and try and at least clear out some vision and regain some control, but Carries doesn't actually have any wards available, so they're not actually going to get too much as a trade for that. DWT now pulling slightly ahead in gold, 2.5k. No, 3.8. Wow, my math is really not good.
And never math in public, Amalgam. I've said this before. They are going to keep contesting for mid-pro. Maybe trying to play that 4-1 while Luck and I get stuff done in the side lane. Actually committing a lot of members here. They might look onto Fear that Malcolm comes through. The Ashol ends up heading, but it's only onto Rise, and Rise does not take a lot of damage here.
He is pretty
They're cutting
low.
out Rel here. He does have the ult. Will they look to chase? Flashes a burn, and they disengage. A huge arrow comes through.
Well, Rel has already used the
Ooh,
shuriken.
lots of damage. I think he's been hooked out of the shroud, and he actually gets stunned. Will there be any damage? Probably not. Enhua trying to kite away. There's so much damage just coming through the Varus from just across the screen, and actually the mid tower will end up going down, which is going to open up this game a lot.
This is huge for Duo's team. Really good play by Enhua as well. Baiting out the perfect execution from Rel here means that he has no way into this fight, and that's going to be 2 towers coming down.
Actually get 2, so that's, I think, really, really important. That's going to make it a lot easier to allow the side lanes to push, as well as look to kind of like control the enemy jungler and start starving them out. So that was kind of a crucial pick. It's only 1 kill, but it translates into so much more.
Yeah, now with those 2 towers, Goldie does extend to 5k-ish, close enough. And yeah, overall, Duo's team looking a lot stronger. You know, Xiaotu's hit his 2 items, he's got a stopwatch as well in his back pocket. Same with Pepero as well, so you have to imagine it's going to be really hard for S9W to win this next fight. Baron Nashor is available now as well. Duo's team going to be setting their sights to that. Still have some vision available. Fear going to spot a few of them out.
Now, we'll look to regain control through mid. Both the side lanes are still off the map. WSL's looking quite aggressively, even though the side lanes aren't here yet. I have to feel like you just are too strong here to lose. All the relevant items have been completed. You got 3 items on Rise, 3 items on Varus. Jin's still kind of struggling with his budget build. Okay, the hook actually hits on the Calumnia. He does have flash, but he gets rooted anyway. I think he is going to make it out, but...
Oh, TP's coming in, Lucknight.
Okay, Lucknight. He adds the flank. Calumnia, he doesn't have anything here, but it looks like he is going to get escorted out by his team.
Actually going to trade TPs, and you have to think that that must be pretty good for Duo's team, you know? They don't care too much about the side lane, but as a 4v4, they are stronger than S9W.
Yeah, although they only have 1 TP on their team. Without Rise having TP, it's a bit hard now, I think. Calumnia, I guess he doesn't feel strong enough to look for any split push anyway, but it could be an awkward moment where you're just down TP. 2 minutes on this next dragon. I think the 3rd dragon does kind of start to matter. Ult is put down here, and there's a rise ult here.
Oh,
The
S9W dropping a
was a
lot.
bit ambitious. I feel like there wasn't really any... Oh my god,
Oh,
a massive damage coming out from Jin. I guess just no one blocked that, but I think the Sedge ult was very ambitious, and in fact, they actually commit a fair amount, and the tower doesn't really budge. Sure, they force the pike off a little, but he can get back here pretty quick.
Yeah, I think they were trying to, you know, drop enough so that Jewish team would be forced to back off from the tower, but it actually doesn't even lose that much HP at all. And now that's a lot of key ultimates not available.
Could be Dewish's team to look for something here. They're probably just going to get mid priority and then take recontrol of that bot side river. I think once you fall behind this Maokai, it does feel really, really oppressive.
Yeah, especially considering that they pretty much have no MR at all on the side of S9W, making it so much more deadly to face check these bushes. It's definitely a slow burn.
Yeah. They have a stopwatch on the Varus. I don't think the Varus is ever going to die and just dishes out so much damage, and also it's from such long range it's really hard to deal with. I think Rel here really has to find a way to stop this Varus from dealing damage either before the fight even begins or during it, because it's just too strong to deal with and they don't really have any sustain. Dragon's in 35. S9W, they're kind of posturing to fight it, but I honestly don't really think they can.
Yeah, without Rel here around, it's really difficult to see them doing something. Enhua going to look for a hook here
He's ghosting
potentially.
forward.
Xiaotu does have the root available.
Yeah, lots of damage coming onto Fear. I think he's going to get out, but the damage is done, I feel like. And that will probably be the Dragon going over, and there's not going to be any trade either. Maybe actually going towards the Baron side. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Fear, he might be able to heal back up, but I think he is going to commit the reset. If Duish team, maybe just send your Rise to solo it and have the rest of you play for mid priority. Looks like that's what they're going to do. Yeah, so not giving anything over.
Yeah, he's starting up the Dragon. This is going to be the third Dragon for Duo's team. It's going to go pretty much uncontested. S9W feels like they're running out of ways to get back into this game. Rel here is still relatively strong, but Duo's team, they have multiple strong members that he has to try and deal with.
Duish team, as we were saying, they got through that early game that they're struggling with the other days. And not just get through it, they actually kind of destroyed the early game. They bot ganked onto Jin was really, really important. Kind of took him out of the game completely. If we have a look at the ADC gold, I'm sure Melg doesn't want to do it, but it's around 5k right now. Just pretty impressive. I don't know if you saw in the LEC, but it was a 10k gold lead on an ADC. I think it was a Draven versus an Ophelia, which was pretty crazy.
Goodness.
But we've got half of that here. It does feel very, very impactful.
Yeah, and the thing is, Duo's team, it's so easy for them to find picks onto S9W. You know, you've got the point-and-click route from Rise, you've got the Maokai Infinite CC, and of course the Varus as well. So many tools to fight, and especially when S9W, they're going to have to face check these bushes. They don't have much control over the map. And the Maokai saplings too. It's really difficult to find any way in here.
Yeah, if you're Doge team, I think you probably do want to play this slow. I don't think you want to be looking to start Baron with a poke Varus or anything. I think all you need to do is continue to control the enemy jungle quadrants, and then as soon as Dragon spawns, they're going to be forced to fight, and I think that's a fight that you certainly win. Especially if you can make sure the Relia doesn't find a flank before it starts. I think if Varus isn't threatened, there's just no way that S9W can actually win this fight.
Yeah, S9W very reliant on Rel here to find some sort of creative angle.
Comes through.
Lakanai's
has
here.
another really good flank, but he actually doesn't get onto any carries. Relia takes a lot of damage. Varus is going to be uncontested in this fight. Does pop the cleanse. I think cleanse was kind of wasted, to be honest, but I don't think it'll matter a whole lot.
Rel here getting hit by the counter-strike and stunned up. Loses a lot of his HP. DWT going to retreat back to this river. I do agree. I think DWT, they just need to keep sitting in the jungle and waiting, because eventually S9W, they're going to feel pressured enough to face check something they shouldn't. Lakanai hitting away at the center turret. I think he might be able to pick it up. Rel here, I wonder if he's going to look for this fight. I don't think he should. Oh, he's going for it anyway. Lakanai just going to leap strike away.
To dodge out on the E. He might be forced into flashing a wall. Rel here, will he chase? I think he... Oh, okay, so actually does not.
Oh, he's kind of, but... Oh, Lakanai's in a... Oh, gets the move speed
like
from the
out.
plant.
Well, Calumnia somehow ends up in no man's land. Lakanai flashes out, and Calumnia is the one that ends up going down. Rise can't really be killed here, and I think Duish team, they've got S9W caught out of position. Fear, he is going to go down. I think actually Pike got the gold there as well. And that is going to be Baron, I would think. Yep, so Rise ult towards the Baron. 2 members dead, and critically the jungler as well. I'm not sure really what happened there. I think Calumnia might have gotten engaged on the mid-wave.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Lakanai was kind of pincered, but then he turns it into some sort of flank engage onto 2 members of S9W. And then manages to live as well, flashing over the wall. Rel here...
He does not have ult.
Yeah, Rel here's trying his best to find stuff, but attacking from the front is really not going to be the play for him. He needs to find some way into the jungle without getting spotted. He needs to get onto the back line. Xiaotu and Pepper having the easiest game of their lives, you know? There's really no threat on them in the back.
2 minutes on this dragon. Will you look to use the Baron? I think, honestly, you might just want to be really aggressive with this Baron and then kind of come back to Dragon. I don't think there's any way S9W should ever be able to contest it. And I think you can use this Baron to get quite a lot done, given how strong you are. If you want to play it really safe, you can probably just wait for Dragon to spawn and then win with that. But if you're feeling bold, you have a 10k gold lead, you have the Baron, you should be able to force something here. Maybe at least one inhib, preferably the bot lane inhib. Luckneye, he actually might be traded on here.
Well,
Relia though, ooh, okay, so I think Luckneye, he's very, very low. If he can get one more auto, might look for the... Oh, he has actually...
Wow.
Oh, the R actually misses and misses the E as well. I think Luckneye actually might just be able to walk out here.
Somehow he manages to finesse it. I'm surprised Relia didn't go in with that perfect execution, especially considering Luckneye already used his Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think he just needed a tiny bit more damage and couldn't quite find it. But with cooldown used top, I think this will end up being the bot tower slowly being chipped away. And once this goes down, the inhib will fall soon after. Maybe an engage on mid right now, but Luckneye, he is respecting. Good lane assignments here as well. Putting that Jax mid, who's your safest member, in the one. Oh my god, a huge Varus arrow comes out.
Yeah.
Okay, the engage comes through. He does not have cleanse. Actually, really nice stopwatch.
He does have cleanse.
Oh, he doesn't? Oh, he does have cleanse. Okay, so I think Fire just gets taken out. This will probably be it here. They have a lot of waves coming in. Although, do they have the cooldowns to actually take this? Maybe they don't. I think you probably just back off and go Dragon, unless you want to greed taking another tower. Yeah, I think you just back off. Yeah, okay, so definitely playing it safe. Okay, will they go for the second inhib? I think, yeah, this is probably the play. You go second inhib back. Hook actually hits Luckneye. He goes in, but it is flashed out. Luckneye might actually end up going down here. Relia can pick up 2. Oh, gets stunned by the Pike. Oh, no.
Stopwatch.
Yeah. Okay, I think the action's over. Will we go back to Dragon? Yes, we do.
Oh, I don't know why he cleansed that.
Well, maybe he wouldn't get taken in the Rise ult if he was CC'd, right?
No, doesn't he?
I don't think so.
I thought it was Rise that had to be CC'd.
I think if Rise is CC'd, it cancels the whole ult. But I could have sworn... Well, actually, I'm second-guessing myself now. I play Rise too, so I should probably know, but maybe some of the Twitch chat analysts will figure it out for us.
Coming out of hiding to tell us we're wrong.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't get taken if he's CC'd. And if Rise gets CC'd, the whole ult is cancelled. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
I don't know. Anyway, Pepero, he does burn the cleanse, and he used the stopwatch as well, so he is relatively vulnerable, at least the most vulnerable that S9W are going to be able to get out of him. And Rel here, I feel like he's really been, you know, better lined by Inhua. He keeps getting, trying to chase Inhua, but he keeps surviving. Annoying Pike.
Yeah, Pike has had a pretty big impact in this game. Even tempted to give him an MVP even.
Ooh, prestigious. Yeah, we did see him sitting between the 2 lanes earlier and just really fishing for hooks non-stop, ramping up the pressure on S9W. You can see the gold difference now has hit the 10k mark, and that does not bode well for S9W.
Yeah, so 2 inhibs down, they can kind of just siege this last one here. Jax can walk in those minions on the mid wave, and I think they might even be able to get this 3rd inhib without Baron. It looks like they're going to. They're going to get a lot of damage on this S9W. They might feel pressured to pull the trigger here. They actually are going to. Goes on a Xiaotu though, and I think he's not going to die. Huge Maokai ult comes through. It's just a lot of damage kind of across the board, but there isn't really any CC left.
So low.
This will be the tower going down though, and then the 3rd inhib is going to fall shortly after. There's no cooldowns left, pretty much across the board.
Yeah, S9W have nothing now. 3 inhibs.
The Duish team, I think they might just play to keep pushing these waves, and there's no Baron up for another minute 30, so there's nothing to do other than to pressure for the end. If you can just keep walking in these waves, okay, the Jin ult comes down, I think you can just kind of kite them out. Yeah, bit of a zoning ult, I would say.
Yeah, DWTS seems like they still want to end here though. They're still posturing relatively aggressively, and if he can find a hook, it could be the game.
Yeah, I think they need to play it a little bit slower. Just wait for that round of double super creeps to get here. I think they... Ooh, nice dodge out of Pepero. He did not have cleanse there, for real this time. Rel here, getting a bit aggressive. Okay, so they actually, I think they take a bit too much damage and maybe now forced to base, but it feels a bit weird because now is when you really want to pressure, given that you've got, okay, so actually TP back, they are going to keep the pressure up. Good poke damage onto YJY. The double super waves are coming in.
Duo's team really looking for the end here. It's going to be hard for SNW to deal with these. Sigil goes wide. Fear getting dropped down pretty low. Enhua does get the stun up onto Rel here, but he does stopwatch. The X marks the spot. Columbia getting dropped down. Rel here not able to find anything on the backline, and Lakanai is just tearing it up.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be it. Lakanai, so much damage on the backline. YJY manages to use the Gale, forced to dodge the hook at the end, but I don't think it matters. Will you rise all into the fountain? I think you will.
I think you do.
YJY, he's not long for this world. He tries to run, but he cannot.
Well, WCL, no, not going to die, and that is going to be the game for Duo's team. It was very exciting. 33 kills in the end. S9W trying their best, but again, you know, just that early level bot lane not going too well for them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of, we've seen this a few times now where one early gank in a lane that really shouldn't die to ganks is just completely flips the game. I think that, you know, if you're playing the Pyke into that lane, it's just, in the 2v2, it's not going to go for that great for you. And so, as soon as you can get that Maokai down for you, obviously it's really good. On the other side, if you're S9W, you really need to be thinking about the possibility of that 3 camp into bot gank, which is very common in the current patch. I felt like it wasn't quite respected enough. Duish team, they pick up their first win of the split.
Yeah, and that does mean, unfortunately, the S9W are going to be the first team to hit the 0-3 mark. It's not the best start for them. They are obviously a lot of rookies, but it really does hurt your confidence, you know, to not pick up a win in the first week.
Yeah, there were definitely signs of life from that game. I think Rel here had lots of good moments. I think just the problem was you're playing this extremely volatile bot lane, and you die very, very early into the game, right? It's kind of designed to be allowed to push, but they die before Sejuani can even get down there on her first clear, which it has to feel bad.
Yeah, like, I feel like when you opt into a lane like that, you really need to make sure, you know, you're focused on your goal, which is making sure that they're able to bully and survive and enabled to do so. But ultimately, when you die that early, it really just blows up the lane for you because with the Varus, with the Pyke, you know, the Pyke is able to easily roam around the map from then on once Varus has a lead. And that's what we saw happen, right? Enhua exerting pressure all across the map.
Yeah, I think Enhua and Pepero, they really turned that bot lane advantage into something big. There was so many Pyke hooks in plays, and the poke coming out of Pepero was extreme. I wouldn't be surprised to see him topping the damage charts this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, S9W, even despite their, you know, their laning phase woes, they did have some pretty close fights. Although, you know, to be honest, those were really messy fights from both teams, I feel like. And they were lucky to get out with that. But Rel here, yeah, again, he did a pretty good job with his lead. Ultimately, not quite enough, but it's a difficult position to be in.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you end up as a solo carry on the losing team, it's just, you have to play really, really well in order to win. They can just easily focus you. You know, they can play to just shut down you because there's no one else to really care about. And I think when you fall behind as those kind of poke champs, when you've got like the Ashe, the Jhin, and the Jace, if you fall behind and the enemy team can just repeatedly engage onto you, a lot of your poke just ends up either you can't get enough before the fight ends up starting, or it's just like, you know, you overextend a little bit too far and then get engaged on and die.
Yeah, Duish team, I think, yeah, it's just really rough. They get ahead quite a lot. They get accelerated with gold, and when your poke isn't doing poke anymore, you don't have much else left.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think especially Rel here, when he's ahead, he is relying on a little bit of extra damage as well, because he doesn't have, he's fed, you know, he's got 6 kills, 5 kills, but he's not able to deal enough damage to, you know, carry a team fight all the way by himself. He needs the other team members on his, you know, on his team to actually dish out some damage of themselves, but it's just, it's not there.
Yeah. I really think, I'm just thinking back to it, I think that level 3 gank was just honestly kind of game losing almost.
Let's take a look at this mid lane skirmish. We see Fear getting knocked up and locked and rooted and stunned. I don't think he actually survives this, does he? Oh, he actually goes in, and Duo's team, oh, this is where that arrow does actually pick him off at the end.
Damage.
Another mid lane. There were a lot of mid lane skirmishes this game. But
this is where Rel here died that first time. Okay, so he actually looked for that engage mid, and then Lakanai getting chased out actually turned into a flank somehow. I think that was kind of just like fortunate that that worked out, but at the same time, yeah, Rel here, he didn't. Oh, not Rel here, sorry. Columnia on the Jace. Oh yeah, look at the Varus damage. I mean, compared to the Jhin, I feel like you fall behind on Jhin versus a Jax and a Ryze, and you were just not dealing that damage.
Yeah.
Any time that game.
I mean, the gold difference graph doesn't really do it justice, but the early game was pretty close, and there definitely were chances in those early fights for S9W to find a way back in. But ultimately, it did end up being DWT's game.
Yeah, 39k, almost 40 on the Varus. Just time and time again, have the arrow going through the whole team, sniping people, chunking them out. And actually, I think when you get fed enough on Varus, it's just like, it's not just a poke champ before the fights anymore, it's dealing meaningful damage during the fight.
MVP. Gonna be going over the Xiao2. I was actually deliberating over who should get MVP. You know, we discussed Enhwa on the Pike earlier, also having a bit of impact. But I think Xiao2, you know, when he was there for that bot lane dive with the Realm Warp right on time, that really sealed the deal for the bot lane.
Yeah, I think honestly, you could give it to pretty much anyone on Duo's team and you'd have a case for them. Pretty much played well across the board, but you're right, the roam coming down from Xiao2 is what ultimately kind of blew that bot lane advantage completely open.
Yeah, it feels like beyond that, you know, he'd already set up his bot lane up to succeed. He didn't really have to do too much for the rest of the game, and also, you know, with the Flash Ghost, like you mentioned, it becomes quite a lot easier for him in the team fight once he's paid the sort of the teleport tax.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you can get away with TP Rise, it always feels really, really good. But at the same time, I don't know, you are normally expecting Rise to get a lot done on the side lane. I think it's a lot better if you do have something like a Jax, because you kind of saw throughout that whole game that they would just play for 4-1 instead, where Jax would be in the side lane, Rise would kind of be playing behind his team. And actually, with the Ghost, can actually be like a form of pseudo-engage, where he just like goes forward, looks for the EW, and then followed up by the Pike ult, which did work quite a few times.
Yeah, we saw it gain a lot of gold early as well with the Pike ult. Overall, though, I feel like there is still a lot for both teams to sort of work on, right? We saw good sense of life, but also a lot of crucial mistakes. It feels like there was sort of an overemphasis on 5v5ing mid and sort of ignoring the side lanes, but ultimately it is Duo's team that take out their first win of the split. Next up, we do have Frank Esports coming up against J-Team for our third match of the night. Don't go anywhere.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark. I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down, but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tie me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, when you touching down, 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 down.
Welcome back to day 3, game 3. We've got Frank Esports and J Team coming up now. Both teams are sitting at 1-1. I'm a Malg, joined here tonight by Shock, of course. Of course, handsome as ever. I have to keep reminding you,
Thank you, man.
just in
It's
case you
very
forget. But this is a really exciting matchup because we've seen both teams have their ups and downs, obviously being 1-1. For me, Frank Esports, I think the biggest question mark from day 1 was solo kill. Because he has come over from the LDL. We had a lot of high expectations for him as a sort of mechanical top laner, but he ultimately didn't show that in his first game. But when he had the Cassante game 2, day 2, he really turned it around.
Yeah, he had a pretty big, like, 9-day performance. That first day was really lackluster, followed up by kind of a 1v9 Cassante performance.
Yeah.
I also want to talk about Pretender because day 1, he was playing the Akali, and I felt like it was quite inconsistent. There were fights where he found really great flanks. There were also fights where it just didn't really lead to anything. And also, I think it is kind of hard to play Assassins in the current meta. There's just a lot of peel, and there's also stuff like the Rod of Ages. Just people have a lot of innate tankiness. But in day 2, he played the Victor and was very consistent pretty much the whole game through. Carried fights, did a lot of damage.
Indeed, indeed. So, Frank Esports, of course, solo kill, Hollow in the jungle, Pretender in mid lane, and Eminem and Kaiwing in the bot lane. I want to talk about Kaiwing as well. And actually, you know what? I'll talk about Eminem later, but Kaiwing, he was put on the Nautilus with the Callista, and I think he did a really good job, you know, on a champion that has a lot more engage tools. I was trying to say engage and agency at the same time. Let's go with that. Engagency
tools. Yeah, something like that.
And he really, you know, he wasn't afraid to, you know, look for those hooks, and he did a really good job on it, as opposed to, you know, the enchanters where they kind of just sit behind AD carry. He looked like the man in charge.
Yeah, the games so far today have been very, very exciting, and hopefully the trend continues. I hope we do see more of those melee supports coming in. At the same time, though, I feel like it is kind of difficult. You can't just pick them randomly. Perhaps we'll see some of those first phase bans opening them up.
Yeah, maybe we'll see them from J Team. We've got RU, Lauva, Minji, Bruce, and Enso tonight. And Minji, I think you wanted to highlight him as well, right? He did pretty good on the Silas yesterday against J Team. Sorry, not against J Team, against Jewish Team.
So Minji, I feel like he's had, I don't know, it was like a good game. At the same time, I felt like it was sort of lucky to get those early kills. Like, I don't know. You know, you're punishing your enemy's misposition, but playing a Silas into Ryze is normally a pretty bad time. It's just Ryze farms a lot quicker than you, scales a lot harder than you do. But they did manage to get that crucial mid-jungle synergy. They got the gank onto him very early and snowballed and kind of carried the game off of that. So no problems whatsoever with his play from ahead. I'm still a little, maybe a little confused about the lack of Ryze priority, but...
Yeah, I mean, Lauva definitely did play a big part in helping him out, you know, across that early game pothole. And I think overall, Lauva did a good job in the Sejuani versus Kindred matchup. Really looked confident. It's not a matchup that you'd really expect him to sort of be taking the initiative in, but he really did step up.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of matchup where you're thinking, okay, I'll just kind of take one for the team a bit, have sort of the losing jungle matchup. But yeah, actually was a huge impact in that game. I think that was the game where he got the double kill bot very, very early, and then kind of ended up just being unkillable. And that's the thing with like a lot of those matchups is the matchup when the two champs are 0-0 can be very, very different than what happens when they snowball. A lot of the matchups in this game are balanced kind of around just like the normal game state, right? And then when those champs get out of control, you can have very, very different results.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Frankie Sports and J Team, I feel like they match up pretty evenly against each other. Obviously, we haven't seen too much out of either of them so far, but what's your prediction for tonight?
I think I want to predict Frankie Sports.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it will depend on Solo Kill's performance because, again, he was such a huge part of his team's success on day 2, but he was pretty invisible on day 1, I want to say. So if they can find either a good matchup for him or just pick the Cassante again, that could be the play. Frankie Sports on the blue side, J-Team on the red side, Akali, Silas, Jackson, Callista ban. So the Jax ban coming out already. We've seen this a couple times, and it's pretty much always been for an early pick Cassante. And the Silas and Akali bans maybe just respect towards Minji's champion pool here.
Yeah, if I'm Frankie Sports, I really do want to be trying to reproduce the success that Solo Kill did have in his lane, but the Cassante is actually going to be banned out.
Yeah, I think after the Jax ban comes out, you kind of got to take it away. Now, that means there are going to be, again, a lot of power picks left open. Maokai's taken off the table. Elise is up. Ashe is up. Obviously, all the bot lane combos are up too. What will the first pick be here? I think,
Elise.
yeah, might have to be the Elise. Okay, so we're probably already in for a treat here. Going to be a lot of early game aggression. And the Sejuani is the match here. Very interesting. Okay, so now you can get your choice of bot lane if you want to take it. I think you kind of have to take one of your bot lane here. Yeah, it's going to be the Zeri. Looks like. I think taking away the Zeri with the Sedge is good as well, because it is much harder for other ADs to actually kill the Sedge.
Yeah, you know what that means though? It means that Frankie Sports likely looking at the Lucian Nami in the bot lane, as we've seen so many times. Especially paired with the Elise, definitely does make for a deadly jungle bot lane trio, I guess?
Yeah, I'll call it a trio. I think with Elise you could maybe get a bit more aggressive if you want, but I think you might be right, Malga. I think it might be the Lucian Nami getting locked in right here. And then we'll probably be answered either by the Lulu or the Yuumi.
Yeah, definitely want to pick up one of those before the second phase of bans goes through. Okay, quick, before they pick up, what's your bet? Lulu? Yuumi?
I think it should be Yuumi.
I agree. I like Yuumi a lot more.
Yeah, maybe.
More of a cat person.
Me too. Okay. The Nami is locked in, kind of expected now. It could also be... Nah, I think you have to take the Yuumi or the Lulu here. It's just like, which one do you want more? I think, yeah. Okay, we all agree. It's the Yuumi. Damn, we're getting kind of good at this.
Yeah, wow.
All right, so what will the second phase bans be? Depends if you want a fourth pick mid or top. I think if you're planning to counter pick mid, banning Ryze could be good. If you want to counter pick top, maybe you take away something like the Renekton, one of those blind... Okay, so actually the Kassadin ban, that means you're probably fourth picking your mid laner here. And this is going to be... So the Kassadin ban is interesting because it means normally an AP, but also like you often want melee with Sedge. Obviously it's not required.
It does help a lot though, because it helps with that top lane, or top side rather, strength. And being able to sort of force more, because Lucian Nami, Zero Yuumi, it is already pretty volatile.
Okay, so the Yone is banned away. Makes sense. I think that's one of the premier. That and Silas, in my mind, are the premier combos with Sedge.
Yeah.
Akali is decent, and that could maybe be what these bans are alluding to. If they ban Ryze here, I'd be pretty high percentage chance of an Akali coming through. I think you do ban another mid laner here. It's just which one is it? I think you either... Yeah, maybe ban the Ryze or pick for yourself. Okay, so Victor. That could suggest Ryze here, I think. Kassadin and Victor are both fairly decent into Ryze. I'd say the Ryze Kassadin's a bit more 50-50, but yeah, so maybe we're going to look for that Ryze on 4. Will Frank Esports ban it away? Or perhaps look to ban something else? I think you're kind of running out of melee champs that you can play with Sedge. So I think you do just play something to bring CC anyway. Will the Ryze be banned? It's actually Azir.
Okay, that's a weird one. I feel like there are better bans to do there.
Yeah, I feel like Azir hasn't really had a lot of impact so far. Oh, so it actually might go for the blind pick top with no bans, which is kind kind of Chad, honestly. Most top laners would be very upset about that. So they lock in the Renekton and they're saying, okay, if you take the Rise, we have counters into it, and if you don't, they're going to get that really good red side 5th pick.
I guess you do get the value of denying the Renekton Elise combo, and also that's quite strong paired with the Sejuani as well. To see what Frankie's was choosing to respond with here. Gangplank being hovered?
Yeah, I kind of like locking this in, to be honest. I think it allows you to drop the ult on bot side for those level 6 dives.
Yeah, we do expect a lot of fighting to be going on down bot side, so good to have that extra support from across the map.
Yeah, I like the Syndra. I think it also helps dissuade the Rise pick a little bit from the enemy team. And it works well with Elise. You get a lot of mid jungle priority. It is a lot of AP though, so you're going to have to itemize Voids reasonably early into the game.
Yeah, one thing as well here is that Frankie's Watch, they don't really have a clear sort of front line, whereas J-Team, they've got 2 bulky boys in the front.
Okay, so the last pick here, I would be expecting a Kali or Rise probably. A Kali is pretty good. Ooh, would we see something different? LeBlanc not often paired with Sedge.
Wayne being hovered. A lot of different options here.
Oh, so actually the Orianna locked in. So a bit of a skill matchup mid, and I think it's kind of a interesting pick, honestly. It definitely helps buff up your Zeri. You've got this really strong backline combo. On the other hand, though, it's not very good against Elise and Syndra. Normally, you do want something with a bit more mobility or with a bit more range, and you kind of lack that here. So I think ganking mid could definitely be on the cards.
Yeah, even into like the mid to late game, it's hard to see Orianna being able to, you know, safely dish out her damage when you've got stuff like the Lucian Nami, stuff like the Gangplank, who are definitely well within her range.
Yeah, I think I prefer Frank Esports' draft here, but honestly, both sides have pretty solid win conditions. Have to see. I think getting this Yuumi through the early game against the Elise is pretty important, because I think if you're Elise, you can definitely look to dive multiple different lanes here, either mid or bot. Those kind of seem like the main places you want to go.
It should be interesting because Lalva has already shown that, you know, he's good at predicting where the enemy jungle is going to be and sort of helping to dissuade that for his own team. Yeah, gonna be dependent a lot early game on the jungle pathing, and yeah, I mean, you've got options in the mid lane and in the bot lane. Top lane is probably going to be relatively neutral, I would expect.
Yeah, I think top lane you wouldn't expect to see a whole lot of pressure put up towards there. I think more so because if Lalva does go top, it's going to mean weak siding this Zeri Yuumi, and you can't imagine they're going to survive for too long on their own. So yeah, I think this could end up being one of those games where there is a lot of chaos because we've got the Syndra and Elise, or it could end up that we're just kind of staring at each other, you know, farming with this Nami and Yuumi.
Hoping for option 1. Option 1 sounds a lot better. But we are heading into the Rift now. Frank Esports coming up against J-Team for our 3rd game of the night. Both teams looking to try and get their 2nd win for the split. Let's jump right into the game. I'm already hearing pings coming out. Let's have a look to see if there's any level 1 stuff going on.
Yeah, it might just be the level 1 bot bush being contested. I feel like it's pretty common in range versus range matchups.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, it's actually not.
Well, Hollow's
a little
around.
bit of a topside invade, but there's 4 people around. I don't think J-Team can get the blue ward.
Yeah, Frankie Sports doing a good job of defending that jungle entrance. Well, it does mean that J-Team on the bot side now are going to try and see what they can get.
Okay, so they get a ward onto the red buff, which is actually pretty useful, because knowing where Sejuani starts here is very crucial if you do want to go for any sort of early bot dive. At the same time, though, you might just see Sedge solo start a camp here to kind of keep her path hidden a little bit, and just to have options in terms of where you can go. Actually, pathing towards the blue. Is it going to be a solo start blue? It looks like it will be. Both junglers, once again, going to be solo starting. And on the bot side, so interesting here. At least could possibly 3-camp bot.
Yeah, bot lane's already trading before the minions even crash. Pretty even on both sides. I do want to point out though, Enso has opted for the Guardian, but has taken Ignite over the Exhaust, which I think is not really that optimal. I feel like when you're expecting to probably get dived at some point in the game, and especially when you've got Zeri, and I guess the rest of the team was quite sort of short to medium ranged, you get a lot more value out of the Exhaust, especially when you consider that Frankie Sports, they have pretty much full burst champions. So not having that Exhaust available is definitely going to hurt.
Yeah, I think he might just be thinking that maybe he's not going to be in Exhaust range of like the Syndra GP. I suppose you can exhaust the Elise, but you know, Elise damage is, I feel like, a bit harder to exhaust. She can kind of hold it for a little bit longer. I still think I agree though. I think I would prefer to see the Exhaust, but I think the heal, the Ignite It does sort of make sense, I think. Now, both junglers are actually going to be passing towards top here. Eminem could get a bit aggressive here.
I was
Not going
impressed
to.
by these bot lane trades. It feels like they've done this so many times before, right? It seems like they just know what they're doing. And
Yeah, so top lane is actually trading pretty heavily. I think both junglers have decided that maybe there's just too many defensive sums on bot lane to really impact it. So they might look to do something here. Now, Pretender does have mid priority. Hollow's going to find Lava in the jungle. The Cocoon connects. I think he pushes him out. Aryu is in a bit of trouble here. He's very pushed up, and he knows the jungler is behind him. He's either going to be forced to give up a bunch of creeps or might even give up his life.
Eminem has dropped really low here. Of course, he does have the Nami sustain, but Bruce and Anto overall doing a good job here. Trading in and stacking a wave up too.
Nice respect out of Aryu. Manages to avoid that gank. At least returns to her jungle.
Wonder. Hollow is still going to be looking topside here. He does know there's a ward and is going to look to clear that one out. IU being quite careful. Lava is in the area.
Ooh, so he's here for the counter gank. I would be kind of surprised if Elise goes for this. But just making sure the wave crashes, I think it's good. Try and deny this early Elise snowball.
Yeah, I think there are options here. Sejuani likely, yep, in the closest bush now. Silico doesn't have too much mana. If he uses...
Yeah, he doesn't have mana, but I think they don't have enough health, especially when they don't know where Elise is. I think if they commit to a dive and Hollow can be there, it's just a bit too risky.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're gonna head back to the Krugs, and Hollow still clearing his camps. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, both lanes have copped a base, but J-Team gonna be back first. Seems like they do have the upper hand for now.
I got a fun little fact for you. I think Syndra Orianna is the potentially, I know it is for mid, but it might be across all roles, the most played matchup of all time. Might
Really?
just be for mid.
Like, in history.
Yeah.
Wow. That doesn't surprise me too much, actually.
Yeah. The kind of quintessential mid lane champions. It's a timeless classic, and it's a pretty 50-50 matchup.
Let's see. It really is. It does feel like one of those pure skill check matchups. Like, sure, there's definitely jungle influence, but I feel like you have so much agency over how your lane goes just based on how well you play.
100%. So, Lava is going to be back on the map here, and nothing much happening bot lane.
Yeah, this
You
is
have to
quite
feel-
surprising.
Yeah, you have to think this is a little bit better for JT. I mean, to be honest, the scaling is still pretty good for Frankie Sports. And I don't think Elise scales as bad as she used to. But I would have maybe expected just a little bit more kind of bot control. A lot of River Vision for
Kaiwing-
J-Team. Actually trading pretty aggressively here. Kaiwing takes a lot of damage.
Yeah. Man. 2 healing enchanters bot lane. It sucks because you get all these really, really well executed trades, but then both sides just heal it up in the next like minute or so.
Aryu gets chunked out. Gangplank, once he has the Sheen, kind of just clicks on your head over and over.
Hollow's here.
He's in the area, but he's spotted out on the ward. They are pushed
they
up
can still
really,
go for
really
us.
far, though. The Gangplank gold actually... I
nice try.
really like that out of Hollow. It doesn't end up, working out. I mean, they get the kill, which
Yeah.
is what matters, but that would have been a montage play if he hit that. And I think it's actually good presence of mind to go for that, because
Yeah.
if he does flash, he dies, and, if he doesn't, he's dead anyway. So, yeah.
Huge respect for that.
Also, the Gangplank gold coming through, I would say it did end up making the difference. Like,
Yeah,
it's a
for
lot
sure.
of damage, and also the slow.
Yeah, potentially if that slow doesn't come down, Bruce might be able to flash away out of Cocoon range, but does end up giving away first blood over to Eminem. And that's going to be good for Lucian Nami.
Yeah, I think once the Lucian Nami starts snowballing, it gets out of control pretty quickly. So very important kill picked up for Frank Esports here.
Yeah, Eminem coming back with the Serrated Deck and the Noon Quiver. He's going to be really strong.
Now, Minji has opted for a little bit of magic resist. Does make sense against the AP mid jungle. Hollow might actually encounter Lava here.
Ooh, not
Ooh,
quite
will
gonna
he go for
be.
the top gank? No, I don't think he will.
Wow.
Ships in the night. Passing each other there.
Oh.
You never heard that
No,
one?
I've never heard
I
that
think
one
I heard
before.
Rusty say that once, so
Oh,
I copied
nice.
him.
Shout out Rusty. Ships in the night. That's good. I like that. Yeah, Minji picking up the Merc treads fully. Obviously, it does mean he's going to be set back on his other items. Is it Rod of Ages on Orianna?
I wouldn't think so. I think you can go Rod of Ages on Orianna in... Well, you can go if you just want the most scaling possible.
Right, but probably Ludens, right?
Yeah, I would expect Ludens or Leandries to come through here. It's also pretty good versus Assassins, but I don't think you really need it. I think you can go for a bit stronger early game.
Oh,
Hold that thought. Ooh,
Oh, he's so
he's
low.
actually... Yeah, he's very, very close to
Yeah.
dying. If Lava wasn't here...
Yeah,
Too bad Hollow isn't here as well.
yeah, timing for J-Team just a bit off. Are you trading like maybe a bit too early, and when Solikill's not close enough to the bush for Lava to try and follow up? And actually, it turns out pretty well for Solikill. It's pretty rare that you see a gank like that turn out so favorably.
And so the ward does go down on the Raptors. Minji will get pushed out of this river. Does have the Merc Treads though, so it's pretty difficult for Hollow and Pretender to pick up a kill. No dragon so
Oh,
far, but
stun.
actually a bubble hits and a lot of damage onto Bruce. Could actually set up for a bot dive pretty soon, especially if Pretender can get priority and come down. I think you skip this dragon maybe and just go for a 4-man bot. There are no TPs up. Okay, actually going to go for the dragon. I think it's interesting. I'm pretty sure they could have gotten more with this.
Yeah, I would have definitely preferred a dive as well. You know, you already know Bruce doesn't have the flash available. Sure, they have, you know, barrier, heal, and guardian, but I think you have enough damage on your end with the Elise to be able to tower dive there. I feel like that'll be much more valuable.
I think maybe they just weren't sure where Lava was at the start. Well, I think by now, given that he hasn't shown bot side, you should know he's on Herald. But maybe at the time, they just felt a little too scared to do so. Dragon is picked up and Herald is the trade.
Yeah, I actually think that's slightly better for J-Team given the circumstance they were in, right? Because they're also denying away the Rift Herald from Frank Esports, who want to be on the aggressive in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Frank Esports still get quite a lot out of it. They deny a bot wave, they get some plates, and obviously the Dragon is pretty good too, at least later on in the game. So I'd say the trade is fairly even overall. In fact, might even be slightly better for Frank Esports just because
Really?
they are snowballing that Lucian. It depends where this Herald ends up going, but I think it's pretty hard to drop Herald in the Zeri Yumi lane and expect it to actually hit the tower.
Right.
So the only place you can really drop it right now would be middle top. And I think you kind of want the gold on Zeri the most.
Speaking of top lane, Solikill a bit behind in CS, but yeah, I don't know. How do you really expect this top lane matchup to go? Gangplank into Renekton.
But I think Gangplank does scale a lot harder.
Yeah.
I think if you're Renekton in this matchup, like you've blind picked, you were kind of just, you're holding down the early game, you're just playing your kind of role for your team. You're not really expecting to get a whole lot done. And you're thinking, okay, like other members of my team have counter pick and they're kind of going to make up for whatever happens top. Obviously, he's done well for himself. They may actually look onto Pretender here. They are. Nice flash
620
comes out of Pretender.
Just goes wide.
That's a lot of people there. They had 4. And the Rift Herald is going to go down, but I don't think it really gets a whole lot, if I'm honest. I don't think gold on Orianna and Sedge, like it's not bad, but it's definitely not as good as going on to some of the carries here. But yeah, a little bit of gold traded over. And plus 4 CS from the Herald onto Pretender. Now, doesn't have stun yet, and Minji has Merc, so I don't think there's any way they look for a
Yeah,
kill.
Hollow's still kind of looking for a cocoon.
Yeah, he's fishing for it, but I don't think anything will come of it. Still a kill.
But he is walking across the mid lane and walking towards bot, and that's where the action is going to happen. Lava is on his Raptors, so yeah, but the wave isn't quite in position, so they're just going to try and get some bot side jungle vision instead, which is going to be valuable for when they do look for that dive eventually.
Yeah, they do have Gangplank ult for the dive. And Zeri is pushed reasonably far up. Hollow might look mid again, but I honestly think looking mid is kind of a waste of time right now.
Ooh, Holly getting spotted out. Lava is here. So he is guarding for now, but obviously he can't wait here forever. He's only got the Grump left on his bot side. Hollow, I think he's happy to stick around.
Okay, it's pretty hard to look for any bot dive while Sedge is there, but eventually Sedge will have to leave and go to the other side. Syndra's TP'd back as well, so Pretender might be able to get some priority over mid and look to do something with it. Hollow might just return to the jungle here. Perhaps the window is over. Actually,
Yeah.
lots of pings in the jungle.
Yeah, Lava has base, and I think they saw it just barely on vision, so Hollow knows that this is a potential angle. They've got the
Yes,
wave
and
ready.
Lava, he's going to have to pass straight bot out of base. There's potentially a 4-man dive coming here. They have the Gangplank goal and the mid priority, so they wisely back off. They know Lava is not here yet, but more gold denied onto the Zeri, picked up by Eminem's Lucian.
Yeah, now 3 plates now for the bot lane of Frank Esports. They're slowly running away with this lead. 1.5k for the team ahead of J-Team.
Yeah, so nothing massive has come of the bot lane lead yet, but I feel like every time that happens, Sedge is kind of forced to change her path and kind of path inefficiently in order to defend bot, which means that, sure, like she doesn't really fall behind to Elise, but also she doesn't really get to scale as much as she would like. And meanwhile, on the island here, Gangplank's doing very well for himself.
Yeah, he's picked up the Essence Reef and doing a good job of keeping the Crocodile in check. Pushed under his tower, and I think he seems to know that Lalva isn't quite around yet. Hasn't been spotted on the bot side, so gonna freely harass Renekton on the tower. And Renekton's already below half HP, so it's pretty rough here for Ryu.
Pretender still does not have flash. Ooh, nice stun.
Ryu's so
Yeah.
low. He's not gonna be able to stay for another wave.
Solika might actually look for his name
Or
here.
gets
Oh,
the dominance
okay.
baited out, or forced rather, from Ryu, and I think he actually can potentially stick around for another wave now because Lalva is in the area and he does have more HP available to him now. Lalva gonna get spotted out.
Okay, oh, they're actually
Ooh.
engaging on the Bruce. A lot of damage go through. I'm not sure if he needed to flash, but I guess maybe just wants to keep his health high for this upcoming Dragon fight.
Yeah,
But I feel like
that's a
if they're not contesting Dragon, the flash was a bit insecure, I might say.
it's a tragic loss for sure. And the fourth plate now picked up for Lucian Nami. Dragon is up in 15 seconds, and Hollow is in the area yet again. I don't think he's been spotted on vision just yet, but he will very shortly.
Yeah, I think they might end up getting walked off this tower.
The water's expiring.
Lalva's on the other side of the map.
The water's dead. They would
They're
have
bringing
seen that
four
water
members bot
expire.
again, and they have the Gangplank on. If Bruce doesn't leave, I think he could end up dying.
Bruce has no
Can they
flash.
chase? Kaiwing, I think, could have maybe gotten aggressive with the flash, but perhaps didn't have enough info. They get the
Yeah.
first tower, though, and I think they'll pick up the drag as well.
I'm surprised they didn't go for that. Hollow had the flash cocoon available to him as well, knowing that Bruce has no flash, but
I think, again, they probably just didn't have enough information on Lava. Obviously, you know, we're kind of cheating. We knew he wasn't nearby. But they're content to play it slow. They get the first tower and they get the drag, so pretty nice lead being built up here.
yeah, and having that 2 dragons in your back pocket is going to be really valuable. You've got the gold lead, the dragon lead, and, you know, the CS lead in bot lane too. 2.5k ahead for Frank Esports. And they're going to start refocusing the efforts on the top side of the map now, bringing the Lucian and Nami up. Try and deal as much turret damage as possible.
The CS top remains pretty even, but every time I look top, Renekton's on 1 health. Guess it's that second wind and Doran shield sustain, just, you know, preventing him from dying. To actually bring bot lane mid, will they send Pretender bot here?
Yeah, there's no one answering the Orianna right now. They have
Yeah.
to, if they want to do this, they have to look very aggressively, but Hollow is not in position to really do much with them.
Okay, so they're committing towards the Herald, but they are going to lose quite a lot on bot side. Pretender doesn't have TP. I guess Gangplank could ult the bot wave, which is probably the play here. Because otherwise, you're going to lose a significant amount of gold. Yeah, okay, so the
drops it
ult
down.
comes down on the bot wave, and that is going to defend this tower. So nice macro and nice use of the Gangplank ult there.
Yeah, I like that.
I think Solid will reset and push out bot. Pretender probably just goes top here.
And it does mean now that Hollow is going to have a lot of control to work with around this mid lane. And I think they're trying to punish Bruce and Enso, but Lalva is on the way as well. I don't know if Frankie Sports will expect this angle from the Sejuani and the Yumi. They're walking to the top side now, and Ryu might be in trouble.
Yeah, I think this is really good for Frankie Sports. They can take top tower here probably without using Herald, and then can use this top priority to come back and Herald the mid tower. So I think all these tier 1 towers are going to go down in the next couple minutes for Frank Esports.
Definitely, yeah, they've really opened up the map. Lalva just barely dodging out the Elise Cocoon. Gonna slink back over to the Raptors, and Bruce.
Well, he does not have flash this
Oh,
time, and he
that's
takes
so
a
much
lot of damage. I think Syndra now, with that top priority, can come down, and this tower is just going to break. Honestly, really, really nice macro out of Frank Esports. Really made use of the Gangplank to
Yeah.
pull off something that you normally wouldn't. This
Yeah,
tower
probably-
will fall.
Oh, the tidal wave comes out, doesn't quite connect.
Misses, and the stun misses as well. Honestly, I kind of like the play, though.
Yeah, it's forcing them a little bit further
Minji's
back.
over the wall. Could maybe look for the Oriole onto Pretender if he overextends. He goes for it, but it's swing and a miss.
That's actually really bad for them because they don't. That's the big
can
ability
they
they
keep
need.
sieging? Okay, we have a flank, but I don't think we have any cooldowns left.
Yeah, Ryu does have the angle, but you know, without the Orianna ult, it's hard to see them winning that fight.
Frank Esports pulling further and further ahead.
Yeah, that is a huge swing for them. They got the top tower, the mid tower, and a huge chunk of damage onto the mid inner tower as well. And not really losing much CS throughout that whole process as well.
Yeah, Dragon in 2 minutes. It's going to be the 3rd Dragon, so I think J-Team have to at least consider contesting it, but also I feel like they're quite a lot weaker at this point. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, both
Oriana's...
ADCs,
There you go.
both ADCs have picked up their mythics. Thank you, you kind.
Yeah, Oriana, she's built up a pretty significant CS lead, but I think that's partly because Pretender was hitting the Herald, while Minji kind of just got to farm bot. And I also think it doesn't matter a whole lot, at least not yet. I think if you can get your third item quicker, you know, you get that Rabadons or the Void, that's when it really starts to matter. But getting your second item just a little bit sooner, I don't think either of them will have second item before this third dragon, so it's not going to matter a whole lot for that.
Ooh, solo kill. Oh, nice double barrel there. He's got the mechanics for it. Pumps the minions up.
Yeah, those minions, they didn't know what hit him.
Yeah, really got duped with that one. Dragon, Ocean Dragon, the third one for Frank Esports in the game, coming from 1 minute 20. And J-Team, they are in a really rough position. Like you said, they do feel substantially weaker than Frank Esports right now, but it feels like they're going to be pressured and drawn to contesting this dragon. I feel like they have to give this one up.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. You're a lot weaker, but at the same time, giving over the third drag does feel really bad. And Frank Esports already have the control. You can give it up, but is there even any trade? Okay, it looks like they're contesting because Minji is not pushing top, so that kind of suggests they're going for this contest. This does not look like a good start. Lava has taken a lot of damage before the fight has even started. And I think, can they look for the re-engage? Maybe they can. Ryu, they find an angle. No, they don't. Ryu, he's going to go down, I think, here. He does. Pretender picks up the kill. So this is honestly kind of disastrous for J-Team. Not only are you now unable to contest the dragon, but there's also no trade on the other side of the map. At the very least, if you could get Oriana to take this top tower, that would feel pretty good. But instead, they're going to lose bot tier 2. They're going to lose dragon. And I think J-Team... Ooh, can they look for a re-engage? This is a 4v3 right now.
They do have Minji's ult available.
Oliver's kiting it out. Always has that repel in order to dodge it. Taking a lot of damage on the side, though. J-Team, I think they might be pushed a little bit too far up.
Oh, no. Pretender and solo kill. They're coming in with Hollow on the side as well.
Just barely misses.
Nothing much as of yet.
I think they might look to engage on them, though. The stun comes through. It hits Minji, and the Oriole is not good enough. The Flash Cocoon as well.
Minji actually
no one's actually going down, but Bruce is extremely low. Will Eminem look for more? He will not. Dragon is actually still alive, and they didn't go for it. Can they turn back to it now? I'm not sure, because Minji does have TP.
Yeah, J-Team, they are able to survive, but they've still lost so much from that. I'm surprised Minji was able to survive, but he did have to burn the Flash, and now no ultimate available too. Frank Esports pulling 5k gold ahead now. Dragon is still available. I wonder if J-Team are going to come back and try and keep contesting this. They do still have some vision set up.
I think you can't. You have no Zero, you have no Oriana. I think it's just gone. Probably just play to farm that top wave instead.
Yeah, Frank Esports taking it a bit too fast. And as a result, J-Team going to try and look to see what control they can sneak away on the top side. But Hollow's there to kind of match. I think he'll be able to dissuade Lava from walking in too far. Scuttle Crab likely going to be picked up, but not much else there for J-Team. A couple of wards all around the Baron, but it sucks because they weren't able to get much vision into Frank Esports' blue side jungle, which is where you really want it, right? To actually gain at least some sort of additional info. But 3 wards placed all in the river. I mean, sure, you know where they are in the river, but that's about it.
Next dragon, 4 minutes away still. Frank Esports, they've played it very slow, but honestly very clean up until this point. I think that is going to continue. Maybe they will just like look to keep farming, try and hit their 3 item spike on the Lucian before this 4th drag. And I think at that 4th drag, I really don't see J-Team being able to win that. It's kind of crazy how much the gold lead has built up with so few kills, but I feel like Frank Esports have just kind of outmaneuvered J-Team all across the map.
Definitely, yeah, it does feel like they have, you know, made very good use of the Lucian Nami and the Elise in this early game to sort of press any advantage they can. You know, they've secured themselves a 5.5k gold lead now, heading into the mid game. 3 dragon lead, and I don't know if J-Team are gonna have what it takes to contest this, you know, this 4th and final dragon that they really do need to contest. It is the Ocean Soul, but for example, Bruce on the Zero, he's only just hit, well, he's only hit his first mythic, about to hit his 2nd item. Meanwhile, Eminem looking to get his 3rd one. Frankie's what's waiting in the bush.
Yeah, so no sidelines being attended to right now. Just trying to look for something on this midway. There's a lot of members nearby. could actually see something here. Hollow is getting pretty aggressive.
Hollow.
He has a repel still, and the stun hits onto Minji. The big slow coming out of Syndra, and the Gangplank ult as well. Minji does not have flash. He's going to have to kite it out. Lava taking a lot of damage. I think he might go down. Eminem dashes in very far, and he's taking a lot of damage. Bruce has the Zeri ult. They might actually be able to chase. Really good stun out of Pretender. Gets RU out of the fight.
Oh. Solo kill on the side, but Bruce is still trying to chase here. Solo kill might be able to find a big barrel. Doesn't quite get too much damage. Doesn't crit onto Bruce, so not going to take too much in retaliation. Lava dropped very low, forced the base as well. That actually looked like momentarily it was going to be pretty good for J Team. Minji wasn't able to find a great shockwave. He does find it onto Eminem solo. Was stunned up earlier on, so couldn't find any more to hit it with. But Bruce, yeah, there were signs of life there.
Yeah, I actually think it could be better for J Team. You do get both of Lucian's sums as well as Syndra's flash. Those will not be up for that fourth dragon fight. Can you win it? I still think probably not. But this gives you a chance.
Yeah, for sure. Bruce has had a second item now, and if he can sort of put himself in a circumstance in the fight where all the key abilities have been used and he's able to sort of skate around freely with the Yuumi on his back, that is going to be their way back into the game. And we've seen, Bruce capable of doing that kind of stuff before in his previous games, so potentially a small beacon of hope for J Team. They are still around about 5k gold behind, so it's rough, but definitely still a chance.
Dragon is up in a minute and 40 seconds. Lucian hasn't managed to quite hit 3 items here. Must be very close though.
Yeah, looking to pick up the Navori quick blades. I think he
might look to base for it.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if he doesn't get it before this next dragon.
Yeah, I think maybe one more wave into base might do it. I think if you can, it's such a big power spike. Even giving up control of the river might be worth it since you're so strong and can just easily take it back.
J-Team sitting on the top side, really looking to punish someone overstepping, but it looks like Frankie's supposed to being very careful, face-checking this as 3 and not going too far, mainly just looking for river control and making sure that the Baron is warded up and ready to go for this dragon spawn.
Okay, lots of members coming mid right now. Looks like they are just going to control this priority. It's really critical when you have 3 dragons that you can actually make a choice. You can give dragon and just secure a Baron. On J-Team's side though, you don't really have the luxury of doing that. You're kind of forced into contesting, and it doesn't give you many options. To Frankie's Balls, they know they can control this area. Pretender, he's got a really good area here. Could look for the stun. Lava's looking to get aggressive, so they start the fight early, but the Sedge ult is not good. It hits Nami, it doesn't really matter. Bruce gets in very far. Pretender's kiting out nicely. There are no carries on the no flashes on the carries. Hollow actually gets taken down, but Minji goes, I think, maybe a bit too far. The ult is good.
Oh, Eminem's down!
Double kill. Okay, so
this turns out really well for J-Team. Somehow, Bruce didn't even need to be the starter. He dished out a lot of damage when Frankie's spots were grouped up, but Minji flashing forward to pick up Hollow and Eminem. Really well played from him.
Yes, I think they are going to get this, but the resets are going to be very delayed. Syndra can actually steal this. Syndra does a lot of damage, actually kind of outsmites at this point.
I've got the GP as well. J-Team a little bit scared of that, pulling it out slightly, but Frankie's spots is still going to try.
I think Pretender might be able to get this, honestly. Okay, so they didn't have vision of it. We're just having to do it blind. It's a pretty important pickup for J-Team. They managed to win, I would say, almost an unwinnable team fight and end up delaying the game. Now, not a whole lot actually comes from this, but you do delay some scaling. So let's see how this happened.
Yeah, so Lava, he does throw the sigil and it connects onto Kaiwing, but he's too far away for anyone else to really follow up. Bruce dashing in, gets the Yuumi ult onto many people, but once they all flash away, there's not much he can do now. Now, eyes on Minji, he's flashing forward to get the killing Hollow, who's been dropped very low, and Eminem steps forward to try and get the return kill, but ultimately gets bursted down by 3 members of J-Team by himself. So Eminem getting a little bit too cocky there, maybe feeling a bit desperate to punish the Minji potential overstep, but Minji's positioned in a way where even if he flashes forward, he's still got enough teammates in range to help him out.
Yeah, Frank Esports, they've been playing clean the whole game, but one mistake does cost them pretty dearly. Now this Orianna is starting to get very, very strong. Yeah. And also the Zeri Yuumi scaling will really start to come in soon. They still have a gold lead, so Frank Esports, I don't think they shouldn't be feeling too bad, but yeah, they should be just a little scared of what's going to happen next.
And really important as well, Eminem still has yet to hit his mythic.
Frank Esports do have...
mythic.
Yeah, they do have flashes on their carries here. and J-Team does not. So if you could find a fight right now when there's no flash on the Ori or the Zeri. Okay, they actually engage, which I think is kind of interesting. I'm not sure you want this fight here.
Hollow repels.
Yeah, big Gangplank ult comes out.
Still there.
Ooh, Hollow, he actually gets taken down again.
That's huge for Minji and the red team of J-Team. It's going to force Solo Kill to come on up, and J-Team potentially, no, they're not going to try and do that.
I think they just get back off it again. It is quite hard to just do Baron. Ooh, I really wouldn't recommend face checking that. Okay, Wave Crew's in there, perhaps scared of them actually being on it. They check with Lucian W, but it doesn't actually check. Okay, good boot trick comes out.
Yep.
I mean, J-Team, they're doing a great job of getting these random kills, but nothing is actually coming off it. They can't really, they're not strong enough to just do an objective. I think the ball is still in Frank Esports' court.
Definitely, but you can definitely feel it slowly slipping, right? J-Team, while, you know, these plays, they are good for them, but it's more about keeping them in the game rather than it is sort of propelling them back into the lead. Ultimately, they need to pick up some sort of substantial objective. The mid tower, or all towers rather, are still up for Frank Esports, so J-Team need to figure out how they're going to start cracking some of these down.
Yeah, I think if you win one fight, you can take a lot of gold here. Like, if you can get a significant win, take Baron and potentially drop all 3 T1s, you can go from being down, you know, you can go from being down gold to just being up 3k in the next couple minutes. But it all comes down to, can you win that fight?
Yeah, and not only can you win the fight, but can you win it in a situation... Oh, Eminem!
Ooh, so they go on Bruce.
That was...
Yeah, that feels not that great. Now, there is no objective up yet, other than the Baron. They're still looking aggressively, even though they don't have the culling. I think this could be a mistake. Hollow actually goes in very far.
Hollow's quite
he
low.
does
does kite out. Lava's low as well. I think Frank Esports should probably just disengage. Massive barrel hits and huge damage solo kill.
He's
Man.
soloing.
Yeah, no, he is a Giga Chad for that.
Yeah, and are you know, trying to find a flank there, pops the dominance early in preparation for the fight, but isn't actually able to go in because J-Team are dropped way too low by some barrels from solo kill and the ultimate.
Yeah, so they're actually looking to start. I think this is probably just going to be used as a means to turn. I feel like you don't really want to finish this Baron, but if you can look for the turn, solo kill, barrel does not connect.
Barrel, yeah.
Needs to be really careful how far you walk up. The Oriole here does do a lot of damage. Another massive barrel hits. Solo kill.
Minji dropped almost below half HP for a second there. Gets healed up by the Yumi, but
yeah, the Yumi sustain is kind of the only thing keeping them in from this. Solo kill, perhaps walking a bit greedy. Does take a little bit of damage walking through there. Pretender as well. Playing very aggressive. Dragons in 50 seconds, and I think Frank Esports, they might have gotten it here.
yeah, solo kill has really started to steal the spotlight. You know, he's been quietly farming and dominating his lane the whole time, but not really getting any kills so far. But he's hit 3 items now on the Gangplank, and you can really tell those crit barrels really starting to hit for J-Team. Especially around those objectives where you know they're going to be clumped up. It's a scary prospect to think about.
Navori is completed for Eminem. Everyone's going to be coming back on the map. This dragon still very, very important. The thing with having 3 drags is even if you miss one, you can keep threatening it over and over until finally you get that 4th drag. Hollow, I think it's very important for him to make sure he dodges the Orianna ult. If you get hit by it, you're going to die very shortly after.
I don't like this from J-Team. They're trying to camp in the bush instead of wrestling for the mid-prime and Frankie's boss. As long as they're careful here.
Oh, he actually dodges the Sedge ult. It's a very nice movement from Hollow there. A lot of damage coming through, though the culling isn't the best. I feel like hitting Sedge is just going to get healed back up.
Yeah, all the ults there actually go wide. The culling, the tidal wave, and the Sejuani ult as well. J-Team are going to stop the Ocean Drake.
Oh, nice stun actually connects onto Minji, but Lucian dashing forward. Okay, the Gangplank ult is good.
Minji's zoned out.
Renekton maybe has a flank here. He's looking. I think J-Team, they have it in the bush. Solo kill, big flank. Oh, another massive barrel.
Oh my god.
He's just 1v9ing the game at this point. And I think with control of this choke, it's going to be really hard for J-Team to come back in. Pretender's doing a great job of zoning them out here. A flash forward from Hollow actually hits it, and the flash ult onto Bruce. He goes down. Minji, not Minji. Eminem, he dashes too far in. Ryu, he's got a good flank here. Solo kill actually Prowler's Claws onto Minji. Is he too far in? He's actually, it's working though. He's getting kills and there's no damage left. He just cleans everyone up. Pretender, can he get anything more? I don't think he can.
How does he get away with that solo kill? Really feeling himself, Prowler Claws, and flashes into 3 members of J-Team and somehow lives to tell the tale. And he's just that far ahead on the Gangplank now, still sitting on 3 items, but you have to imagine as soon as he hits that base, he's going to be on a lot more.
Yeah, I think Frank Esports, they're lucky to have solo kills Gangplank here because Lucian has frontlined the last 3 fights and I think done a combined total of 1,000 in those last 3. So not not the best Lucian Nami performance, I feel like, but solo kill, he's making up for that. And this will be the Baron, I think, going over to Frank Esports. Let's see a replay.
So J-Team, they do opt to start with the Baron, but Frankie Sports, they're closing in, and they don't have control over the pixel bush. So J-Team, they're forced all the way back, and you'll see here the solo kill gameplay kill does work to zone Minji out. But wait, let's take a look at the Baron in the bottom left.
Tell me it doesn't get stolen. Okay, it does not get stolen. All right, back to the replay.
Back to the replay. Solo kill getting huge damage onto Lalva and Bruce, and at this point, this is where it's like, okay, time for my montage play. Walks up very shortly. Hollow finds the cocoon, and this is where he goes in, all the way in. And yeah, Eminem goes a bit too early, but at this point, Solo Kill's like, okay, time for me to go. He jumps, flashes, Paralysis Claws onto Minji. Minji dropped very low, and Solo Kill collects him, collects another one here as well.
Yeah.
And ultimately...
Yeah, once the Ori goes down, there's just like not that much damage left, and I think that fight was really well played from pretty much everyone except Lucian, actually.
Everyone except Lucian, that's rough. Rough but true.
Yeah, they have the Baron and the Soul. Oh my god, look at the damage here. Yeah. Both ADCs are not very high. Okay, Hollow, he's actually in a bit deep here. He could actually end up going down, so he has to repel. Minji takes so much damage. Eminem's Lucian is starting to do a lot of damage. The two-man Oreo, actually a lot of damage on the carry. Pretender does get the ult onto him.
Oh, he gets stunned up.
Okay, huge damage coming onto Bruce as well. Eminem, he flashes forward. Can he get the kill onto Bruce? I think he will. One last auto. Gets up with a W. I think they might be able to end off this if they just push through top. They have the Ocean Soul. They have the Baron. I think this will probably be it.
Yeah, they definitely have the sustain to be able to do this. The minion wave is still a little bit far. I don't know if they'll actually be able to make it all the way to the Nexus in time, but it's definitely an inhib for sure. And Frank Esports, it's like the 10th time Hollow's been Sejuani altered, but it's really just not working out for J-Team. They don't have enough burst to be able to kill him before he repels up. And with the Ocean Soul, it definitely doesn't make it any easier. Frank Esports knocking on the doors of J-Team's base now, picking up the first inhib. They might actually still look for the end here. Respawn time is still sitting at 10 seconds for J-Team. Lalva and Enso, the only sole remaining members. Frank Esports is just completely ignoring them. Lalva has no way in here, gets stunned up, forced to walk all the way back to his fountain. Frank Esports, they're going to pick up this win against J-Team. 2-1 now, and wow, honestly, I'm just going to talk about it now. Solo Kill, he was crazy that game.
Yeah. What a monster. I mean, he was kind of just, on his own, winning his matchup, dropping good gameplay goals on bot lane. Like, he certainly wasn't having no impact for the early game. He was just sort of, he was there. He was playing his own lane. And then suddenly, as soon as those mid to late game team fights started, he's in there 1v9ing. I do want to say, we criticized Eminem pretty harshly, but he did redeem himself. That last team fight was pretty much all him. He did about 5,000 damage in that fight. So, yeah, Frank Esports, I think, for the most part, played a very clean game. There was a couple times where Holder got picked off by Orianna, but in terms of the macro, it might actually be the cleanest early game macro we've seen so far. So it gives me a lot of confidence that teams can play that sort of style and then actually end up transitioning it into a win.
Yeah, for sure. I think Frank Esports, they really just followed their game plan to a T, right? They got their Lucian Nami ahead, and all the meanwhile, for the next 30 minutes, Solo Kill is just slowly farming away, building up his lead incrementally, and it just reaches the point where he's, suddenly he's half hitting J-Team, and they're just like, okay, what do we do now? You can't really reverse the clock and go back from there.
Yeah. Man, I can't say enough about the solo kill game. Like, I mean, just barrel after barrel hitting, and the game plan goal is also so well placed. I think that's one thing that's like really easy to overlook is the game plan goal. You often have to place it like very strategically, either in chokes or like where they're going to be as opposed to where they are. And I feel like every time people were just forced to walk through the entire game plan goal and take all their damage on the way out.
Yeah, definitely Minji feeling that a lot, especially in that dragon fight. He was zoned out by that gangplank and dropped to half HP. And even though he was, that was sort of his comeback towards the sort of later half of the game. He started to get a little bit ahead. But ultimately, if you're getting half hit by a gangplank, it's so hard to play the fight. And when he's flash prowlers clawing onto you, what do you do?
Yeah, 100%. I think Minji put up a pretty good performance, all things considered. I do think the Orianna is maybe not the best choice in the enemy composition. Ultimately, though, Minji, he played pretty well. It's just the entire team was kind of losing. Team comp's a bit difficult for him. But the Orioles, I think they were pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, I don't know. He didn't really find a big one. Like, there were some okay ones, but it's not really what you'd expect from the Orianna, right? If you're picking it, I feel like you want to see, like, the 3-man, the 4-man ults in those fights. But it's hard to say whether it's, the angle's just not being present, or maybe his team isn't really well equipped enough to help set that up for him.
Yeah, I think it's like a combination of there's not much setup, and also I feel like the front line in this game, it's pretty much just going to be Elise, and she can always repel it, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you would get the 1-man ult onto Elise afterwards, but yeah, I think the only maybe 2-man ult was in that very last fight. But yeah, I don't know. It kind of felt like they were just being pushed around most of the game. You know, it's much harder, I think, to find proactive ults when you're that far behind.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at this fight. I think this was the one where Minji was able to find a quick pick onto Hollow and Eminem.
Yeah,
Hollow
this was that
get,
last fight.
yeah, I mean, he gets stunned up, but he just repels again, and then J-Team are just permanently on the run. He finds 2, drops them about half HP, but there's not enough follow-up there. You can see Ayu trying to look for the flank, but he gets stunned up permanently, doesn't get to move, and his whole health bar just gets completely erased from the game. And from this point on, Bruce, he's trying to do what he can, but there's just not enough there. And this Dragonfly solo kill, this was really his turf. You know, he drops the Gangplank ult and comes around, hits a double barrel onto Bruce and onto Lalvin, pretty much puts them out of the fight completely, and wins the Dragons single-handedly for Frank Esports.
Yeah, I really want to see what the damage percentage is for Gangplank this game, because I think it would have been pretty crazy. MVP, it must go to solo kill, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, Hollow, he did have his mistakes, but moments like this where he finds a Flash Cocoon, and it really just sort of sets the ball rolling for them, right? That's what enables Solo Kill to look for this Flash, Prowler's Claw, into 4 members actually, not 3, and still live. Really just, I think it's just really good hands-on play from Frankie Sports. You know, it's not often you see a team play out the early game exactly to plan and also play out the late game as well. Just, you know, they have that late game contingency of the Gangplank, and he really delivers. Yeah,
100%. I think Pretender as well kind of went under the radar, but he had some really nice stuns that often led to a lot of other stuff being opened up. And also in that last fight, crucially, he did manage to control the choke point there, but solo kill, well-deserved, 100% KP and 33% of his team's damage. Also up 4,400 gold over his lane opponent there at the end.
Is that right? Did he really go 1-0-7? I could have sworn he got more kills than that.
No, I don't think he was getting kills. He was just doing millions of damage.
So much damage, yeah. I mean, it sucks. You know, he doesn't get to pad that KDA quite as much as he would have hoped, but regardless, that damage percentage is very juicy, and yeah, he definitely was the standout player.
Yeah, stats can only tell you so much, but I think the eyeball test would definitely say that Solo Kill deserved MVP that game. So many team fights won purely off his back. So yeah, very impressive performance, and that's what we want to see, honestly. Like that day 1 performance, right? We still weren't so sure about him, but yesterday and today really showing up.
Yeah, bodes well going into week 2 as well, because, you know, he's had a good performance on the Cassante. He's shown that he can perform on the pick like the Gangplank as well. I think the first one we've seen so far this split. And who knows what else he has in store for us.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to more carry tops out of him. He's looked damn good on them.
What other, do you reckon, does he play the Fiora? Yeah, he hasn't, right? Oh no, that was
he's
the
played
game.
Cassante, Gnar, and Gangplank.
I still want to see the Chinese Fiora pulled out, you know? The LBL Fiora.
Yeah, that is a classic. I want to see Camille as well. I feel like she's not super meta at the moment, but I think that, you know, top laners are really good at Camille. It's just, yeah. You know, I like to see it.
Yeah, you know, Camille, Gangplank, they both have those sort of one ability and your half hit. And yeah, I don't know, J-Team half hit taking that loss. I don't know where I was going with that, but anyway, the next game we have up is CTBC Flying Oyster coming up against Hell Pigs. It's going to be a really good match. Please don't go anywhere.
I gave my soul to the time you These days grow tired. I
Take stock, lean back, take a view of the city. I'm sure you with me. Are you getting down, 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 down? Take back the shots you face me take. We don't wanna take. You slow down, down, down. You wanna be somebody. Are you scared of everybody? Do you wanna be somebody? Are you feeling out of body? Time keeps moving on. Are you running away? Are you running away? Time keeps moving on. Do you wanna be somebody? Do you wanna be somebody? Slowly back, take a view of the city. I'm sure you're with me. Are you getting down, down, down? We're done to lie. We're done to sleep. We're done to Do you wanna be somebody? Are you scared of everybody? Do you wanna be somebody? Are you feeling out of body? Time keeps moving on. Are you running away? Are you running away? Time keeps moving on. Do you wanna be somebody? You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bill when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're treated. But get up in the vibe. Ooh. Intoxicated. Get ahead of time. Inebriated. It's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
Hello and welcome back. We've got game 4 of tonight. CTBC Flying Oyster going up against Hellpigs. Now, CTBC Flying Oyster, they did pick up their first win yesterday up against S9W after a pretty disappointing day 1.
Yeah, so the day 1, they did not start off strong, didn't pick up a single kill.
Was quite weak.
On day 2, though, got a huge number of kills, and actually one thing that I really respect out of them is that even in a meta that sort of encourages scaling, they still really like the early game. You know, they play stuff like the Callista, Shun's Draven gets banned out a lot, and Rest as well, he normally likes to play early game champs, so I'd really be looking at Rest and Shun to kind of blow up that early game.
Yeah, for sure. I think Shun, after being put on the Lucian Nami as opposed to the Zeri, had, you know, a much higher impact. You know, being able to be a lot more aggressive in the early game, build up that lead, and really accelerate the game from there. I think that should be what they're hopefully going to be looking for in this game as well. Other than that, on the side of Hellpigs, they did take down, or they did lose very narrowly to Impunity yesterday as well.
Yeah, Impunity, they look like one of the stronger teams at the moment, so I feel like, you know, losing to Impunity, you shouldn't feel too bad about that. I believe we will be getting up some rosters here.
Let's take a look-see. So CTBC Flying Oyster, of course, Rest, the MVP king in the top lane. I'm going to keep calling him that. Meanwhile, Gemini and Jimmian, jungle and mid, and Shun and Slaytrue in the bot lane. Jimmian seemed to have a lot better performance as well. I think overall, actually individually, across the team, everyone seemed to really have woken up in day 2. So I'm hoping that they bring back that sort of renewed spirit in today's game.
I mean, they were against S9W, who are currently sitting 0-3, so perhaps one of the weaker teams, but I do think that they did play more towards their identity. I think that strong early game is what made them win the title, or it was at least, you know, a huge part of it in the previous split. So if they can keep doing that, if they can keep up that aggression, that early game domination, I'd expect to see them pick up the win here.
Yeah, I think that if we're sort of continuing with the storyline of, you know, them being the reigning champions and being one of the heavy hitters coming into the split, you'd really expect them to take out this game against the Hellpigs, who obviously, you know, they are still a very strong team, but if you want to be the best, you got to take down the people that are in your way.
Very true. Rest and Shun, those are my... That's what I've got my eye on. I really want to see Shun pick up the Draven. I think it's been banned both games so far, so it's probably not going to happen. But if he does get the opportunity, I think he would lock it in.
Yeah, we've had like a lot of exciting games so far today. It's been really, really awesome to watch, and I'm hoping, you know, that Draven would really just be the cherry on top at this point.
It would. Can we get 5 really exciting games in one day? I think we might be able to.
I
The
think
rest,
so.
he's played a few champs so far. On the other side, Hellpigs. Oh, we got the 2 tacos.
The 2 tacos.
Taco and Taco, Hong2, Tide, and IC8. So I think Hellpigs, they've kind of overperformed, at least compared to our expectations. At least to begin with. And yeah, that loss against Impunity, it was a fairly decent game, I felt like.
It felt like it was close in the end. I think Tide did have some sort of showings in the later stages of the game, looking like he might potentially be the hero that they needed to win the game.
Yeah.
But ultimately just barely falling short. I do think Hong2 on the Azir looked a little bit weak though.
Yeah, I think the scorelines from that game, you know, maybe don't reflect how... I wouldn't say the game was like super close, but it definitely wasn't super one-sided either, right? Like it was a fairly back and forth game still, and you're right. I think the Azir really just didn't find a lot of impact. I remember that one fight where he kind of just like went forward, both the carries flash, and he was just kind of stuck in no man's land and got taken out. I think Azir in general honestly doesn't bring a whole lot to the meta that other champs don't, because I think the meta really values having like mid priority and having skirmishing power, and I think Azir, he brings a lot of mid priority, but there's other champs that do that as well, while having the insane skirmishing power. And I think pure late game scaling isn't that important right now. It feels like the leads that you can build up end up being not insurmountable, but just like very hard to overcome with how far you fall behind by playing the scaling comp.
Yeah, especially when you have stuff like Lucian Nami in the mix, right? It just makes getting those early leads so much more valuable. And yeah, I think trying to invest too much into the late game can often come at a really steep cost, like we see with stuff, you know, like the Kassadin trap, right? Because it's a champion that is obviously very weak in the early game in the laning phase, but which accelerates a lot more later on. And yeah, I'm hoping both teams really do try and shift their focus to champions that really enable them to do as much as they can in the early game.
I certainly hope so too. So CFO on the blue side up against Hellpigs on red side. The first 3 bans, Maokai, Yuumi, and Ashe. On the other side, Caitlyn and Elise taken away. So both of the 2 OP junglers are already gone. And Ash taken out. Now, with Yuumi being banned, will that mean... I feel like Yuumi being banned normally means you kind of have to take the other, but I think it's a little bit different for CFO because they can play some of these stronger early game bot lanes. So Draven is up, Kalista is up for them as well.
Please, Draven.
Will it be the Cassante first pick? What will it be?
He's holding on to the Ringar for quite a while. Are we going to be blessed? No.
Ooh, okay, so they take the Vi. I
Interesting.
feel like on the other side, you probably look to take the Sejuani and then, or Wukong, something like that, and then maybe take your bot lane. Yeah, do you want to take Lucian Nami here? Maybe you do.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toss-up between, you know, wanting to secure some power picks, but also not wanting to reveal too much about the direction and composition that's going into. The chase is being hovered, but
Okay,
he's
so
going to switch to the
Wukong.
Wukong.
So maybe Wukong Lucian, I would expect to be the pickup, unless they just want to ignore Lucian Nami altogether. But then they would have to have something to play into it because, you know, Shun, he showed pretty dominant performance on the Lucian Nami yesterday, and you have to feel he'd be willing to pick it up.
Definitely. I think at the same time, they wouldn't mind dropping it. Yeah, the Heimerdinger, because the Lucian Nami, you know, sure, it's very strong, but we have seen it that it is very much beatable, even in lane, right? You'd expect the Lucian Nami to sort of roll over lane, but a lot of the time it doesn't seem to be the case, especially with stuff like, you know, the Ashe Heimerdinger. Ashe is obviously banned, but Heimerdinger can definitely make that a lot more difficult for Lucian.
Okay, so this will probably be the Lucian Nami locked in now. I think is kind of to be expected. And then what do you pair with Heimerdinger here? I feel like it's probably Varus.
Yes, Varus.
Ashe is gone. I think it should be Varus. Jhin is the other option, but in my opinion, I prefer Varus a lot. Ooh,
Wow, they're
okay, so actually the casting it into double mid bans is what I'd expect. Now, what do
Yeah.
you take away? I think you probably ban... Ooh, I'm actually not sure what you ban here. Let's see, because I feel like you probably don't need to ban Ryze given your team comp. Like, I think this comp deals well with short range, and that's kind of like what Ryze is. So maybe you look to ban some longer range things like a Syndra or something. See what it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
a
I
bit
actually do
Ryze.
like to banning the Ryze. I mean, I kind of understand it. It does make playing the early game sort of difficult. Maybe the comp isn't enough into it. Now, if you're CFO, surely you ban out ADCs that work well with
Yeah.
Jaime. Surely, yeah, the Varus and the Jhin I would expect to be the bans.
And I wonder what's left in the ADC pool after that, right? Because you've got Ashe, you've got Varus, and Caitlyn all out. And you've already picked the Heimerdinger, and I feel like there's not that many good picks remaining that pair well with it.
Yeah, maybe you do something crazy and put like Heimer AD.
Ooh. Now that would be spicy.
Okay, so should be the Jhin ban I would expect here. Azir ban, kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I don't really
wouldn't-
care too much about Azir, but I mean it is good, I guess, against Wukong. So last ban, surely it'll be the Jhin, unless they just don't care about Jhin, and they could maybe target ban top lane instead. Okay, so here's the Jhin ban, they definitely respect it. Fourth pick here, you should pick up your ADC of choice. Now, I'm not sure what ADCs it's going to be. If this ends up being Heimer in the ADC role, what support would you pick up? Ashe is gone.
Something with CC, ideally, I feel like. A lot of the sort of ranged champions that you'd usually take are taken.
Ooh, okay, so it actually ends up being
Wow.
the Draven Heimer. I'm not sure if I've seen this lane before.
Okay, a little bit of a smile there from Shun I saw. You know, they're picking the Draven into him. And this is really going to be an interesting bot lane matchup. Draven Heimerdinger. I don't think I've ever seen this one.
Yeah, neither. Okay, so here, Kasane will probably be the pick. It is kind of the premier top line. There are counters up to it, if they feel so inclined. And the mid, you definitely have to have an AP mid here. Feel like Syndra, yeah, there we go. I think Syndra is probably the best pick here into the Kassadin. It's going to give you that early game power, and I think you probably do go for the Cassante. Yeah.
Well,
I feel like I'm just reading off the screen, but okay. And the last pick. So options are Jax, Gnar. Are there any? Ooh,
there he
something
is.
like
Yeah,
that.
I feel
okay.
like you need something with a bit more power because this is a weird one from Hellpigs. I like it in that it's interesting, but I don't really see how it executes because you've got the Draven Heimerdinger. Obviously, you do want to be pulling your resources towards the Draven and trying to get those bounty procs. But I'm not sure how easy that's going to be when you have a Castle who's going to be dropping priority every single wave in mid.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure how the Hellpigs comp is going to play out, but I can tell you right now, it's going to be exciting. I don't think I've ever seen that combination of champions play together ever on Summoner's Rift, so yeah, very, very excited for that. I think, yeah, I don't know, you kind of, maybe you just like play heavily around bot and leave the Darius and Cassante kind of just 1v1 on the island, sort of like what happened last game with the Gangplank, and then the Darius just ends up being your kind of scaling win condition.
Yeah, you'd imagine that Darius should do pretty well in that lane, right? And I hope that he does, because it feels like if that Darius doesn't win lane, you don't have too much else. Like, you're really relying on that extra strength.
Yeah, I think if you don't end up snowballing as Darius here, it actually can be quite difficult to play, because, you know, like the Lucian, Nami, and the Syndra are all pretty good at kiting you out. Now, if you have Ghost, obviously that gives you like a window to do something, right? But whenever you're like coming to that team fight, if you take too much damage on the way in, either you get stunned or you just get culled, it can be really difficult to get that damage done. So I think, yeah, having a lead is going to be very, very important for Hellpigs, and finding that lead is going to be a little difficult with with Kassadin in mid. But I'm really interested to see how the bot matchup plays out.
Yeah, it does feel like before level 6, that's when they'd want to really be the aggressors, right? But they don't have many tools to really set up any kills. I don't know. I'm interested to see. They must have something up their sleeve. CTBC Flying Oyster coming up against Hellpigs. 4th game of the night, second to last. And just from the draft already, I can tell this one is going to be a really interesting one to watch. I feel like it's going to define a lot about how the meta continues to evolve.
Yeah, so CFO, the game has been paused. I was going to say that they really like to play early game, right? Like, they're going to know how to abuse this Kassadin and kind of like, even if it's not abuse the Kassadin lane itself, but actually, you know, invade the jungle, get dives going off on bot. So, yeah, I can't help but feel like this Kassadin is going to get countered here.
Yeah, I don't know. They need to be strong pre-6, but they don't have the tools that they need to be strong pre-6. I don't know how that all works out.
Well, I think that you might find... Sometimes you find that if you're playing Kassadin into something kind of early, that the other champion ends up just like roaming too much, and Kassadin kind of just gets to scale for free. But I think that's probably not going to happen with CFO. I think they're just too clean in the early game.
Yeah.
I think to make that kind of mistake. And it's not like Syndra's scale is bad, right? Like, Syndra's scaling is actually very, very good. I don't think many mid laners scale as well as Kassadin, but certainly scales well.
Yeah, thankfully, I think we are back into the game now, taking a look at the runes. Nothing too surprising. We have opted for the Unsealed Spellbook on Hong 2 over something like the First Strike.
Yeah, I think it's pretty to be expected nowadays. Mostly you just go Spellbook, Kassadin versus ranged, and Conqueror versus melee. Not going to be much happening here at level 1. Syndra has opted for the First Strike, which does make sense. You can definitely proc it on this lane. Hong 2 actually going to take a little bit of damage from Shun, and actually going to have to walk around as well. Not a great start to the lane.
Yeah, a little bit of extra gold in the pocket of Shun with that First Strike as well. He has opted for the Ignite again. We saw this yesterday, where it potentially does make more sense. Oh, Taco!
Oh, actually
this is
going
huge.
for some kind of level 1 cheese. I think Gemini is actually going to get pushed off.
Pops the Ghost.
Ghosts. You're probably forced to flash here, Gemini, because your Q's just going to get...
Oh no, he's a cancel
okay.
twice.
Never
Yeah,
mind, not forced to flash.
yeah, potentially might have been able to force it, but 2 cancelled autos, you're not
Yeah.
going to have much else there. But it is definitely going to slow down Gemini pretty significantly. He's pathing back down towards
Yeah,
his
he
red
actually
buff.
swaps to the other side, which is pretty interesting. I guess he wants to make sure that he is bot earlier, and actually another pause coming out. That is going to mean that Darius loses the top priority, but I don't think it'll matter a whole lot, because as we said, top lane is kind of going to be that island for a lot of this early game.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely does mean, like, that is a big tempo loss, because we saw that on the other side, Wukong's already finished his red buff and doing his Krugs, and Gemini is still pathing to his first camp.
Yeah, he's definitely pretty behind, but the fact that he skipped a lot of camps to immediately get bot side makes me feel that probably not going to receive any punishment on the map, but just going to be behind a few camps, which isn't the end of the world, I feel like. At the same time, though, maybe it means that you can't set up any dives or invades or anything early, so it's definitely pretty good from Taco to get that done. I think it impacts the map maybe a little more than you realize.
Yeah, I wonder if Wukong might potentially look topside with the red buff and maybe pressure Cassandra a little bit more, because Darius just has so much kill pressure, although he has popped the Ghost, which isn't going to be up for another 3 minutes. And I feel like that is one of the most obnoxious things that Darius does in the early levels, right? He pops Ghost, slows you with the empowered auto, and really just runs you down. So not having that is going to make his early levels a little bit less threatening for Rest.
Yeah, I think Cassandre, though, isn't the strongest in the very early game. And yeah, I feel like the Darius, anyway, is kind of a scaling counter pick. So if you don't get a whole lot done in lane, I think that's fine. It's more just like, I think the first fight is really, really important for Darius, right? Like, if you come in that first fight and you die, it's really, really bad. But if you get in that first fight, ghost, and pick up 1 or maybe 2 kills, suddenly you're on that path to just snowball out of control.
Yeah, it really does feel like Darius very quickly reaches the point where you can't even walk up to your minion wave without him just starting to walk at you and ordering you, chipping you away. And you could almost do the same thing for bot lane as well, with the Lucian Nami up against the Draven. Obviously, Draven does want to get that bounty, but at the same time, he's not really in a rush to get it, right? As long as he's not dying, he can keep building up those stacks, and eventually, as long as Tide can cash it out at some point, you know, it's still the same amount of gold being transferred over to him, and yeah, it can really add up.
Yeah, I think Draven has somehow ended up as a kind of scaling champion just because he ends up getting so much gold that he ends up full build, like way ahead of anyone else. Obviously, he doesn't scale well into the ultra late game. It's relatively short range, but I think just if you get your passive stacks consumed once or twice, suddenly you're just so far ahead of gold, you know, over the enemy ADC that it's kind of hard to come back from.
Yeah, it feels like you hit your late game build in the mid game.
Yeah.
And that's just like, I feel like not many other champions can do that, right? Because he just generates so much gold very freely. And it's like, it's pretty obnoxious how he does it. Because it makes the game very weird because you're obviously like a lot more accelerated than your lane opponent. And you're definitely one of the hardest ones to play into, right? Draven with a lead.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the Draven passive, it kind of lends itself to thinking it's more of a solo queue thing, right? Because it just means that you can, you know, accelerate off the kills that are going to happen. But I think what actually happens is that in competitive, gold income is like hard to come by. So any gold that you can get over your opponent ends up being extremely valuable.
Yeah, especially when it's in big chunks like that, you know, that's unprecedented really. And you see Taco already just walking down Rest. The trade actually ends up pretty even, but you can see here that Taco's counterpart, is in the area. He is sitting on a ward though.
Rest actually has Ignite, by the way. He's going for the combat summoner.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Taco actually has to be very careful here. Another pause. That sort of sucks.
They're really playing with us. But really, a lot of exciting stuff happening on the top side already. I wonder if anything's going to come from this, because Teiko, you know, he did have a big tempo lead over Gemini, but he's spent a lot of time already waiting in this top bush, and it's kind of already... His advantage has kind of run out. I have been told there is a player microphone issue. Unfortunately, again, microphones are really not on our side tonight.
Unfortunately not. But it should be pretty easy to resolve, I think. They will have backup headsets in the worst case, so shouldn't be waiting too long. I think the top matchup now, it's actually in sort of a bad state. I think the Ignite from Rest is actually a pretty good adaptation. And it's going to allow him to, you know, really actually fight back in those 1v1s. And I think now with Taco not having Ghost at level 1, right? Like that trade wasn't as good for him as it would normally be. And now he's actually too low. Might be forced into resetting. He has Taker nearby, but the problem is the wave is sort of in a sketchy spot. Like maybe could get Taker to help him push it in, but sharing so much XP that early in the game, it wouldn't feel that good as well.
Yeah, it definitely sucks. Like he did... I feel like it was a good idea to pop that Ghost to sort of force Gemini out of the jungle, right? And it does create an advantage more for your jungler than for you. But it does feel like Teiko hasn't done anything with that advantage, and now it's just gone. Meanwhile, Gemini, you know, he's already ready with the red buff on the bot side, and that means that the Lucian Nami is just enabled to play a lot more aggressively, and that's what Shun really wants.
Yeah, 100%. So it does look like we might be getting into game sort of soon. Everyone's looking quite focused and ready. Will we see this jungle advantage actually turn into anything? I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, it feels like...
I feel like even if it doesn't actually, if nothing happens as a result, that's still pretty good for the Kassadin team, right? Like if you can slow down that early game and make sure not too much happens, then that's a win in itself. I do think it was kind of, yeah, maybe a bit risky from Taco to go for that huge level 1 trade without Ghost, because now it kind of feels like that Taiko was stuck topside for a while. You can't really defend bot side, but fortunately, we are back on the rift. So what's going to happen with this top matchup here? Because, okay, he's actually going for the gank. Rest does have flash, though.
Rest isn't... Oh,
okay, never mind. It's Cassante. It just takes a little bit of damage on the way out. His wave is still kind of cooked.
Cooked. It is definitely very cooked. Takeo actually gonna... Well, he is actually gonna base. Drops a ward before he goes, but now you'll see here both junglers sitting on 2 camps, but Gemini is about to take his 3rd one. And now I feel like he really has options. He can maybe drive by mid, path towards top side. Whereas Takeo, his rebuff is probably already going to be on the verge of running out.
Yeah, I think both junglers have wasted a fair amount of time just based off what happened at level 1 and then the top thing. So yeah, junglers are kind of in a similar state here, honestly. Although Gemini might be able to do something with the mid priority. Is looking at this Scuttle Crab.
Oh, Takeo.
It's going to enter the river, but slightly too late in order to get this. And actually won't spot out Gemini. Possibly,
this is a
actually
really good
going to look
angle.
mid. Syndra will have stun ready, and Hong2's wave is in a rough position. So he actually might go for this instead, but this is a little risky because it does not have bot prior, so it is a pure 1v1 at the moment.
I don't think he's been spotted quite yet, but the ward has, you know, sort of spotted him out by proxy. But it does actually reset the blue buff, so Gemini getting a bit of revenge for that level 1 and slowing down Takeo in the process. It does mean the junglers are going to be split up for now.
Okay, so the Castanets got back with his tier, forced to reset pretty early, which I think is pretty good for Syndra. If you can get Lost Chapter and then really punish into that tier before he manages to get Catalyst, I think that's probably the ideal for the matchup. Also has first strike, so he can get there a lot easier. Big damage coming onto Shun. The Draven Heimerdinger is actually doing a ton of damage. Shun's forced to heal.
Yeah, heal coming out. And that is a really good trade. But wait, Gemini's here on the top side. Taco might be in trouble, might be forced to flash. Does manage to get out.
Ooh,
potentially.
Actually, a lot of damage being traded.
Well, he's actually
going back in for more, but ooh.
That was weird. You know, it looked pretty dangerous for him, but I could tell he was going for, you know, the 2-man Q to sort of heal back up. Interestingly enough, that Ignite comes out from rest at the same time, so he doesn't heal as much as he can, and that means he's not going to be able to stay for this wave. IC8 dropped very low.
Oh my god, will the Ignite take him out? I think it will. First blood goes over to Shun. Wow, so Lucian Nami finding that a crucial acceleration.
Yeah, that's just the Lucian Nami lane, right? You know, in the blink of an eye, you can find the health bar is just completely gone. Hong2 actually trading aggressively on Jimmy as well.
Jimmy, I think it's going to be in a pretty good spot here. Should have the Lost Chapter now. Let's have a look at this replay. See what happened. I guess he just got hit by a bubble or something?
Yeah, he's walking up really far and Shun, I'm guessing, just dashes forward.
Yeah, because he doesn't have much mana.
Yeah, just dashes forward, drops Ignite, drops all the abilities, flashes forward for the double auto at the end, and IC8, yeah, not quite knowing his limit, you know? Maybe if he had 30, 50 more HP, he could have lived.
I think as well, if you don't have mana for E, it's very, very scary to walk up. If you can drop it straight away, but he did not. Now look at the mid item difference. It's pretty significant at the moment. Does have a Lost Chapter.
Oh, -1.
Oh, it happens.
That's rough. He used the W for the -2. He misses another one. Jimmy, please, you've got to get this. You've got to get this next one, otherwise it's all over. It's gonna have the Q. Oh, uses the W. He's decided he doesn't want to miss.
Yeah, using abilities is cheating though. Okay, he does push in the wave.
He's done it.
Probably not a whole lot you can do with this mid priority. Maybe you just look to harass Kasten under the tower a little bit.
Takeo is in the vicinity for bot lane, walking up river. He might actually catch out Jimmy in here. Hong2 is level 6, but no, they're not quite gonna cross paths, and Takeo is gonna spot out the ward. No, he doesn't. Wow.
Ooh, okay, so he does spot it now. I kind of feel like you can't start this dragon.
Yeah, especially considering it's a cloud drake. I feel it's going to take quite a lot of damage from this.
Yeah, I don't think this is that worth it, even if you get it. And I feel like Syndra and Vi could probably just push them off it.
Takeo wasting like the honey fruit disappears as well. That's so sad.
Yeah. No, I think that was always going to be pretty ambitious. I think it would obviously be nice to pick up a dragon with Kasten early, but I think it's always, you know, kind of going to be a bit much. And I don't think quite has the lead in jungle to be able to do it, as well as bot lane falling a little bit behind now makes it more difficult.
Yeah. Gemini now waiting in bot lane. I don't think he's been spotted yet.
Yeah, I think they could actually look here. IC8 does not have flash. Yeah, if I can hit the Q on him, he is going to end up dying
he's
here.
On my screen.
Yeah, the flash bubble probably not even needed.
Ty might have the flash yet too,
Yeah, no, I think he's fine. There's nothing left. I'm not sure if that flash bubble was actually needed on the Heimer. I think maybe if you want to be really greedy, you could go for the flash bubble on Draven and try get his flash.
Yeah, I agree. Feels like once the Heimerdinger is that far up with no flash, he's already dead. But another kill picked up for Shun.
Yeah.
Already well on his way to picking up his first mythic. Quite far ahead of Tide. Luckily enough for Helpix, Tide hasn't died yet, so he's still got holding onto all of his stacks. So definitely potential for them to make up this gold deficit they're in right now.
So IC8's actually brought topside, and they're probably going to look to start up this Herald. I think they probably do get this. Currently they have top priority and also their supports here. At the same time though, I'm not sure how worth this Herald actually is, because Draven will probably lose quite a bit. Tide is going to be forced off that tower. Will they actually try contest? I think this is not worth it. I think it's better even to just go bot in this situation.
Yeah, CFO.
Tide, he actually could be in trouble.
Oh, shouldn't... Tidal Wave comes out. It is...
Oh, yeah, it's forced to flash. So I'm not sure if this Herald actually ends up worth it. Your Draven win condition is falling quite far behind. If maybe they can use the Herald to get Castan or Draven ahead, it could be... Or, sorry, Castan or Darius ahead could be good, but so much being lost bot lane for that Herald.
Yeah, and in all of this, you know, this has mainly been CFO building up a lead for themselves. Jimin hasn't, you know, with his pro, he hasn't even needed to rotate much. Oh, Rest, actually looking for a fight here.
Oh, Gemini is here. Gets the ult, and I think, yeah, Tiger just kind of gets deleted.
Yeah, not much to it, really. I mean, Gemini shows up, helps out his boy Rest, and they're going to push in this wave as well. They do not have the Rift Herald, of course, because Helpix have picked it up, and it looks like Takeo has his eyes on the Drake as well. So although it is a kill, and potentially a couple plates for Rest, getting the Dragon in return is not too bad.
Yeah, getting the first Dragon on the board is nice, but at the same time, lanes are not looking good for Helpix. You have, you know, fairly sizable deficits in all three lanes. Mid is the one that's the closest, and I mean, sure, it's nice, but that you're not really going to feel the effects of that for a pretty long time. Draven. The thing is, Draven's behind, and he's lost a lot of gold, but if he gets one kill, he could be back in it.
Yeah, for sure.
At the same time, though, Shun, you can't feel like he's going to let that happen. Takeo actually shows on the ward there. So CFO, they know he's around.
I feel like Takeo's pathing this game has been really awkward at times. Like, he's slowed himself down a considerable amount, but despite this, Gemini... Yeah, I mean, Gemini's been able to get a lot more done on the map, actually. I'm not sure about the picking up the executioner's calling.
Oh, he yoinks it.
Nice job, Taco. Doesn't even pop the emo, you know? Usually in that situation, you would pop the emo just for the extra tilt factor, but...
Okay, the ult comes down, but it doesn't really look like it's going to accomplish a whole lot. The early game, probably going to go back to being a little bit quiet here for a while. We'll have to see where this Herald ends up being used. Perhaps we'll try find a gank onto bot lane. If you could get a kill on Draven, it would be good, but at the same time, Lucian Nami is so strong. Do you actually want to fight this? Because if...
Takeo.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. He will be behind, but at the same time, I don't think it's as winning as you'd think. Ooh, actually, the jungle pet shows. I don't know if they saw it, but the jungle pet is chilling in the bush there. Cassidy's actually managed to come down, and Cindery used her TP mid. Shun, I think he could be in trouble here. Probably going to have to instantly flash out. Might just end up dying to Cassidy anyway. Oh, Cassidy crucially picks up the shutdown. Give this kill to Draven.
Yes.
Oh, he gets it.
Helpix are back in it. Both Cassidy and Tide on the Draven, able to pick up a kill. This is probably the best case scenario for them, right?
Yeah, I think that was a really big misplay from Cinder. She TP'd back to the lane, and I don't really think she needed to. Potentially could have just TP'd to this bot tower and prevented this. I think, yeah, crucially, shutdown going to Cassidy, and then the stacks going to Draven. It's basically as good as you can get for Helpigs here. I really think big misplay out of Syndra, TPing mid.
CFO are still 1k gold ahead, but definitely managed to make that deficit a little bit smaller, and we'll see what Tide picks up here. Does actually hit the Eclipse, so he's got the Mythic before Shun.
Yeah.
And now, you know, the Lucian Nami isn't going to be as strong. Let's take a look at the replay. Takeo going on a very wide flank, and this takes a while. And I'm surprised CFO weren't included in on this, right? Because Cassidy was missing for so long, and Takeo hasn't been on the map for ages, but despite this, Shun and Sleichu just too far up in the lane. And you see Hong 2 coming over the wall very shortly. And this is when Takeo walks in. He knows the Tribush is probably going to be warded, but by now it's too late. But never mind. Takeo has been killed. Same with Gemini. Both junglers taken out. I'm sure we'll see a replay for that at some point in the future.
Yeah, Hong 2, though, he gets another kill. I mean, you can feel pretty good about that. Jimin's still, you know, pretty far ahead in CS, but Casson does scale like an absolute monster and getting 2 kills. As soon as he hits level 11, he's going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely,
oh,
right?
Hong 2.
Yeah, it feels
Seems
like,
pretty aggro.
you know, the early game win condition for Helpix was the Draven, and even though we didn't initially get that, he's kind of made up that difference now. Oh my, Rest is going in on
actually
Taco.
going for it. He forced him to ghost away. Flashes after him. I think that's going to be it. But getting both of Darius' sums is going to kind of neutralize him for a good, good portion of this game here. And with Dragon in a minute 30, Taker's actually
Taker's
up here,
here.
and Rest does not have any sums.
The All Out is running out very shortly as well, so he's not going to have as much combat power as he did earlier, and he's probably just going to get walked down here by Taco and Taker.
My God,
It
the
is-
dynamic duo is going to take him out.
Yeah, it takes a while, but they do make it there, and Taco does pick that up now. Let's take a look at the replay. Jimmy in... Okay, so he hits... What does he even do here? Let's have a look. I'm seeing this for the first time too.
Okay.
So the Vial comes in on to Takeo, and a lot of flash has been, but Jimmy does get the Unleashed Power onto Takeo, but Gemini gets return killed by Hong 2. So just trading kills there in the mid lane, but definitely very good if you're Hong 2.
Yeah. Sadly, the top kill did go on to Wukong. I think it would be better if Taco's Darius could pick it up.
Yeah, Taco instead of Takeo.
Not bad overall, though. Bowling is kind of, gone back to being even. I think it's going to a lot depend on, can the Solution Nami snowball further before Cassinan ends up taking over? Manages to get the crab ahead of Dragon, which is actually kind of a big deal. Cassinan's very close to level 11. If he can grab this before this fight starts, it would be big, and I think he should get it here off the way.
He's really not respecting Jimmy's damage, but yeah, it does hit level 11. And now, looking at the gold graph, CFO, of course, still in the lead, but the deficit has, slowly been reducing. I'm interested to see what the items are at this stage, because I assume Shun has also hit his mythic by now on the Gale Force. No, he hasn't. Okay. Well, if you're Helpix, I think you're pretty comfortable fighting for this.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 4v4. No top laners involved, and I think Helpix should win right now, especially after the culling was just wasted. It does give them prio, but I think Helpix, you probably do want to contest this.
Yes.
Even if you lose the dragon, I think you just play for the fight after.
If we're just trying to rush it on Vision, Takeo isn't able to quite get the steal, and now he's by himself. Unleashed Power dropped, and he's popped instantly. Where is the rest of Helpix? It seems like they're on different pages there.
I think that was kind of just a miscommunication from the whole team, because either you're just giving that and soaking waves and then you just don't need to go in for that, or you're trying to play for the fight but you're not actually playing for the dragon, and then all you really need to do is just like look at them, try keep them in that area. But ultimately, yeah, there's some breakdown of communication. Taker just kind of goes in and ends 1v4. I'd be interested to hear the comms. Not that I could understand them, but
I'm
I'd
sure
like
you
to
could
hear
tell
the
from the
comms.
tone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but off the back of that, because Takeo has died, it does mean the Rift Hilt as well is going to go to CFO. That's pretty good if you're them, but we have to see how they can, get effective usage out of that. It does look like the top tower on the side of Helpix is pretty low, so maybe we'll be able to take that one down and then drop the Rift Hilt mid.
Taker, I think he might be caught out again.
What's going on?
Yeah, back-to-back really big misplays.
Yeah, he must have taken the Hex Gate or something and not having a good read on where everyone else is on the map. And just caught in a 1v4 again. Maybe he just really loves getting grouped up on.
Well, next dragon's not for a while. Probably gonna just like scale up a bit, and I think that's okay for Helpix. Like obviously, your Darius and Draven don't scale insanely well, at least not in this kind of game state. But your Cassinan is very, very strong. Has got 2 items at 16 minutes. So yeah, he's gonna be feeling pretty good. Have to see if he can get anything done in the side lane, because I feel like even when Cassinan gets fed, it's quite hard to actually do stuff into Cassante. You can probably do stuff into Syndra, but again, it's a pretty hard champ to actually kill.
Yeah. Taking a look at the player gold, Shun and Jimmy still in the lead. Actually by a considerable amount, bigger than I would have expected. Tied sitting 1k behind on the Draven, and items are pretty much about even.
Yeah, I think those first strikes make up for a little bit of the gold as well. Both Syndra and Lucian with the first strike, kind of just adds a little bit of extra gold on top.
Yeah, now CFO, they've taken the top tower, looking to start pushing the mid one as well. Rift Herald is still up for Gemini. You have to assume he's going to drop it here relatively soon to try and open up the map a lot more. He's waiting. ICA needs to be really careful here. He doesn't want to overstep and be in the violed range.
Ooh.
Jimmy is
He
waiting in
doesn't
the wings
realize
as well.
it, but he's
He's playing with
Ooh,
fire.
Okay, so he actually checks with a W. The Cinder stun is going to hit.
Oh,
Oh,
he
actually
connects
the
them
double
both.
stun. Very, very nice. Tide goes insanely low. Wow, that was a really insane stun out of Jimmy. And
Yeah, the last bullet from Culling, they're just managing to finish off Tide, and now Rift Shield has popped. Doesn't even need to use its health on the first tower, which means it's probably going to take down the inner turret as well. It's going to be an even bigger gold swing for the side of CTBC Flying Oyster. In the meantime, Hongtu looking to see what he can get done on the top side of the map.
yeah,
I
I
wonder
think
if CFO can find another pick here potentially.
this is kind of huge for CFO.
They're not stopping it. It's going to get a hit on the inner tower as well.
Cassidy does have TP if they stay too long. Okay,
Wow.
they just get the damage. So I think this is still pretty big for CFO. You know, they shut down the Draven stacks. They get 2 to mid towers and open up the game a lot. At the same time, though, Hongtu
Oh, Jimmy
actually
might be in
able to kill Jimmy in here. As soon as his tower goes down, he's actually going to go for it. Jimmy, I think he's dead. Pretty much no way to get out
doesn't
of
get
this, I wouldn't
stunned.
think. I think, yeah, he gets
Yeah.
chased down and definitely dies. Ooh. And uses
Pops
the flash as well.
too. That's really bad.
Yeah, Jimmy, and he makes great play and then followed up by a seemingly not great play.
Not too
It was actually an
optimal.
insane stun on mid. Opened up pretty much everything for them, but then immediately after gives a massive shutdown to Casa and Taker.
Oh no,
Ooh,
it's really not
ends up
Taker's
losing
game.
the blue. Yeah, he's having a roughie.
Yeah, Jimmy and though just getting a bit too greedy on the top side, trying to save the top tower as well. You can see here the tower's already very low. Hongtu just finishes it off before turning his sights onto Jimmy and Jimmy tries to drop the ult to try and hit the stun as well, but actually misses. Not that it probably would have mattered anyway. Hongtu was eventually going to chase him down, but Jimmy I don't know why he tries to flash there. I mean, Takeo is relatively close, but I think even if Takeo does come, Hongtu still gets the kill anyway.
Yeah, I think the best play there was probably to go like flash down immediately, because the reason he started going up was just to get the stun, try and get Hongtu away from him. But I think if you'd flashed down, probably would have lived. Either way, though, the end result is Cassidy continues to scale.
Yeah, hitting 8 stacks on his Rod of Ages now. He's working towards his Zonya's Hourglass as well, which is going to be really important in those team fights when Gemini starts trying to lock him down. 2k gold lead now for the Flying Oysters. In the other
Okay.
lanes though, let's check back in on top because Taco has got his Black Cleaver, and despite this, we haven't seen too much fighting between the two of them. Maybe Cassandre really is just that durable, but I feel like you would expect that Darius at some point to be able to overpower him.
Okay, so Dragon is just going to go over to CFO. I actually like what Hellpigs are doing here. They're just trying to trade more and more gold on the Cassidy. This is only the second Dragon, so giving it away is not a huge deal. Well, Shun's actually here, and Hongtu might be caught out. I think he actually is going to end up going down to Lucian.
Air Force.
Will he?
Not
Oh,
quite.
he's so low. Takeo actually goes back in, and is going to end up dying. Yeah, but that's really nice that the Cassidy shutdown didn't end up going over. I wonder, can they get anything more off of this? I don't think you can start Baron, but maybe you can look to just crash waves, get Dragon.
And it feels like CFO really just winning out across the map continuously. Takeo. Oh, wow. Okay. 1v1 between Taco and Rest. He has got full stacks, but Gemini's here as well. And it looks like Rest is just going to get locked down.
Cassidy's TP'd in though, but I think there's probably not enough
Hongtu,
damage
no.
here.
He's gonna have to run out of
he
it.
actually arced
What?
forward. I can't believe he did that.
I don't think he's
Shun
going to
would just-
survive.
Can he get out? Maybe he actually does. Oh, the flash
Really
from Vi
nice.
is really crucial. Yeah, wow. I think that's really big mistakes coming out of Hellpigs. I mean, they had a fairly stable game state, and they kind of just give it all away.
Yeah, making multiple errors in a row. It's really not what you like to see. First Takeo getting caught out rather, but now seeing Hongtu and Taco getting grouped up on as well. And now CFO taking out the inner turret. The gold lead has somehow swung in the last few minutes to 5k in the favor of 6k now, actually. Let's take a look back at this 1v1. So Taco actually gets his full stacks onto Rest and maybe thinks that he can start winning this fight, but he isn't aware that Gemini is actually on the Dragon as well. So Gemini actually just finishes off and walks up. And Taco actually still has time to walk away here. I guess knowing that Hongtu is coming in with the TP, but I don't see how they're actually going to win this 2v2, even if Hongtu does make it a bit earlier.
Yeah, I think it just takes so long to deal with Cassante that you just like, you need to be able to chase him over a really long period and not have anyone else show up. And Gemini, I think, has done a great job of just pretty much always being in the right place. IC8's caught out and just gets one shot by Jimmy and Syndra.
Yeah, lots of magic penetration. Probably, yeah, definitely doing true damage on the Heimerdinger now. Jimmy is very strong. And while Hongtu is also at quite a strong state, I feel like for Jimmy it's a lot easier to, take advantage of those long-range stunts and pick out kills. Even if he can't finish them off himself, he's got the killing to back him up as well.
You're going to siege this bot in heaven. I think they will get it. Hongtu is going to trade the top lane tier 2 which is it is a good gold onto the Kassadin, but losing your bot inhib here, it does feel pretty bad. You don't have a lot of wave clear on your team.
Yeah.
Actually, and I think they can go for 2 inhibs maybe. It sort of makes sense that Kassadin isn't here because he doesn't have a lot of wave clear. So it's not like he could do a whole lot, but at the same time, losing 2 inhibs does kind of feel like a death sentence in this game.
Yeah, sucks. Sorry, Hong2 does pick up that in the tower, but now just, you know, picking up a Gromp and maybe Rift Scuttler in return for losing your inhib turrets and your inhibs. It feels like a trade you have to make, but it still sucks to be in that position.
The Hong2 is level 16 here, and I think he might have the Zhonya's as well. So I feel like this is probably as strong as he's going to get just for this game, because I think it's unlikely you hit another full item before this game ends. Does pick up the Zhonya's. Having a little bit of a technical issue here. Can't quite see, but we can hear. Sounds like Lucian is shooting the blue buff.
Oh, Shun is autoing a lot here. I think lots of autos. Some pings coming out. You have to use echolocation to figure out where exactly everyone is.
We are.
Hoping that this can get fixed up soon. Some technical difficulties from the broadcast end, but
Back to us.
now you get to see us again. I'm assuming the game is hopefully paused now. I don't want to miss out on too much. You know, this is such a
I
crucial.
hope so.
It's a crucial point in the game where, you know, they've picked up the bot inhib, which is really crucial. I mean, sure, the mid inhib as well, but the bot one is really the one that helps you get that pressure onto Baron, right?
Yeah, I think the bot inhib definitely matters a lot, especially when you don't have great wave clear. And, like, sure, your Kassadin can farm it a lot, but he's going to be kind of stuck in that bot wave just clearing, while the other, you know, on the other side of the map, you can kind of just look to start the Baron up. And I feel like Hellpigs were in a decent spot. Like, the early game didn't go great, but they kind of clawed it back. But then they just ended up through, I would say, kind of silly mistakes, giving it all back over to CFO. And CFO, they're able to punish.
Yeah,
well.
I mean, it feels like one of those times where, like, in isolation, those, you know, those one-off mistakes aren't much, right? But when you have them in quick succession, you can just see how quickly it can get out of control. You know, CFO went from maybe being like, you know, 1K, 1.5K gold ahead to like 5, 6K just from like a few minutes. It's, yeah, it really is not great to have play sort of become that messy, especially when you're entering the mid to late game.
Yeah, I think as well, we haven't really seen the, you know, red side 5-pick Darius really have impact yet.
Yeah.
I think part of it is countering Cassante is just, it's
It
tough,
feels like
right?
it's impossible at this point.
It feels very, very difficult. And I think, I don't know, at the same time, not getting much out of your red side last pick always does feel very bad. It's your chance to just counter, you know, your lane, counter their whole composition, really be the nail in the coffin for what they've shown. And I think if your red side 5-pick just ends up really not doing a whole lot, I mean, it feels really bad.
Yeah, like, you'd want the Darius to at least, you know, put up a decent fight in the 1v1, but it feels like he's not even able to accomplish that. And I feel like in team fights, it's not really going to get that much easier for him either. You know, you've got the Nami tidal wave, you've got the Syndra stun to sort of dissuade him away. I mean, maybe you can catch up to them with the Ghost, but you have to find a really good flank, I feel, to actually get value out of the Darius.
Yeah, I think it's definitely tough at this point in the game. Trying to think, I think they banned 2 mids second phase. They banned Azir and Rise, I think it was. I think both of those bans, probably one of those could have been a Cassante, in my opinion. I don't think Azir is any more oppressive than Syndra. In fact, I'd say it's probably less so.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think the Cassante keeps being given over. And there have admittedly been a couple counter picks that have worked. But I think on balance, Cassante is just too safe, too consistent, too hard to counter, and just always ends up having a ridiculous amount of impact on the game.
Yeah, it really makes me wonder how the scrims are going, right? Because, like, in these stage games, it feels like consistently Cassante is just so dominant. Like, sure, there's been some games where he hasn't been able to quite find his footing, but more often than not, he's just this unkillable beast that somehow deals a million damage at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like it could definitely be a sort of scrim bait, where in scrims, the Cassantes are kind of testing their limits, you know, trying to learn the new champion, and as a result, just end up, you know, giving over kills and stuff. And then, yeah, kind of getting snowballed on.
Really rough. I think we're probably going to go to a quick break for now as we sort out these technical difficulties, but we'll be right back with the game as soon as we've got it all back up and running.
Somewhere in the in-between, running full circle. Just when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Whoa, bring it back to me.
We are back. That was a pretty short break, but in that time, I've quit League of Legends, bought a house, bought a car, got my full driver's license, had 3 kids. It's the small moments that count, really.
Yeah, wow, you got a lot done. Very time efficient. Yeah, hopefully we'll be getting back. That's the shortest break I've ever seen, by the way. I was kind of
Yeah.
expecting when you said we're going to a break, it'd be a bit longer than 40 seconds, but
That's all right. We give the
know.
viewers a break from hearing our voices. It's been a long day for sure. They need the extra 30 seconds, but hopefully we'll be getting these issues sorted out very quickly. It seems like it's more of an issue with the broadcast with the game, but also I know nothing about either, so
yeah.
really hard to say. Oh, look,
Alright,
we
nice.
are back.
How much
Awesome.
time have we lost? I don't remember. I think
It's been
it's
20
about the
years.
same, right? I don't think we've gone too far. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
to be about the same.
Baron is still alive. You can see CTBC Flying Oyster starting to pressure the topside jungle. They have missed the ward already. It's always crucial to make sure you're checking all the corners. They do check this one, but they're not going to pick up that one beside the Raptor camp.
Yeah, with this double inhib pressure, it can definitely just start to kind of siege down this last lane. And normally when you get 3 inhibs, the game is just pretty much over. And they actually might play for it even without Baron here.
Yeah, Hong 2 in the meantime has been quietly split pushing and clearing waves. He has hit level 16 now, so with his 3 items, you have to assume that Helpigs, this is probably the best they're going to get in terms of fighting power on the Kassadin. But I'm still unsure with how you deal with the rest, right? Because the Draven, sure, he got that 1 kill earlier, but he hasn't been able to get much else past the landing phase.
Yeah, I kind of think they just might be too far behind in order to get kills. Kind of need to make some picks. Third Dragon will be up in 45 seconds. I actually think I'd prefer for CFO to just play for Baron, because I think with that inhib pressure, you should just be able to pick up the Baron, and once you do, you can kind of just play for the end with it. And I
Yeah.
think that's maybe what they're looking for now. They have
Yeah.
such huge topside quadrant control.
Yeah, Takeo actually goes into Hexgate, but tries to hop over the wall, but gets spotted by the ward and Tribush. CFO did ping that out, so now they're just going to rush down the Baron. No response at all from Helpigs. Not too sure what Takeo was going for there. I feel like, sure, they're probably going to take the Baron eventually anyway, but to get spotted just sort of accelerates their process. Now Takeo playing with fire yet again. He really loves these Hexgates.
Oh, the clone just got destroyed. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Taker's plan there was, because I feel like Cassante was the only one ever going to be in that side lane. He wasn't killable. You see it here. There's 3 dudes chasing Rest down. Oh, actually decides to go back in.
Oh, he's half HP. He's
Will
actually
he end
pretty
up
low
dying
now.
for it? He's just... Okay, no,
Okay,
this
force a
champ.
flash over the wall. Does pop the gargoyle as well. Not sure what he was doing there by himself. Maybe just trying to show off what his champion can do. Doesn't have TP to come back as well, so that actually is going to
Yeah.
hurt CFO's tempo a little bit here.
Yeah, I think Rest should... Maybe they just all commit to bases and they go play like Dragon and then come back here. But yeah, I think getting chunked out there does slow the game down a fair amount, because you probably could just ignore the Dragon and look to Siege, but the rest
Yeah.
getting chunked out.
Especially when you see that bot wave, it's already stacked up. If he had been just, sitting on the mid wave, baroning it up and making sure that's slower for HPS to kill with their 0 wave clear, they could have been in a really good spot to take that top inhib as well, but now forced to settle for the Dragon instead. And it just means that Helpigs are getting a little bit of extra farm from those supers.
Yeah, so now I think you probably put Cassante in mid and then try Siege through top with your other 4. Alternatively, you could just try play for the end on the bot and mid waves, but I would prefer to see the CFO 4-man
Yeah.
go up towards top and have Cassante come towards mid.
It does feel a bit safer, right? Because Hongzhou is actually
Ooh,
pretty strong. Oh, wait,
stun
does
actually
get
hits a
stunned
lot
up.
of damage.
Oh, he's very low. Culling going to drop him
Yeah.
even lower. Going to escape on a third of his health. And that is actually pretty good for Helpigs.
Okay,
That's
but-
Unleashed Power and the killing now not available. If you want to fight, now is the time for Helpigs.
Yeah, they're just playing mid bot. They're really thinking they can go for the end here. They don't have Syndra ult. They are getting chip damage.
Takeo needs to find an angle.
Yeah, I think Taco's kind of used everything here. I think CFO
Oh,
probably
Taco.
just can't. Okay, Takeo gets a big engage. He gets the knockup.
Ulti's going in.
Kassadin's in the backline. And he's dealing a lot of damage. But I think
Oh,
the
he's stunned
Syndra
up.
stun is huge. And Hong 2, I think he's
Oh,
just
he's
too
forced to
low.
run
Should
away.
is flashing forward. So much damage
Shouldn't-
coming out. And I think that is going to be
That
it.
is
They
gonna
are
be
going to
it.
pick up the game. Wow, a lot of confidence from CFO to go for that. This is not a team that's just going to wait for objectives. They're willing to really just, force the game, force the victory.
Hongzhou not quite able to get his revenge on Shen at the end. But that is going to be CTBC Flying Oyster taking out the second game now. That was pretty back and forth. They did get that early lead. Helpigs seem like they have a bit of an in back into the game, but ultimately too many mistakes in too quick succession means that they are left with nothing in the map at all.
Yeah, I think Yeah, obviously it was a little back and forth, but overall I really liked how CFO played it. There was, you know, a couple misplays like Jimmy and dying top lane, for example, but I think as a whole, you know, in a lot of the other games we say like teams could do this, but the safe play is to do this, right? They'll go to the drag or they'll just, you know, kind of wait for the waves, wait for item spikes and stuff like that. But CFO, they know how to keep pressuring. They keep the pressure on. They're not going to let that Kassadin scale up. And even in times where they could make the safe play, they have the confidence in order to go for what is the best play.
Yeah. Yeah, especially shown in that final fight, right? He was just dashing around. Hong2 was really trying to close the gap, but gets locked down by Gemini on the Vi, giving Shun even more space to play with. And when it reaches the point where you're getting chased by Lucian, you're not going to get away from him.
Yeah, 100%. I think feels bad for Hong2. Obviously, I think he tried pretty hard. I just think it's kind of that age-old thing of your team just falls a bit too far behind. I think, though, the second... I don't know, because on one hand, you third-pick Kassadin. It wasn't like a red side 5P Kassadin where you're just investing everything into it. It's like, no, you actually third-pick Kassadin, gave that fifth pick to top lane. So you'd expect top lane to kind of be able to carry you through that early game. But the Darius never really turned into anything. So on one hand, like, well played to Rest for kind of neutralizing the matchup. Hong2 tried his best. I think for me, though... Actually, MVP of the game would probably be Gemini. I felt like he was...
Really?
Well, he had a bit of an annoying start, right, with getting ghosted on by the Darius, but I think the entire rest of the game, I felt like he was just always in the right position. You know, he was just always behind people that were getting engaged on. So many times you'd see the camera focus on the 1v1, and then Gemini would queue onto the screen and come in and take him out. So, yeah, my MVP would be Gemini.
That's true. I didn't consider that. He really did recover really well. And I think that, yeah, it's puts you really... in a weird position when you start off the game not how you want it to, right? You expect that first camp to be relatively straightforward and then you plan your game around that. But then adapting really quickly, you know, going to the bot side and actually not falling too far behind, definitely do have to give him respect for that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a weird start of the game, right?
It was.
Yeah, it was just weird all over. Like, both junglers ended up having to waste a lot of time, but it didn't really end up mattering. I think Lucian Nami as well, getting that critical snowball, just finding that Heimerdinger kill sort of randomly.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights now. This bot lane
here it
fight.
is.
This is where IC8 does step a bit too far forward and gets picked off. He doesn't have much mana here, so you have to wonder why he's stepping so far forward. Shun recognizes that, flashes forward, not afraid. He's got the Ignite as well in his back pocket, so pretty easy pickup for him. And I think that was first blood.
Yeah.
Now this one here, Taco, sorry. He gets a lot of stacks onto Rest and then suddenly gains confidence for this 1v1, but it's not actually a 1v1 at all. Gemini is in his back pocket. Hong2 is on his way, but it's too little too late. And Taco just gets locked down and deleted so quickly by the tanky Cassandre and Gemini. And Hong2 actually, instead of running away and potentially living, he opts to go back in. I'm not too sure what he was trying to do.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of desperation, honestly. Like, he kind of had to salvage the play, but yeah, it does end up going down. And look at the damage, just a huge amount coming out of the CFO carries. And Kassadin, despite being able to scale up so much, just never really found the opportunity to actually deal damage because the rest of the team is too far behind.
Yeah, it seems like the Heimerdinger actually dishing out quite a lot of it, and that really says something, right? It says that the rest of your team wasn't really doing what they were meant to do. Hong2 spending a lot of his time farming the side lanes and, you know, farming jungle camps while his base was being taken. And sure, that is the best you can get in that situation, but it ends up with you being so far behind that there's nothing much you have left to do. Jimmy getting our MVP award for tonight's match, I think that is fair.
He did have that really insane stun, and that did open up a lot of the game. I mean, you can't criticize him too much. He won his lane. He made a lot of really good plays. It was just really that one kill that he gave over to Kassadin that was bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, 34% of his team damage, you know, pretty solid performance.
Yeah, no other deaths as well, just that one misplay. So overall, pretty clean for him. We'll just ignore that one. He's all good.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I would agree though. I think Gemini would definitely be another front runner for that MVP. Like, he was so instrumental in making sure that his lanes that were sort of already ahead stayed ahead.
Yeah, and CFO, I think they're a team that they have a lot of carries, right? Like, you can look at a lot of these games and kind of be like, you know, we could give MVP to any of these players if you make a solid case for it. And that's really the sign of a strong team, right? When you have multiple avenues to carry through, multiple lanes that you can play through, it's very, very important.
Yeah, I'm still just wondering about that Darius. It feels like it wasn't really able to do what it wanted to do, but, you know, maybe another day that Darius wins the matchup. Next up, we have our final match for tonight. And this one is a really good one. Impunity coming up against Deep Cross Gaming. These guys are the only teams that are 2-0 each. So, very, very exciting stuff. We'll see you very soon.
yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's something laying on. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. First to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this.
Come one, come all, and welcome to the final game of tonight. Game number 5. We've got Impunity coming up against Deep Cross Gaming, and this one is really juicy because both of these teams are 2-0, undefeated so far.
Yeah, so one team is going to walk away the sole undefeated team of week 1. I mean, it's been an amazing day so far, and I think this match is going to be the one to cap it all off.
Yeah, I really hope it does deliver because there's a lot on the stakes here, and especially I think the mid lane matchup is something that we're really excited for because we've got Nesty, who is, I think he's proven himself to be one of the better mid lanes in the PCS, and then we've got Mission, the Magician, who's going to take it.
Oh, I want to say this is Mission's playground. I think Mission is very strong in the laning phase, and I think you can kind of safely pick control mages, and it does well against a lot of off-meta stuff. If you want to play something weird mid, it can be quite hard to do so into control mages because they're just so safe that they can't really be abused. And I think in the current meta, it is a little hard to kind of, go out and pick something really weird like the Ivan or the Bard. But I do think, maybe one of those fringe meta picks, something like a Talia from Nesty, is probably the best option. But I think just in straight, meta matchups, if we're talking stuff like the Ryze, the Syndra, I'd definitely give it to Mission.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that for Impunity, that is definitely their bread and butter, right? Having Mission on that kind of champion where he's very comfortable. Like, he's played the Ryze, he's played the Kassadin, both of which he seemed very much comfortable on. Let's take a look at the roster. We've got Driver, Alex, and Mission on the top side, and then Atlan and Nature sitting down in bot. Yeah, Mission really still does feel like the key player for me. On the Ryze, he was really able to make the most out of his priority. He played Ryze into Kassadin, got the push, moved around the map, and really unlocked everyone else in the game.
Yeah, 100% Mission. He's in MVP form at the moment, has been dominating every game he's played so far. Let's just see what champion he looks to pick up, because I feel like other teams might start to target away that Ryze, and now that you know that he's willing to blind pick Kassadin, you can kind of prepare your answers into it. It shouldn't be something that kind of comes as a surprise anymore. We'll see what he goes for.
Yeah, I don't think it does seem like he kind of sticks to a very sort of set champion pool that he's comfortable on, so I feel like for Deep Cross, it's going to be on them to try and shift it enough in the draft so that, Nesty can end up on one of his, less... what's the word? Less seen picks.
Yeah.
A little bit quirky. Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Kriskata, and Orca coming up for Deep Cross Gaming. And Hanabi as well. He was really, really impressive so far this week. I think he's played the Gnar, he's played the Renekton. I think the Gnar especially. He's one of the only top laners so far, I think, that's really been able to not only win the Gnar versus or something versus Kastante matchup, but also knock it out of the park, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was not just, neutralizing or winning. That was complete top lane domination. So Hanabi, I'd be looking at as a big part of this team. One thing I want to quickly come back to is something you said about Mission having that kind of small champion pool. I believe it was in the last year playoffs. For most of them, Mission had only played 3 champions.
Yeah.
It was something like Azir, Victor, and Syndra, or something along those lines. So he very highly values that small champion pool, and maybe that is something that Nesty can look to exploit. When you have kind of a small, concise champion pool, sure, you're very skilled on those, but it's also very obvious what you're going to pick. So you can kind of prepare something special for it. And Nesty, he likes the special picks.
Yeah, he definitely would be one of the mid laners who has something, ready waiting in the wings, and I'm hoping he whips it out. Something also I want to mention that's less related to the I guess the individual skill of the team. Orca, does he have anything written on his forehead, do you reckon? Hiding behind those bangs.
Yeah. I feel like you have to have maybe a bot gap, not just a sub gap.
Yeah, really bringing out the team spirit, right?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
sub gap, it's very individualistic. For those of you who missed our day 1 games, Orca picked up a very easy double kill early on, and then showed his forehead to the camera, and he wrote subgap in vivid on his forehead. So I'm hoping he has something like that in store for us again as we head into the draft. Pretty ordinary bans so far. The Ryze is going to be banned out.
Yeah, the
From the side of
Ryze
Deep
first
Cross.
banned by Deep Cross Gaming here. I like it. I think taking Mission off that is going to be pretty big. I wonder if they'll leverage any more bans towards him. Yeah, the Kassadin taken out as well, so we will see Mission on a different champion this game. A lot of respect put towards the man. That does mean, though, that there will be a lot of power picks left up. Currently, Elise is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, is banned. So what else do we have available? Kastante is still up. Obviously, all the bot lane combos are still up as well. What will the last ban here be? I think maybe you just triple ban Mission. Like, if
Yeah.
you're committing to mid bans, maybe you just take away the Syndra or something here, whatever you think is threatening.
Yeah, I really like this. It's kind of leaning into what we said earlier, right? Kind of forcing Mission off of his most comfortable champions.
Ooh.
There it is, the Azir ban as
so
well.
triple ban towards mid. It's a lot of respect from Deep Cross Gaming. I respect it. So what's your first pick here? Ooh, do we go for... Ooh, do we take the Nami? Okay, that would be a different one.
Impunity.
I guess there's enough junglers up that you're not too worried about it. Okay,
Yeah.
so Deep Cross, now we'll see... What's the answer? Are you going to go for just the classic Zeri Yumi or Zeri Lulu? Or are you going to look... Okay, I was going to say, or are you going to look for something like the Varus? But it looks like it probably will be the Zeri. I think Cryscata had a pretty good game on Zeri from what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing pretty well overall this week, so definitely something that he should be comfortable on. Something I'm interested to talk about is that whether or not DCG have a chance of picking their mid blind, because they should know that, Mission, he's going to be looking for one of his signature control mages, and maybe potentially something like a flex pick for DCG could prove to be really valuable in this first phase, but it's going to be the Vi locked in instead.
Okay, so it will be Answered Sejuani Lucian, and then should be the Yumi locked in here as well.
Damn it.
Yumi or Lulu.
And
Yumi.
there it is. Wow, you could have seen that one coming. That is
Another
crazy.
day, another drop. All right. I like it though. I mean, they are solid comps. They're picked for a reason. I think Nesty will probably counter mid. I assume if you're putting this many bans towards mid, it's so you can open up the floor for some really good last pick. Keep taking away those blind pickable mid laners.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll look for something like the Syndra and the Victor, stuff like the Orianna as well, just really narrow that down. But then again, they all sort of fall into the same pool of champion, I feel like.
Yeah. I think at some point, the control mage bans don't really do a whole lot because there are just like a lot of control mages left. If there are any other key ones you could take away, it probably would be the Syndra. But I'm not sure they will. Maybe they'll just ban for top here. I have to see. Will they commit more mid bans? Okay, the Syndra is taken away.
You're on a roll, man.
I am. Okay, so for IMP here, you know that DCG probably is going to last pick mid. So I think you probably want to ban either mid lane counters or blind pickable tops. Cassante's still open, but so are the counters. Yeah, okay, so that's a Gnar ban. Suggest maybe that they want to go for the Cassante 4-5.
Yeah, banning that Gnar away from Hanabi, who has proven to be very successful in that already in this first week. I wonder if this is going to be a 5th mid lane ban. It feels like
And maybe a
there's
Victor?
not much left. They're really trying to pinch the pool.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Jax. Okay, so maybe they're angling for the Cassante M4. This is a bit interesting for Impunity, because now do you ban that Cassante, or do you have something else that you can play into it? I think it's probably just better to ban Cassante here. I think the best counters are already gone, and I wouldn't like to give DCG that really solid... Oh, so they ban Akali.
Okay.
So, yeah, Cassante should be locked in here.
I would definitely like to see the Cassante because, you have just a very solid team composition overall, right?
Cassante's locked in.
There it is.
Now, the Akali ban, I'm not totally sure what that means. Ooh, will it be? Okay, so the Fiora and the Silas. Okay,
Wow, very quick.
Yeah, Mission, he still managed to get a very strong meta pick. I think that Talia could be really good again this game. It's really good for Silas, really good against Lucian. Also does well into Sedge.
And Fiora as well, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. The Talia, extremely good in this game. Has to be the obvious pick, and also, he did so well in it yesterday. Come on, lock it in. I want to see it again. There it is. Wow, we got a lot of drift this draft right, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you did. I didn't do much.
Hey, so it's all that counts. Okay, so two pretty interesting comps coming out here. I think I like Deep Cross's comp a little bit more. I feel like it's a lot easier to execute, and they get both the Yumi and the Cassante, which feel like very strong power picks. On the other side, though, Impunity, they have a lot of just explosive potential here. You've got that Silas Sejuani 2v2. You've got a Fiora that can definitely take over the game if kills are given over. So, yeah, this is looking to be a banger game 5.
Yeah, for sure. And already, Nesty is a proven quantity on the Talia. He played it so well in his last game, and into the Silas matchup as well. So you have to feel like he's really comfortable with how this draft has panned out.
Yeah, I really like having the Talia into Silas here. I mean, we saw that before, right? It's really, really annoying, and I also think it's great versus Lucian. Like, Lucian is very short range, and especially if he doesn't get ahead to the point where he can just kind of cull you from across the screen. Yeah, it's really good. And obviously Nesty showed he was extremely proficient on the Talia yesterday.
Indeed, indeed. Something I also am very excited for is Hanabi on the counter. You know, we've yet to see him play it yet. He's only played the Na and the Renekton, but you have to imagine he's pretty solid on that too.
Yeah, he must be. I think Hanabi, he's always been the guy that can play, you know, a fairly wide range of champions. And I think that being able to so successfully play the counter into Cassante, it gives you a lot of options, right? Because now, if your opponents take it, it's not the end of the world, right? Whereas for a lot of teams, if you give over that Cassante, you're in big trouble. But Hanabi, offering his team that extra flexibility, does feel really good.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is going to be on Driver as well to see if he can try and neutralize it as much as possible with the Fiora into Cassante matchup. But here we are on the Rift once again. Impunity versus Deep Cross Gaming. 5th game of the night. You know, we've had 4 really good games so far. Let's make it a 5th as we get into the Rift once again.
Okay. Will we see any level 1 shenanigans here? I'm not sure we will. But we're about to find out. So far, just a standard fan. Nothing too crazy. Will be interesting to see where the jungler's path in this game, because I feel like this time there's not that much that can happen bot, I feel like. There will be trading, but I'm not sure there will actually be kills. That being said, Lucian Nami every now and then does just seem to snag a random kill from 70% health.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both bot lanes should be professional enough to the point where, you know, we are going to see the trading, but I would be surprised to see it end up in a kill. If it does, likely on the Lucian Nami side, as you've said. Yeah, it's always weird having such trading heavy bot lanes. I guess because they both have the sustain and not afraid to continuously keep trying to dent away at the enemy team. But both bot lanes going to start in lane and jungler solo starting. Hana has opted to start on the blue. Same with Alex on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, I think one little meta we're actually seeing develop is that if the enemy top laner has Ghost, you have to be quite careful starting on that side of the map, because I believe it started in LPL with You Should Know Me, actually cheesing the red buff with a Ghost Fiora. And so here, I think Hana decided not to start red, probably because he was worried about the Fiora. And you saw the Fiora actually went and warded at level 1, so it was definitely looking for it.
Ooh, Nesty getting a lot of damage on Mission in the mid lane already. Mission has opted for the Drone's Shield on Sylas, as we've seen before. The melee versus range matchup, just that little bit easier with that backup.
The mid lane priority, you are kind of expecting to go to Nesty. I also think because Sylas is so weak early, you don't really need to take TP into him, and that really allows you to take Ghost. And that feels really, really good on Talia. I think Talia is one of the best Ghost mid lane users, so feels absolutely amazing if you can get away with that for the early game. Bot prior is actually going the way of Zerayumi,
Yeah,
at least for those first couple levels.
getting the red buff now. He is still on vision by that level 1 ward. Driver's going to know exactly where he is and when he's coming. But overall, not too much on the map so far.
Yeah, Mission's actually up quite a lot of CS, which you wouldn't really expect because this matchup's definitely not meant to be good early. Cruscata might actually walk into Alex here.
Oh, they actually spot each other. Alex
yeah,
is
this
in
is
a little
kind
bit
of
of
weird.
trouble.
Alex, I think he actually could.
Oh,
yeah,
has to
can
burn
they
the flash.
chase? No, I don't think so. Big
Nesty's
damage
looking-
on to Nesty, but Mission, yeah, he's getting chunked out a little.
Pretty good roam from the side of DCG, I think. You know, forcing Alex to base a little bit earlier and dissuading him from ganking Nesty in mid, and also Nesty picking up some extra damage onto Mission as well. Cruscata is going to miss a couple of CS for that, but they did prep the wave pretty well before going for that roam. So
Yeah, I think getting Sejuani's flash is actually kind of a big deal. Sejuani, I think, really needs to make something happen bot. You know, try and get this Lucian Nami accelerated. Otherwise, later on, they are just going to be outperformed by the Zerayumi, and it's going to be a lot harder without having flash.
yeah, same with, I think, mid lane ganks as well, because we've seen already quite a few times the Sejuani Sylas looking for early ganks. But it really is dependent on that, you know, that flash queue from Sejuani to get the initial CC. Not having that, it's going to be a lot harder to close the distance, especially considering it's a Talia who can just lay down those rocks and make it really hard to close the gap.
Okay. So everything kind of just getting reset here. Alan trying to get some trades, but can't really find them. Top lane matchup is going relatively even as well. I think Fiora... Now, I think we had this matchup once before, and Fiora actually did end up getting solo killed by the Cassante at some point. So, while it obviously is a counter, it's definitely not so hard to counter that Cassante doesn't have windows to do anything in the matchup. Mission quietly building up a pretty sizable lead. I'm not really sure how that's happening. I guess it's supposed a little bit of TP tax, but Mission actually hasn't based yet. Now, Nesty tried to freeze the wave on the map. I'm not sure if it actually ended up frozen or not. But Mission manages to pick up the Catalyst on his first base, which does feel pretty good.
Yeah, that is huge for him. Usually you wouldn't expect him to have that luxury in this kind of matchup, but the fact that he has managed to pick that up does bode well for him. Yeah, he's actually up a good amount of CS. It's not even like a marginal amount.
Yeah, it's actually just really good CSing. He's got 48 here of 5 minutes, which is pretty hard to get when you're playing a melee versus range matchup. That's pretty nice. Definitely going to be scaling quite well. That being said, though, Talia still does really well into Silas. Like, even if you don't get ahead in the lane, it's very difficult to teamfight into that champion. I honestly think Talia is very, very underrated. The main reason I think she isn't picked so much is because she kind of suffers against other control mages. And a lot of the meta right now is control mages. But against short range, you know, like the Silas or like the Rise or something, actually does very well.
Yeah, she really does shine when the draft is in her favor. Still, not too much action. I think even in the bot lane, there is a bit of a CS lead for Cascada. But other than that, both of them have already based. Lucian picking up this rated deck. Seri with the new Inquisitor, so both kind of basing on what they want to. Hana's waiting in the wings here, but Mission isn't going to walk too far up.
Yeah, I think Hana might just be positioning for the counter gank here. Sejuani should be reasonably close. Or not that close, actually. Not that close to 6. It's going to start this dragon. Does currently have mid and bot priority, so I feel like this will be going over. Just definitely a nice pickup. And other than that, I think we're just going to go back to scaling.
Yeah, I mean, we had
Actually, got a fight here.
Ooh, Cascada.
Yeah, he falls halfway down, but they do still have the Yuumi sustain. Dragon is going to go over to Impunity here.
Yeah, I mean, we have had a lot of exciting early games so far tonight, so I guess it makes sense. We do have to pay the tax and have a bit of a lull period, at least for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is currently our 2 undefeated teams, so you're expecting that they're going to show, you know, fairly disciplined gameplay. That is what is happening.
Yeah, Mission's still continuing to extend the CS lead even more. He is only ahead by a little bit of gold right now, but obviously that is going to keep adding up as the game goes on.
Yep, so Talia actually picks up the Sork shoes. Just a little bold. Doesn't have the cleanse versus Sejuani. Probably doesn't need it though. I don't think you need to go fully towards Merc Treads, but it is maybe something you need to consider.
Oh, Hana's waiting.
Okay, oh, Hana actually gets the flash and has the Vialt as well. Looks like Lucian is getting very low, but they can't get the kill. And Cascada, it's actually going to be traded over. And Alex is going to pick up not 1, but 2. It actually goes over to the Nami. No. I think Yuumi is dead as well. Wow. Suddenly we went from having no action at all to Impunity coming down here and picking up 3 kills. 1 goes over to each of their members. And wow, that's really, really good for them.
Yeah, really showing the love. You know, 1 kill each. Fairness and all things. And Hana, you know, not really what he was expecting, right? He was waiting in those side bushes, and it looked like it was a really good angle onto Atlan, but Alex showing up in the nick of time, and Atlan just barely able to make it out alive, means that Hana actually ends up getting turned on, and then the other 2 bot laners are sure to follow afterwards. You see here, Hana, he isn't actually spotted, I think, walking into the bush, so Impunity really do not have any idea. And Sejuani is still on Krugs as well, so it is a good opportunity for Hana to go in. Does connect the flash Q as well as the ultimate on top of that. Cascada flowing up, flashing the bubble too, but just barely not enough damage. And when the Sejuani ult connects, of course, Impunity choose to turn around onto Cascada, onto Hana and Orca. Just a cat without a home. And now a dead cat, I guess.
Whoa, don't say that, man. Okay, but yeah, I think that was actually really well played from Alex. He actually cancelled his recall after doing Krugs. Hold that thought. Nature might be okay. Yeah, so he cancelled his recall on the Krugs to be there in time, and then it ends up turning into 3 kills. So really good presence of mind for him to be there at the right time.
This is kind of out of nowhere, but I've just realized that Deep Cross Gaming, all their names are really nice to say.
Yeah.
Hanabi. Hana. Nesty. I like Cascada a lot. I think that's a really cool name.
Yeah, that's a nice name. Mission, he has TP in 30 seconds, and he probably has enough gold for the Rod of Ages here.
Oh, Alex is here. He is spotted on the ward.
I think Mission probably just doesn't want to fight too much right now. maybe just look to base, TP
Nice.
back, get your Rod of Ages. Yeah, which is what he's going to go for. He's very, very strong, 99 CS at 10 minutes. In the melee versus range matchup is very, very nice. So Mission, even with a lot of bans aimed towards him, and being counterpick, is doing very well for himself. Gets the roar at 10 minutes exactly.
Yeah, definitely. You have to feel like it only gets better for them. Like, drivers should be able to get a lot of pressure in the side lane later on in the game. So having this sort of early advantage should start to stack up nicely, especially when you've got your Lucian already kind of on his way to accelerating his build.
Sedge is looking around bot lane. The sums aren't back up, so Alex could maybe look for a repeat gank. Dragon also is in a minute and a half, so if you can get some of this bot lane control back, would feel pretty good.
Mission, I don't know how he's doing this. He's extended the CS lead even more now. 20 CS ahead. In this kind of matchup, he really isn't Mission the Magician for nothing. Cascada may be caught out.
Yeah, they do not have flashes. I think both of them are going to die again here. Alex continues to find gank after gank.
Alex has consistently been in the right place at the right time so far this game. Doing a really good job. Meanwhile, Hana not able to answer back with anything anywhere on the map. It does look like he's going to be passing towards mid for now, but probably not going to come out of that. Let's have a look at the replay. So Cascada very far up. Atlan is already stacking a wave, and Cascada is just really far up. He does have the ward, but I think he's too far up to the point where he can't escape in time. And Alex, you know, Orca tries to jump in the way, get back with the president, but ultimately falls, and Cascada, without a cat on his back, is going to be sent all the way back to his fountain.
Yeah, this is really, really devastating for Deep Cross Gaming. Even though they have the scaling advantage, it feels like they're probably just too far behind to reach it unless they can manage to win this fight. Driver, he's queuing in, getting a bit of damage. They're actually looking to turn. Ooh, a lot of damage on Alex. I think Alex might end up going down here. Gets ulted by Cassante, is actually still alive somehow. Hanabi gets him. Will they chase for this? Atlan forces a flash out of Nest T. Wow, actually only ended up being a 1-for-1, which is kind of wild.
I expected a lot more there. It seemed like it was going to get really scrappy. Nesty actually does walk away with the Rift Herald in his hands. And yeah, 1-for-1, Hanabi picking up the other kill. But the solution Nami bot lane, 6 KP so far. They're really ahead in gold. Both hit their mythics, whereas the Zero Yumi on the other side, not as fortunate so far. And Alan's getting even more gold from these plates as well.
Yeah, I think after day one, we were kind of Lucian Nami haters because not a lot was getting done, but at least a few of our top teams here have shown the power of Lucian Nami, able to consistently get that snowball.
This Rift Hill is a bit odd from DCG. They're sharing the gold between Nesty and Orca. I feel like maybe Orca could have walked away a little bit further and give Nesty the solo gold. Maybe just a minor optimization there, but understandably it is a little bit sketchy with other members of Infinity around. Infinity are looking to force more on the top side, potentially trying to get even more plates on this tower before the plates fall in a minute. And Alan, yeah, it's just going to be uncontested for him. They've got 4 members committed up top side, whereas on the bot side, it's Cascada looking to see what he can get in return on the... But Driver has the TP available, so gonna hold Cascada off from getting that 3rd plate.
Yeah, Deep Cross Gaming, it feels like they just don't really have a trade anywhere right now. They've kind of just ended up with 3 losing lanes and a losing jungle, which honestly just doesn't give you a whole lot of options. Lucian is accelerating so far here. Atlan, he's going to be extremely fed. Might even reach 2 items before Cascada reaches 1.
Oh, Hana's looking, but it's just so hard. Mission's already level 11. He's got the Rod of Ages already, whereas Nesty not even finished his mythic yet. And I feel like the most surprising thing in this game has been the mid lane matchup. You know, Nesty hasn't really been able to find any success, not even in the laning phase where he should have been advantaged.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Flavor Silas is pretty good all game long. You do have to be a little scared of the jungle ganks, but I think they've had really good tracking on Alex, at least around mid most of the game. And it's been all the pressure kind of going towards bot.
Definitely, and as you can see here, 5 top plates picked up for Impunity, even without the Rift Hilt as well. That is really, really impressive for them, and Atlan is just rolling in money right now.
Yeah, look how ahead he is in items compared to Cascada. Don't think they're going to be winning many fights right now, Deep Cross Gaming. They can probably just use this mid priority to look to break this bot tower. You can see Alex starting to lean down, which is going to force Nest T away from the tower. I think it's going to be picked up. Nature is perhaps a little far
Wow.
in here.
He's really deep. Doesn't actually get punished for that, which is pretty surprising. You had Zeri able to dash over the wall there, and Hana, of course, with the Q and the ult available, but gonna walk out of that scot-free. I guess they don't have much vision in the river area, so a little bit cautious of maybe Alex being around. But no objectives up for now, so Deep Cross Gaming gonna have a bit of a chance to rest and recover, pick up some more CS.
Driver has been slowly, kind of silently building up his lead here. I think eventually, maybe at 2 items, he's going to be able to get stuff done. And I think this is a really good spot to feel like you're in as a Fiora, because like you know your 4v4 wins. And honestly, your 4v5 probably wins right now as well. So you can just keep, rage splitting top even. And there's not really going to be any answer to it. Can at least force 2 people to you. The one thing you have to be careful of maybe is the Talia ult, but Talia just not really that strong at the moment. Isn't going to be able to threaten you enough.
Yeah, and speaking of the 2 items as well.
Ooh, I think there might be a dive coming in. There is no TP to answer this. Nessie, he is alone. Hana's on the way.
Oh,
really
nice
nice
stopwatch.
Zhonya's. I think that might actually do it. Yeah, they're going to be forced to back off. Hana will get there in time.
Lots of
There was a lot of stuff forced out, though. They forced out the Ghost, which will not be up for the Dragonfly, and the stopwatch being used as well. So definitely nice play out of Alex. Actually might look to engage on the Hana.
Oh,
The
Hana,
Nami hits, and I
no.
think Hana might just die. The flash is followed. Oh,
the
actually
stun
cancels the
drops.
Vaiku. I think he is going to go down here. I don't see him getting out. Ooh, Nami actually flashed. Not sure it was required, but a kill's a kill.
Nami Flash Bubble does feel pretty good, looking for the extra dopamine hit, but once again, Impunity finding yet another kill, and Hana is having a rough time finding his way into this game at all.
Yeah, I think Alex kind of putting on a jungle kingdom right now.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. And the Dragon and the Rift Herald both coming up pretty shortly. Atlan has already hit his 2-item spike, whereas Cascada only has barely started working on his second one.
The gold lead starting to get pretty significant here. Only 17 minutes in is already starting to feel like it's getting away from Deep Cross Gaming. Dragons in a minute. I think if you're DCG, you just give it. Try and trade something on the other side of the map, even if it's just a Herald. At the same time, though, ooh, Mission actually might be getting chased down by Nesty here.
It's the
He
healing.
has the Vial. I think he can just keep running here. He does have Flash in the worst case. Flash is
Nesty.
matched. Does get out. I think there, Mission probably just has a lot of gold. Hasn't quite reset. But he will be able to get back here in time for the Dragon. Wow, look at the ADC gold difference. 2,000.
That is huge. You love that as Lucian Nami, right? He's doing maths again. 2k gold ahead, as you can tell from the items as well. And he's really just going to be packing a punch, especially when you consider that Nesty has just burned both of his summoners. Ooh, Alex tries to catch out Hana, but goes a little bit wide. And that's actually not going to be up now for the Rift Herald.
Okay, so Sal's TP top, which kind of suggests that they're going to try play for both. They're going to try get both Herald and Drag, or maybe they're just going to give Dragon and try get so much on the other side of the map that it's not even worth it for Deep Cross Gaming. So we might, yeah, okay, I think Dragon is going to be given, and then they're going to play towards, I guess, the Herald and mid-tier 1, which is an interesting trade, and honestly, I'm kind of a fan of it. I think if you can keep snowballing as the kind of more skirmish-heavy composition, that works, and I don't think you should be getting, I don't think Deep Cross should be allowed to get to kind of that 4th Dragon point anyway.
Yeah, I like it as well. I feel like when Impunity are winning a fight, they're going to be crushing it, and that's when the Rift Herald becomes so much more valuable, being able to take out potentially multiple turrets in a row. Alex doesn't have the ult quite up yet. Atlan playing very far up as well. He's really not scared. He does have the culling available now as well, but doesn't choose to use it just yet.
Impunity, they have priority on both sidelines right now. Deep Cross Gaming is going to be forced to match onto those sides, and then I think this mid-tier 1 will probably fall here. You can see Talia and Cassante both forced to answer the side lanes. And I think, yeah, this will be the mid-tier 1 falling.
Yeah, DCG have no hope of defending this one.
It does go down. Will they actually play for more? I think they could.
Yeah, there's no other DCG members around.
Maybe
They
just
could stay.
get the hit. Will they actually go for it?
Yeah.
The culling comes out. Looks like they are going to keep going. The Talia wall comes down.
Ooh.
They're going to disengage. Nice play there.
Yeah, that's a good trade. Getting that Talia ult, which is, on a slightly longer cooldown than the culling as well, and getting that Rift Herald hit onto the inner turret. Definitely very happy about that one from Impunity. And Driver, during all of this, just casually farming away in the sideline, taking up jungle camps as well. All round good looks for them.
Yeah, I think across the board, Impunity, they're having a great game right now. And also, they've done a lot of damage while remaining clean. You know, they've only given over 1 kill. I think the Dragons were kind of like calculated decisions almost.
Oh, Nasty.
Ooh, finds
Close.
Nesty. There's a lot of people up here. Mission does need to be a little careful. He doesn't have
Hana's
members
around.
on the map right now.
He has no vision either. He is going to sense something and back off a little bit.
And Mission,
now.
he's a respectful young man. Does not end up walking up.
Yeah. His Sword of Ages also has just popped as well. So he's actually level 14 now. As opposed to Nesty, level 12. And yeah, they are just super strong. He's got the Zonyas as well. So combat power pretty much at an all-time high.
Okay. Might end up... Yeah,
Alex
okay.
uses
Nessie gets engaged on. Does not have the cleanse. Has the ghost, but it doesn't end up mattering. I think Atlan might go down here as well. Manages to
Lives
flash out.
again.
Lives very low. Cruscata can't quite get the kill, but he's kiting back. Hanabi's in here as well. They have a pretty strong front line here, but Driver is on the back line. I think Cruscata will get taken down here by the Fiora, and I think this is going to be it. Hanabi, he does get out, but I think this could be Baron just going over to Impunity.
Yeah, Hanabi trying to do what he can on the back end of that fight with the TP, with the Ghost, with the All-Out, with the Yuumi. But ultimately, Impunity just going to walk away. Very happy with the 2 kills they picked up. And also, somehow Atlan manages to survive once again on 1 HP after getting violted.
Yeah.
And that it really does feel like a breaking point for Deep Cross Gaming, right? If you're going to expend the Vial onto the Lucian and still not kill him, what hope do you really have in these future fights?
Yeah, I think Nesty just instantly dying at the start of the fight. Has the Ghost, but no cleanse and no Merc Treads for the Sedge ult. Just gets taken out before he can really respond. And again, Alex just finds engage after engage.
Yeah, let's take a look back at this. Alex, you can see here, in the river, just manages to spot Nesty slightly out of position, goes straight over, pops the ultimate as well, and Atlan is very quick to follow with the Gale Force, with the dash, drops down a ton of damage. It is looking a bit dangerous for him here with the final chapter and Hana's ult, but he does manage to skulk out with a little bit of HP. Hanabi comes in the last second, does manage to do a little bit of damage, but Hana isn't quite so lucky. Cruscata actually taking the fall for Hana in the end. But overall, no kills picked up for Deep Cross Gaming there.
Yeah, the Baron picked up, and when we were looking at these two teams, I mean, they were both undefeated. We were thinking this would be a lot closer, but Impunity, they have had control from the get-go, and they've been playing it out very, very well.
Definitely running away from it. There's really no single player again as well. So it feels like all 5 members are really just playing to the best of their ability, right? Driver securing his solo leads in the top lane on his island. A Mission somehow in the melee versus range matchup coming out in lane on top in CS. Not to mention the Nami Lucian doing their job, getting ahead early, and really bullying the Sierra Yuumi.
I think here, both of these towers should go down in short order. I think you also might as well just ignore the Dragon and keep pressuring.
Yeah, definitely. The Dragons really don't feel like they matter at this point.
Oh, they're
Nesty going
actually
in.
looking for an engage. This is the last desperation. Atlan might go down. He doesn't have anything. Big
It's
Talia
huge.
wall. Actually countered by another Talia wall from Mission. I think Mission and Driver might just be able to 2v9 this
Cascada's
fight.
down.
Everyone else is dead, but there's no damage left. And I think Driver and Mission, they have too much lifesteal. They'll just be able to take everyone else out.
Oh,
Flash
go
comes
over.
out of Mission. Hanabi is going to go down. Hana, he is trying to run. Will he be chased? I don't think so. I mean, that started really well, but they just ran out of sauce.
Yeah, they're really lost in the sauce there for Deep Ghost Gaming. You know, they had everything they wanted in that fight. They locked down multiple people with the Yuumi final chapter, trapped them in the corner with the Weaver's Wall as well. But ultimately, Mission and Driver just able to clean it up like it's nothing. You know, their full HP didn't even break a sweat at all in that fight.
That will be the mid tip going down. I think now you probably just base. Can go back to that Dragon if you want. I think it would be good to take the drag here eventually, just in case. But let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so you'll see here Nesty, you know, the Alex actually danced a little bit there, pops the emo as well. Nesty, he sees that, he's like, okay, I don't want you to do that anymore, so he comes right in with the Weaver's Wall, and the last chapter, the final chapter right on top of that. They're all locked up, and, you know, the Nami Lucian pretty much dropped to 0 very quickly. And Hanabi on the back end, but Cruscata, he's left all alone on the other side of the wall. Orca ditches him, and just runs away back to his base, and Hanabi and Hana now on the run. And yeah, Mission and Driver doing so much here, chasing as well for this kill onto Hanabi in the end. And really, Impunity just showcasing their strength at this stage in the game.
Yeah, now up 10,000 gold, and they secured the Dragon as well. I mean, Nesty, he honestly got a good Talia wall.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
yeah, it's what you wanted, right? Nature and Atlan popped pretty much, you know, in the blink of an eye, but even then, it's still not enough for Deep Cross Gaming. Cruscata not able to deal up any damage, 0-4 on the Zeri. even with the Yumi on him, it feels like it's really hard to get things done when there's, you know, this bulky Silas at 3-0 Fiora running at you.
Yeah, I think both Silas and Fiora are just way too tanky at this point. It's going to be very hard to deal with them. They can kind of just keep pushing in mid waves. And slowly but surely, this base is going to get whittled down. They just get priority on all three side lanes. And I think Driver might just be able to ignore Hanabi at this point.
He's really just ignoring him. Hana sitting by the inner turret. I really don't see any way they can defend this. They're surrounded pretty much on the side. But Weaver's Wall coming in. Atlet is looking like he might be in trouble here. Does drop very low.
Yeah, he's cutting away. Is he actually going to live? He's very, very low. Gets taken out by Hana. The TP is coming in, though. Driver's here, and Alex might go. Will he engage again? He does not.
Also, TP's coming out. I'm not sure about Hanabi's TP. That feels like the fight was already over at that point. But Atlan gonna drop down. So pick found for Deep Cross Gaming.
Atlan actually died there. Like, he had both sums, used them, and still died. I think he probably needs to buy a stopwatch at this point. Because I think if you have, you know, if you can just survive one of these engages, you can follow up and turn it around.
Yeah.
But I think the Lucian is just too short range and too vulnerable compared to everyone else on this team that they can continue to lock him down. I still feel like DCG are kind of delaying the inevitable, but they're doing a good job of it.
Yeah. I mean, the annoying thing is that even if they do find this, you know, perfect pick with the Weaver's Wall and the Wild onto Atlan, you know, you've still got Mission and Driver to worry about if they do show up to the fight. Driver has got the hull break as well, so we're definitely going to be focused on pushing that bot wave in as far as possible. And it really does give him the extra bit of strength he needs to, I guess, not fight Hanabi, but ignore him and hit the towers instead.
Okay, they will play for the mid prio here. The mid inhib doesn't mean a whole lot. It's really the side lane inhibs that open up the game quite a bit more. And none of those have been taken yet. So DCG, they can continue to farm. And they have kind of maintained the 10k gold deficit. They haven't fallen further behind. They've stemmed the bleeding. But at the same time, it's very hard for them to regain anything. Mission's actually kind of in there.
Skada playing with fire for those few little Krugs. And DCG, they're really just trying to be very careful here, making sure they're not getting caught out. You can see Hana and Kriskada waiting in the wings.
Kriskada is actually going to be found.
Yeah.
Does escape. Driver, I think, probably just can pick up this tower.
He doesn't even need minions, he just walks up and hits it. And Impunity, of course,
Baron's actually started over the wall.
Yeah, they've realized that Driver can't be stopped 1v1. They know that DCG will need to commit multiple members, but it looks like they're just going to try and ignore Driver. This is a really awkward situation to be in.
Okay, Mission flashes out. Now, the Vial was used onto Mission, so there's no threat onto Atlan. I think if Impunity take this fight, they're sure to win it. As long as Atlan doesn't get one shot, Mission still has the zone, so he's buying a lot of time. I think they will probably just finish the Baron, and yeah, they're going to take... Okay, they're kind of hiding out. I'm actually not sure. Are they going to take this Baron or not? I think they're going to look for it. On the other side, okay, Hana tries to go in, but does not manage to get the Baron.
Yeah, Hana looking for the hero play there, but ultimately does fall short. And it feels like, you know, Impunity, or rather Mission, was kind of just 1v3ing over the wall, delaying for so long and really stopping Nesty from getting in there. Mission, speaking of him, he's jumping right onto Cascada as well.
Cascada's flash is forced out. I think it was really intelligent by Mission to just play over the wall. I think if you can get Vi's ult and it's not onto Lucian, you probably just win the fight.
Yeah, and Driver, you know, just slow. He's having the most chill game of his life. He's just sitting in the side lane, gradually racking up the pressure onto Deep Cross Gaming, and they can't really do anything to answer it. He's level 18.
Yeah, I think Driver, like you said, he's had a fun one, man. All he's had to do is just right-click down the lane and kind of call it a day.
Yeah.
But the last inhib being sieged here.
Yeah, you really love being in that situation as Fury, you know. It means that your team is playing the right way and giving you space to sort of do what you want to do. With the hull breaker as well, Straniel does go wide.
Yeah.
Is he not able to find anything with the shove?
That's the third inhib going down, though. I think if you're Impunity, you can just keep sieging this, and I think DCG, they can't manage to hold on. The culling comes down. Vialt is up. Atlan will be the target. Only one tower left remaining.
They don't
have a lot of creeps. It is going to slowly get chipped down here. The TP comes down as well. Okay, Hana, he forces the engage, but has a stopwatch. He must have been listening to the cast. He manages to live. They're going to keep engaging. Alex, he flashes in. Hana is going to go down in short order. The Cassante is kited out on the backline. Nesty, I think he is going to get out, but... actually, good shove.
Really good shove. Not going to be enough. Picks up an extra kill for his trouble, but DCG not able to pick up the win tonight. Impunity really just showcasing their strength and going to be the first team to hit 3-0 at the end of week 3.
And now our sole undefeated team.
Yeah,
they're the only
really,
team 3-0.
really impressive stuff. You know, like you said earlier, we felt like this was going to be a lot closer, but I don't know. Impunity just have no fear at all. They do what they needed to do. They play to the game plan. Lucianami gets ahead. Silas somehow wins his losing matchup, and Fiora just chilling.
Yeah, but you know, I really hope Alex gets the MVP, man. He made so many engages. He made so many ganks. If you can't get MVP with that kind of performance, then you just can't pick Sejuani because you're never going to get MVPs again. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Definitely just, especially setting up the bot lane for success, right? He saved Lucian Nami, albeit I feel like they were a little bit lucky, you know, on the numbers there. Lucian surviving on just 1 HP. But, you know, the fact that he was able to be in the area at the right time and turn that fight completely around, 3-0, that was just the start of the dominoes falling for them.
yeah, 100%. I think once that bot lane got accelerated, it kind of just spread to the rest of the map. You know, mid and top, they weren't getting involved in a lot of fights, but they were winning their 1v1 matchups. And then, yeah, once you got the bot lane rolling, it ended up really with like 3 winning lanes and a winning jungle. And if you're DCG, how do you come back from that?
Yeah, I feel like they were relying a lot on, you know, Nesty to be able to open up the map for them, get priority, and, you know, end up ahead, at least by a little bit, against Mission on the Silas, and really, you know, try and inhibit him from doing what he wants to do, roaming around the map. But we never really saw that at all. It feels like it was more Mission in the driver's seat, really just doing what he wanted to do, and Nesty just wasn't present at all.
Yeah, I think Nesty, he really needed to get more done in that mid matchup. You know, if the problem is that Ghost means you can't pressure the matchup as much as you should because you don't have Ignite or you don't have TP or something, then I think you need to change your summoner, because I really feel like you need to find a way to pressure that mid matchup. Again, you have the red side last pick, you have the winning matchup, you can do a lot with this, and if you greed your scaling too much and that prevents you from doing so, that's a really big problem. I think you have to have priority through mid, because, you know, you're expecting your 4th pick Cassandre to lose priority because he's been countered by Fiora, but with your last pick, you've got to do something with it.
Yeah, definitely, and I don't know, mid and top, they were just able to freely scale. It feels like they made it through the early game like scot-free, and ultimately just kept ramping it up until, you know, their lead was too big. We saw like they reached like a 10k gold deficit pretty early on. Let's take a look at some of these highlights. This was the one where Alex finds a pick onto Nesty, Alan with the quick follow-up, and actually manages to survive on 1 HP despite being locked down several times, gets the flash out. And, you know, Hanabi tries to show up here and try and turn the fight around, but ultimately it's just not enough. You know, Hana dropped very low, Cascada getting killed very early on without being able to do that much damage. And from this point on, Hanabi's just forced to turn tail and run away. And this one was the one that looked the most promising for DCG. Nesty finds a really good angle on the Weaver's Wall into the final chapter, not the lost chapter, from Yuumi, pretty much instantly killing Atlan and Nature. But you'll see here, you know, Mission, he dives in with his own Weaver's Wall and Driver in the back line, and Cascada has nowhere to run, gets dropped down, and Mission the Driver full HP, and this fight is already over.
Yeah, I think Mission, it's funny because I think both Talia walls were quite good that game. Normally you don't see 2 Talia walls, you know, being good in a whole game, let alone in a single fight. Mission actually did end up doing, on the other side, Nesty did end up doing the most damage on his team, but it kind of felt just not impactful enough.
Yeah, actually, the damage numbers quite even on both sides, especially for the top side of Impunity, you know, top, jungle, mid, all dishing out very similar numbers. It kind of speaks to the fact that Impunity, you know, they weren't really relying on just like raw power to win. They were more leveraging that in order to help out their macro and really rotate around the map as effectively as they did. MVP actually going over to Mission instead of Alex.
Okay, I mean,
I'm happy with that too.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. Like Mission, he got a ton of bans put against him.
Yeah.
He had to blind pick, got countered, and still managed to, you know, win his matchup, have a lot of impact on the game. So I think if not Alex, you definitely give it to Mission. Personally, though, I think Alex, you know, he was kind of a 1v9 machine. Mission, though, like we said, in MVP form, has he got an MVP all 3 games he's played? Maybe he didn't get it yesterday. But he's played very, very well in all 3 of his games, so...
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I really wonder what this means for the future weeks, because we saw DCG, you know, in their draft, they were planning to ban out Mission, and they expended 4 bans onto it, but ultimately, Mission still ends up on a champion he seems very comfortable on.
Yeah, I think that was interesting, because there definitely is a point where suddenly there's just no point banning out the player anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you've just accepted that they're going to be a problem no matter what, right?
Yeah.
That's just the reality of versing good players. And I think Mission, while he prefers to play that kind of small champion pool, it's not because he has a small champion pool, right? It's just because he's like,
the
okay,
best.
I've decided like these are the champs I want to play. and he's going to stick to them.
Yeah, so let's take a look back at what we've covered today. Megabank Beyond Gaming falling to PSV Talent in our first game. Jewish team taking out S9W to be, making S9W the first team to be 0-3. And now looking at the standings from that, Impunity, the sole team at 3-0. On the other side, CM9, WPE sitting at 0-3, and everyone else in between. Still very close, obviously, after the first week, but we are sort of seeing a clear divide between the top 5 and the bottom 5 start to form.
Yeah, I'm wondering, which team will it be to contest Impunity at the top? I'm not too sure.
I guess we'll find out next week in these upcoming matches, because Impunity Esports versus CTBC Flying Oyster in our first match. That one's going to be a really good one. It sounds like it's already going to be, one of the big moments, because CFO, they are sort of their reigning champion, as we've said multiple times. And also Megabank Beyond Gaming versus Frank Esports also catches my eye. These teams have both dropped at least one game. I think Beyond Gaming has dropped 2 now, but they are the ones that defeated CFO, and so they still have a lot in their tank, a lot to prove, and hopefully the team of rookies will be able to take on the big Franks.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking very much forward to that Impunity versus CFO, because even though CFO, they're only 2-1 at the moment, I think they have shown some very, very dominant games.
Yes, for sure.
And I think you need that kind of strong early game in order to go toe-to-toe with Impunity, because otherwise, Mission's just going to start taking over.
Yeah, it feels like after that first sort of flop for CFO, they kind of realized that they needed to draft more tools to give them agency in the early game to make those plays, because it's something that they're not bad at. They're very good at it. It's just something that they need to actually make time for in their draft. And now that they've realized that, I feel like this matchup is going to be a very close one.
Yeah, I think even when you're playing for those kind of like really scaling comps, there's still ways to find agency within those. You don't always have to just play the, we are just going to sit back, scale, we're not going to look for anything. Oftentimes you can have, 2 or 3 scaling picks and then 1 or 2 that can actually make stuff happen. And I think that is really, really key, especially for a team like CFO, because they're so good at playing from ahead that once they get ahead, they're going to be able to end the game off of it.
Yeah, for sure. Just to circle back, we've talked about the top of the table. Let's take a look at the bottom again. You've got Jewish team and S9W still with a lot to prove. I'm hoping S9W specifically can manage to find a win. But gonna have to find out next week. Lots of stuff coming up. But this is the end of week 1. It's been a really good week. Lots of exciting matches, and you can sort of see the storylines start to form around all the teams. So I can only imagine week 2 is going to be even better. But I've been Amelg. I've been here with Shock, and yeah, it's been a really great starting week for us on the PCS. Getting to know all of the teams and looking forward to getting to know them even more. But this has been us signing off for tonight. Thank you all for coming, and we'll see you again next week.